Brothers, sisters, teachers, students, elders, and we welcome you all to day two of Kufah's biggest event of the year, the second annual Kufah retreat from distraction to direction, with Dr. Joel Ravish, Sheikh Ahmed, and Sheikh Ahmed Hussein. Apologies for the delay. We were supposed to start a couple minutes prior, but there were a bit of technical difficulties. Inshallah, we can start with Dr. Gordon. Dr. Joel Ravish will be giving a presentation, inshallah. It will be a two-part presentation, so we'll have one session, and we'll have a bit of a break, and we'll have the second session, inshallah. So for those of you who have not had the privilege to benefit from Dr. Joel Reyes in prior visits to Florida or last night in the Scout program, so Dr. Joel Reyes grew up in the Chicagoland area where he completed his BA in psychology from Loyola University and went on to medical school at Midwestern. He completed his residency in adult psychiatry at Loyola University Medical Center in 2015 with a specialization in women's mental health. He currently works as a psychiatrist for African and Hong Kong. Throughout his evolution of development, Dr. Rivera has been accompanying traditional scholars and is currently enrolled in sacred writing individual study program. During his free time, Dr. Rivera corresponds with scholars and addressing the psychiatric needs of the community and regularly conducts presentations and seminars on various mental health topics. He currently resides with his wife and children in the western suburbs of Chicago. Welcome.
Can see the screen. Good. So that means it. So as you can you just give an intro, just within the limit about it. Can you just give an intro with the sounds like can you just good to get this out? He's just waiting for you. Just give me the 10 minutes and can you give me 15 and 5? Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. But you're saying what's on the screen right now? Just because he needs to bring it up. Okay. No, take your time.
The one is on that other side, right? You will have to maybe on that side, like the support for the situation. You can see the private job, everybody is going back, please come across and show benefit to the program as well.
We're waiting, right? Can I use this or can I use this? Can I use this? This is just for the screen. Oh, okay. No. I think we're waiting, right? So we're gonna wait a little bit. While we're waiting, we can just engage in salawat. So there's many ways to do salawat, but you can say sallallahu alaihi wasallam, do Allahumma salli ala Muhammad, do Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad wa barik wa sallam. Many ways. Inshallah, we'll do that while we're waiting for the stream to get connected. Bismillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah wa kafa. وسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى ما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. They learned, huh? You guys are more energy, mashallah. Everyone's rested, hopefully. Inshallah, got some breakfast in you, some rest, some sleep. So inshallah, we're going to start right now. And one thing I want to say for the brothers that were here last night, mashallah, you got a chance to benefit and hear. But there's some new faces today, and the sisters are joined us. So I will repeat some of this. But inshallah, for the brothers that were here last night, it'll be serve as a way to strengthen, right? Repetition is the father of learning, right? So once we hear something a couple of times, inshallah, it will stick with us. And then you won't even need the slides. But for the sisters that weren't here and also for the new brothers, we're going to talk today about dopamine, okay? And yesterday we talked a little bit in the context of another topic. We're going to delve into a different topic today with respect to dopamine still, okay? And what is dopamine? It's a brain chemical, okay? It's involved in our experience of pleasure. So when we experience something pleasurable, dopamine is released in our brains, and this pushes the seesaw down on the right side, right, where it says pleasure. And then naturally, when you experience one, the effect of the other is limited. So once we experience pleasure, we're less likely to experience pain at that point. Okay? And we're going to talk about what drugs are, because drugs are the thing, the entity, the substance, the behaviors which lead to dopamine release, right? So they lead to dopamine release on the right side of the seesaw. So for our discussion today, a drug is any pleasurable experience that releases dopamine in our brain. Okay, any pleasurable experience that releases dopamine in our brain. Things like processed refined sugar, life events, right? Cigarettes, hard drugs. And then we introduced this concept yesterday of digital drugs, right? Digital drugs are essentially things like social media, things like basically everything that we see on our smartphones. Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. They used to say shakal kitab in Urdu, right? TikTok, all of these different modalities. Then you have Amazon, you can throw Shopify, you can throw Temu on there if you want, whatever. Anything that's there that's digital, that's designed to draw your attention is a digital drug, right? Because what happens when we engage with those digital drugs? The seesaw goes down on the right side. Make no mistake about it, when we engage with even something simple like Temu, we are engaging the dopamine pathway in our brain. It seems very simple. It seems very, what's the right word I'm looking for? It seems very like nothing to worry about, but it really is engaging our dopamine pathways, okay? So we talked about life events, cigarettes, hard drugs like cocaine, digital drugs, that all release dopamine on the right side of that seesaw, okay? So when we experience, this is the way the seesaw looks, very straightforward, right? So that's understandable. So units of dopamine. Now, the reason we talk about this for the new faces and for the sisters is that this allows us to understand that not every release of dopamine is bad for you, right? Not every amount of dopamine release is bad for you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala designed our brains to, yes, experience pleasure in this world in a minimal sort of restricted way and sort of a measured way, put it that way, measured way. So 5 units of dopamine for processed sugar, fine, no problem. Like I said yesterday, if we have 6 donuts in one sitting, then now you're engaging the dopamine pathway in an unhealthy way, right? The seesaw is going down, but in an unhealthy way, okay? We're talking about nicotine in cigarettes, right? That's now approaching 15 units. Now we're talking about potentially hurting our dopamine pathway, right? Then we talk about 22 units for something like cocaine. And then we said 100 units for something like Adderall or speed or meth, crystal meth. The reason this one is important is because if you have 5 units of dopamine for a regular refined sugar sweet, then you have to multiply that by 20 to get to crystal meth. So that's when we start thinking to ourselves, okay, now we're engaging this dopamine pathway, this direct dopamine on the right side of the seesaw in an unhealthy way, okay? And when it comes to digital drugs, to be honest, we don't know. The studies are still ongoing, but we do know that it's on the order of above 75 units. So it's up there, right? Maybe even more than 100. Allahu alam. It depends on how and who is engaging as well, right? So some of this is user dependent. But I can tell you right now that Temu is way more dopamine engaging than Amazon is. Has anyone ever used Temu? You used it? You can't move without pop-ups and notifications and bright lights and sounds and so on. It's just trying to. It's like it's really trying to capture your attention, right? So it's a big jump to get to 100 units. Okay, and I said yesterday that when you engage in a high that's 20 times what the normal expectation would have been, then that's unnatural. And when we have experienced unnatural highs, then regular things become boring for us. And one thing I didn't mention yesterday, but I like to think that in the time of the Sahabi, in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, that I don't know if there was anything that they could have engaged in that would have stimulated more than the natural amount of dopamine. I was thinking about this, and it's hard to imagine, right? What they could have experienced or took in that was engaging their dopamine pathways at such an unnatural level, right? Like I said, you hop on any of these apps, it's not just a single screen. We're going to get into this in a second. I don't want to jump ahead. Okay. So we talked about this. A pleasurable experience leads to release dopamine on one side of the brain. However, the brain does not like this, right? The brain doesn't like to be tipped onto one side too long. So it initiates a reflex. And what's that reflex? Is not to bring the seesaw back to its normal state in sort of like a equilibrium. No, that's not what happens. When we experience unnatural dopamine, unnatural manufactured dopamine hits, the brain says, no, we're not going to level here. We're going to go to a come down. It's a compensatory mechanism that the brain enables, right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala designed our brains in such a way, right? So if our brains are engaging themselves in a way that any unnatural experience becomes, let me stop here. Any unnatural experience becomes a come down or a crash. That's that sad feeling we get when we engage in something unnatural, right? Go ask anyone who's shopped on Amazon, Shopify, or Temu and bought 10 different things they didn't need, right? Afterwards, no doubt there's a little bit of a dim, a crash, a little bit of a numbing effect, right? You engage in a sin that engages unnatural dopamine. There's an effect afterwards. All of us can relate to that. So when we realize that this is what's happening, that every time we engage with dopamine pathway, the direct dopamine in an unnatural way, this is what we're talking about here. This is called direct dopamine. I didn't talk about this yesterday. So for the guys who were here last night, this is new, okay? What I just described thus far is called the direct dopamine release pathway, meaning you start for you guys on the left side, you directly stimulate pleasure, you end up in a little bit of depression or sadness. Fair? That's called direct dopamine release. And then we talked about how if you consume more and more and more, at some point the seesaw goes all the way to the left, and you get depressed for a subacute amount of time, meaning months, weeks. You don't feel good, lack of energy, anxiety. These are things that happen when we get to this point, right? When we've engaged the direct pathway so severely, so intensely, that the response, the reflex of the brain is all the way to the left. Okay, so far so good? Okay, bismillah. So then, what happens? This is the indirect dopamine pathway. Okay, this is something new. I intentionally held this for last night. No way that last night, 11:30 p.m. we get into this. But indirect dopamine is different. Indirect dopamine is when you initially create some pain. You make some effort. And what's the response to the brain? What was the reflex again? When the brain doesn't like to be tipped over to one side too long, correct? So when you initiate a little bit of pain, what happens? The seesaw flips to the other side because the brain doesn't like to sit in one spot too much, but it doesn't go to the middle. It goes to the other side of what we call indirect dopamine release. And get this, when we get indirect dopamine release, it feels good and it stays that way. Meaning we get that pleasure sensation, it doesn't go away as fast as it would have gone away if it was a direct dopamine release. You guys understand? Direct dopamine release, you feel good for 5 minutes, you engage in a sin, whatever it is, or whatever we engage in. Middle, now we're back to the other side. We're depressed or I'm feeling pain. On this end of it, you can do a little bit of effort, a little bit of pain initially, and guess what? You get this long, protracted sensation of pleasure. Can someone think of an example? Just one person tell me what's something we can do to initiate a little bit of effort or pain that will potentially lead to indirect dopamine release? Exercise, working out, good. Everybody knows. Thank you, sir. We'll do it at the end if you have questions. Everybody knows when you work out, right? I know you guys can tell I work out, right? It's obvious, right? But every time you work out, you can tell that after the workout, there's a sensation of like, I accomplished, I feel good. Anyone know what that feels like? Raise your hand. Anyone know what that runner's high is? Right? It's not a drug, right? But kind of it is. If you think of it from this perspective, when you run, right, you are inducing some pain. And then on the flip side, the brain says, alhamdulillah, you're going to feel good. What else? Woodworking, taking a walk in nature, in 80-degree weather. It's 7 degrees in Chicago right now. Okay. So I'm appreciating this, right? Taking a walk. I haven't taken a walk in a long time in Chicago, right? Putting in a hard days of work. Preparing breakfast for yourself or your kids in the morning, making the bed, something so simple. They've done studies that people who make their bed in the morning, it takes 45 seconds, right? For some of you, it may take 3 minutes because the bed's a little more messy. Right? Multiple blankets, weighted blankets. You got the what is it? They have like these pipes they pump in cold air. Yeah, right? All kinds of things now. All these gadgets now in our beds. Well, mashallah, last night you guys slept on the carpet, masjid floor. Mashallah. A lot more barakah on that sleep than you ever get at home in a sleep number bed, for sure. Okay, making the bed. They've done studies that people who make their beds in the morning are much more productive the rest of the day. Cascade effect, because you're feeling pleasure. You see this? Indirect dopamine. You're getting indirect dopamine. And what happens when you feel good? When you feel happy, you feel content, you feel happy, you feel a sense of joy. What do you do? You're going to do more things. You're more energetic. You're going to smile more. You're going to be more productive. Making the bed. We talked about that. Building something, right? We don't have to call TaskRabbit to build the furniture anymore. Build it ourselves, right? There's a sense of reward after that. Painting, drawing, deep breathing, exercise, talk about that. Learning any skill. And sports. Okay? That's why for kids, the sports are so helpful. So anyways, we'll get to this later. So anything that leads to a sense of accomplishment or what we call a productivity task. Has anyone heard what a productivity task would be? That's what making the bed is. Something very simple. But they say that if you make the bed, you'll add more productivity tasks for your day. You'll make the bed, then you'll brush your teeth properly, then you'll floss, then you'll wash your face right, you'll make wudu, then you'll go downstairs, you'll make some good breakfast, healthy breakfast, then you'll maybe engage in some errands, do what you have to do. So it's a cascade effect. So one of the aims of life is to find that indirect dopamine. Indirect dopamine, right? How else can you explain why someone gets up at 5:30 in the morning, comes to the Fajr? I mean, yes, we're told to do this, but from a biochemical standpoint, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created our brain such that if we follow the sunnah and we show up to the Masjid al-Fajr, how good do you feel when you're driving home from Fajr? Like, subhanAllah, right? My productivity task. Again, I'm not saying that we do these things for the sake of the psychological benefit. Na'udhu billah. We're not saying that. We're doing it for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But what we're saying is there is a benefit. The mechanism is already created in the brain to help us feel pleasure, right? So we're going to talk more about indirect dopamine a little bit later. I think the 7 o'clock session is the practical tips. We'll talk more about indirect dopamine, but keep this in the back of your mind. So hopefully so far, all this is making sense. Yeah, good. No one's sleeping yet, so that's good. Okay. All right, bismillah. So then I was going to do a little history lesson real quick. Okay. So in the 1950s, we were in the industrial age. Okay. This is a traditional industry based on commodities like coal, iron, steel. Okay. Then in the 1950s and 1990s, we hit what we call the information age or digital age. This was a shift from traditional industry, right? Which was again, based on commodities like coal, iron, steel, into the digital age, which is a commodity based on what? Based on our information, our data, right? Our data is the commodity, or was the commodity in 1950s and 1990s, late 1990s, right? Rather than copper or steel. Because our data has value since specific products can be sold to us, to each of us, by the way. Each of us has specific products that the capitalistic society wants to target. And so therefore our data becomes extremely important, right? This is a byproduct of capitalism. So then what happened now? Now we've entered the dopamine era. What is the dopamine era? The age of indulgence. We call it AKA the dopamine economy. Limbic capitalism. Limbic means the most basic part of our brains, the carnal parts of our brains. Compulsive overconsumption, the age of pleasure. So let me ask you guys this. How do you capture our personal data and sell it to advertising companies? You do it by capturing our attention, because attention is the commodity. Not copper, not steel, not data. Attention is now the commodity. How do you capture our attention? You capture our attention by appealing to our senses, right? How do you appeal to our senses? By stimulating direct dopamine on the right side of the seesaw. Simple. Some of the stuff I'm making, it does connect, don't worry, okay? Like, why are we talking about seesaws right now? Okay? But it all connects, because when we understand that it went from data to our attention, to our senses, and because they're targeting our senses, that means they're targeting the right side of the seesaw and the blue side we talked about earlier. We have to then understand that we have now become the commodity. SubhanAllah. Right? So by catching yours and my attention, and by bombarding our senses and stimulating the direct dopamine on the pleasure side of the seesaw, that's the ultimate currency. By catching our attention, they get a few pieces of data that they can now flip in the market for advertising revenue. And if you don't believe me, just drive down the highway. I can't even drive down. I don't know how it is here. I haven't driven to 20 highways yet. But I can't drive down 294 in Chicago without seeing a bunch of things trying to stimulate dopamine in my brain. You think these billboards are harmless? They're made, they're designed, they're curated for you and I to stimulate our senses, then stimulate our attention, therefore get our data, therefore capture the capitalistic vision, right? So if a company's, by the way, this is the entire ethos of the Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is not just a Silicon Valley anymore. Now it's in what? Houston? Dallas? Where is it? Right? Austin, sorry. Right? So these companies, this is their ethos. Ethos means, what is your driving principle, right? What drives you? If a company's bottom line increases by capturing our attention and therefore our data, to what limit will they go to capture our attention to get us to click, right? To increase our gaze time. You guys heard of gaze time? This is a marketing term where they measure the amount of time you're looking at the screen. If you don't think that your phones can do this, you're mistaken. But they know how much time you spent on that email, how much time you spent before you clicked on the link, whether they lost you or they didn't lose you. So that's called gaze time. So the answer is, there is no limit. There's no boundary that they will not cross to capture our attention. There's not a single boundary. And I want to make an assertion that even in this era, the advancements in Silicon Valley's ability to capture our attention is progressing. It's progressing every quarterly earnings report. Meaning they're not satisfied in like 2024, alhamdulillah, they're sitting in their office like, yeah, praise be to God, we have captured their attention, now we're satisfied. No. Every 3 months is a quarterly earnings report. They got to capture more attention. They got to show their stakeholders, right? The shareholders that, look, man, we're capturing more attention. It wasn't enough to get Zaid or Abu Bakr to look at my Amazon shopping list screen for 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Or it wasn't enough for him to hang out on a Nike website for 3 minutes. We need 7 minutes. So every 3 months, they're advancing themselves. Understand? They're trying to continue to find out new ways to bombard our senses, which is basically stimulating the direct dopamine, okay? It's so funny though. I mentioned that, right? That the ethos is to increase their bottom line. It's not to enhance our wellness. Let's understand that. These Silicon Valley companies are not invested in our wellness. But ironically, it's the same companies that cause these problems that start championing wellness seminars for their employees. SubhanAllah. Right? This is why the CEO of Netflix or the CEO of TikTok doesn't let his own kids on TikTok. This is why Microsoft C-level management material people do not even let their own children on these devices. And then they champion wellness seminars like, we're going to create wellness for you guys, or we care about your wellness. No. First of all, wellness came from the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. We don't need you to teach us wellness. Don't hijack this. Don't try to sabotage. Don't try to take over what we already have. Right? This is kind of gets me upset. We talk about the modern idea of wellness. It's not something they created. It's not something your company created or corporate America created. We already had this from the Sunnah. They're just taking a new label on it, packaging and calling it their own. So again, the bottom line is commodity was in the 50s was iron and steel. In the mid 1990s, in the mid 50s to 1990s was data. And now we're in the age of our attention is the commodity. The title of this retreat is what? Distractions to Direction. So these are all ways in which the entire industry of capitalism is designed to capture our attention and distract us, right? So we talked about this, already mentioned it. Now, with each passing decade, the pleasure side of the seesaw is stimulated more and more and more, what we call direct dopamine stimulators. I already talked about it a little bit. But what's interesting is though that we're getting new versions, stronger versions, and more available versions, okay? The overarching theme is that once you use this new version that is stronger and more available, the more pleasure you will feel, right? Each decade, we are moving towards an advancement of the type of drug that we see, okay? So I'll give you guys examples. They used to make 4 cigarettes per minute in the 60s, 70s. You could produce about, sorry, in the early 1900s, 4 cigarettes a minute. You know how many minutes cigarettes they can produce now? 20,000 per minute. 4 wasn't enough? You're telling me like, okay, I have a cigarette every couple of cigarettes a day, no worries, right? Fine. You could argue with me that, brother, this is okay. Fine. But then now we have people smoking 3 packs a day. That makes no sense. Why is it? New versions, stronger, more available, right? This is a theme. New versions, stronger and more available, okay? Oops, what about this? Cannabis. 1990, 1960s, right? To now, the same cannabis, it's naturally occurring. It's 10 times more potent than the cannabis in the 1960s. Again, new versions, more stronger, more available, because we want to stimulate that direct dopamine on the right side of that seesaw as much as humanly possible, right? Now it's available in cookies, cakes, brownies, gummy bears, blueberries, lozenges, oils, aromatics, everywhere, tinctures, everywhere. Just make it available. Give it to the masses, right? What about pharmaceutical grade medications? They used to be available by mouth, nasal sprays. Now you have patches IV. It has to go direct IV, right? We need direct access to this. SubhanAllah, right? Okay. Opium. The opium and morphine in 1805. The morphine was 10 times more potent than opium. Heroin was 3 times more potent than morphine. Oxycodone and hydromorphone, more potent than that. Then the last one we have now is fentanyl. 100 times more potent than morphine. SubhanAllah, this should really scare us. Again, it wasn't enough. So they just kept working, they kept moving, right? And by the way, side point here, opioid crisis, big deal, epidemic. 47, more people die in the States from opioid overdose than car accidents. And even in the Muslim community, this is a problem. I just don't want anyone to think that this is not happening in our community. Okay, in 2014, an average person would consume 112 pounds of potatoes per year. 112 pounds of potatoes, I know it sounds crazy, right? 112 pounds, right? How much of that 112 pounds of potatoes is processed versus not processed? 80 pounds is processed of the 112. Processed foods stimulate dopamine more than non-processed. Unprocessed, non-processed, okay? So that's just the rule of thumb. So that fresh, slice the potato, put it in the oven, have some French fries, versus get the French fries at McDonald's, or versus have chips, Frito-Lay chips. It's a completely different ballgame, different drug, different entity, right? We're talking about different grades, a lot more potency in the chips, right? In fact, it's funny, but Flaming Hot Cheetos, they did a study, not kidding. That Flaming Hot Cheetos release some degree of dopamine that's measurable in the brain. I mean, it's crazy. Why? You think Flaming Hot Cheetos are like benign? No. They put all these things in there to make sure that that blue side, the right side of the seesaw is stimulated, okay? Processed foods, right? Sugar, salt, fat is added to all of our foods. We have thousands of artificial flavors, not hundreds, thousands. Again, each artificial flavor is meant to enhance dopamine. Baskin-Robbins, all these ice cream places, we could have done fine with 5 flavors. We don't have 31, we have hundreds. 5 wasn't enough. This should scare us. Have you ever been to a grocery store and you have a hard time picking out just cheese? Like, I just want cheese, man. It's 17 types of cheese. I just want regular chocolate milk. There's 6 types of chocolate milk. I just want some butter, man. There's 9 types of butter. So this should scare us. I talked about this last night. In Chicago Sharif, there's 15 burger joints. There's decision fatigue. I don't even know where to go. Why do we need so many flavors? Why do we need so many types of chocolate milk, so many types of milk, so many types of butter, so much, just basic stuff, even just basic stuff, right? So this, we should start thinking, by the way, this right here is a list of all the ice cream flavors, not even exhaustive, but it's ridiculous. Chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, fine, throw some chocolate chips in there, would have been just fine. But subhanAllah, every year, every decade, they new flavors, new flavors, new flavors. Allahu Akbar, right? New versions, stronger, more available. Do you guys get that? So far we're good. Ice cream flavors, food, fries, talked about other things. Everything is much more available. It's stronger and there are new versions of it. So far, so good. We talked about this yesterday. I'm not going into too much detail, but there's all kinds of drugs out there. Because again, 2 drugs weren't enough. Heroin wasn't enough. Cocaine wasn't enough. So we had to find other ways. PCP, ecstasy, MDMA, LSD, hallucinogens, acid, barbiturates, keyboard sniffers, inhalers. The list goes on and on and on and on. Again, new versions, more available, more potent, right? All right. You guys remember the cars, the Ford Model T? Okay, forget the Ford Model T. You might say, brother, that's really old. Okay, fine. How about like Mazda 929 from 1990s? My dad had a Mazda 929. He drove that thing for 18 years. May Allah protect him. May Allah preserve my father. That's crazy. He drove the same car for 17 years. Do we even know what that concept is nowadays? Right? That car had one button, one knob, heater off on, AC off on. Maybe if there was an AC. But now we sit in a car, it's like a spaceship. Right? My dad got, after 17 years driving that car, he got a 2022, he got like a Lexus SUV for himself after treating himself, mashallah, driving the same car for so many years. He calls me one day, he goes, can you come over right now? I'm like, what's going on? I can't figure out how to turn on the car. Right? I pull up into the house and he's sitting there in the garage, lights are on. I can see him in the car like fiddling for an hour. He couldn't figure it out. Too much stimulation, right? Too many dopamine pathways trying to be targeted. I mean, the car is meant to get from point A to point B. Now they're showing you images on the screen. We have 3 screens. We have digital screens, OLED screens. What's happening, right? Again, it's not because they think that OLED screens are safer for us or because it'll get us to point A to point B faster. They just want to stimulate direct dopamine on the right side of the dopamine pathway. That's all they want to do, right? How about this? Who remembers this? If you remember, you're old, so don't date yourself, right? SubhanAllah. Pong. I remember when I got Pong in the 1994. Remember this. We went crazy. Me and my brother and my sister went nuts. Like, this is insane. I can't believe this is happening, right? Every morning I get up and like, I can't wait to play this thing. A few lines moving up and down the ball. That's it. That's all there was, right? It was 1D, no color, no details. Is it even 1D? Does that even make sense? I'm not even sure what that means, right? Now games are not just like 2D, 3D, they're 4D. You have to immerse yourself in it. You need as much dopamine release as possible. Look, this was releasing plenty of dopamine. Honestly, it was. And I would even argue that it's probably okay. Some hand-eye coordination, you have some fun with your cousin, fine. Alhamdulillah. Right? I would argue that this kind of game would not reverse you back to the other side. But I think some of the games today, when you play them long enough, I think they reverse you to the other side, where you get that reflex that the brain initiates. So we should start thinking, again, go back to this. New versions, stronger, more available. Am I establishing my thesis? This is my thesis statement. Am I making it clear? You guys agree? No one's disagreeing with me. Okay. Again, what happens? Going back to this. The more you consume, it gets to the point where it's no longer fixable. The reflex happens, and that's it. We enter sadness, we enter depression, we enter anxiety, right? And this is when I have kids tell me that I play video games for 2-3 hours a day, 4 or 5 hours on a weekend, and I can't do anything else. I'm not productive anymore. My classes, my grades are suffering. I'm not interacting. I'm not socializing. Because what's happening? You stimulate, fine. I give you this, that the games are entertaining. I give you this, that they're fine. But if you want to engage with them in a moderate way, so that you don't get too much dopamine release such that the reflex is enacted, okay? So far, I think I established the thesis. Now, I'm going to jump because we have a little bit of time. I think we have to should we stop at 2:10 Abdullah or 2:15? I think he's at 2:15, but we'll probably stop at 2:10. So, actually, you know what? We'll take an early break. Maybe we can do some questions right now. for a few minutes before we start the next one, because we are supposed to do refreshments. If there's no questions, then we'll just take an early break. G. I'm going to do question and answer for now until the break. Okay, yeah. Where's slide aside? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry, brother, go ahead. Yeah, related to this. If you keep the question related to this. Yeah. G. Correct. That's a good question. Okay. How do you conduct a halal business knowing that the impetus for every company is to establish and increase the bottom line, right? So I think that there is a way to create a model. Let's say, okay, what example can we give? For example, you want to open up a restaurant. Okay, it's fine. Open up a restaurant. That's not a big deal, right? Open up the restaurant. But then when you're incorporating ingredients into your restaurant, maybe throw in something that's less processed, right? Something that's less refined. For example, if you're going to have burgers, right, then maybe you don't offer really deep fried fries. Maybe you have baked fries, right? Or maybe do something else. But the point here is this, though. You can establish your business model. You're not responsible for other people walking in and how they're engaging their bodies, right? So if you want to make an unhealthy burger joint and that's what you want to run, that's fine, no problem. But you should at least make it a point. Maybe educate your customers. Okay, you know what? If you're ingesting 3-4 burgers a week, that's not good for you, right? Or maybe hold some wellness seminars or sponsor some wellness seminars. I'm sure it'd be nice for some company that's running a halal business to sponsor the food here, right? Or sponsor some expenses. So you can offset what you think you might be doing. Now, none of us, inshallah, are thinking about conducting a haram business, but any halal business is fine. What about a business in which you have to get customers to your website? That's fine. You engage in the typical marketing tactics, but there is a limit. There is a limit. Because if you look at Temu as a great example of something that I feel it violates me. And you should feel that way too. We should all feel like our peace and our serenity is being violated by these apps. When I never bought anything from Temu ever until I couldn't find this thing anywhere. So I had to go to Temu like 2 weeks ago. I did it. Bought something. Okay. From that point on, I'm getting 7, 9, 12 notifications per day on my phone. And I'm getting all these emails from my phone. And it's fixing it's working the algorithm like you need this. That's subhanAllah, I do need that. Right? But it's working a crazy algorithm. So if you have a business and you need to get customers, don't work the crazy algorithm, right? Make it simple, fine. You have a flyer, you have a special, you want to put that on your website, you have little QR codes in a masjid, hey, come to our website, no problem. But when you're invading someone's privacy, you're violating their homeostasis. Because we all have a and we're going to get into this later, but we all have a homeostasis. Like, we want our seesaw to be like here. So if I feel like I'm getting overstimulated, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go find some quiet. Right? If I feel like the notifications are coming too hard, turn that notification off. Right? And we're going to get into this later. But anyways, that's the answer to your question. I know it's a long-winded answer, but. Okay. Would playing video games a couple of hours a week as treating yourself while you're still working out and doing what you need to do, is that still healthy? Yeah, I don't think he's saying working out while playing video games. Okay. However, I will say this. One of the video game hacks, and a lot of the guys know this, a lot of the parents know this, is Wii, right? Nintendo Wii. Is that the one where you actually have to like Wii Sports, right? That's a little bit of a hack. So what you're doing is you're engaging your indirect dopamine pathway, right, through the physical exercise. But at the same time, fine, okay? But at least there's some physical movement. The body is exerting itself, right? And a lot of the doctors here can tell you better than I can all the health benefits that come from physical exercise and the endorphin release and so on. So to answer your question about video games, yes, I think personally, if you're an adult grown man with kids, sorry, man, please, like Moti Kamal said yesterday, we should be busying ourselves enough to the point where we don't have time for video games. There's no excuse, honestly. Fine. If you want to argue that you want to play video games as a grown man, adult with 3 kids and a job, and you're doing some stuff inshallah, you're seeking knowledge of everything on the side and you're doing some volunteer work, then how could you have time? But if you're a young guy, you're in college, not married, or you're in high school, even college, I'm a little bit hesitant. Okay, you should be busy enough, right? MashaAllah, you should be busy. But if you're going to engage in a high school level, the middle school level, then come up with a parameter and just stick to it. It's so simple. 1 hour, if you guys want me to quote the actual studies of American Academy of Pediatrics, you would not want to hear it, right? I think Moore mentioned it yesterday, right? They don't recommend video games at all, but if you're going to do it 25 minutes, 20 minutes, right? Haven't got past level 1 yet, 20 minutes. So realistically, practically speaking, I would say an hour on a weekend, Saturday, an hour on a Sunday, and maybe a half hour on a weekday. But I can't see any more than that. I can't. Because again, direct dopamine release. And you see with our kids, the kids who spend too much time on these devices, the direct dopamine, what happens when you take them off device? Here's a beautiful, fresh apple for you. Just picked it from the tree. Oh, I don't want it. I want the Oreos. Of course they want the Oreos. They want the refined processed sugar because the seesaws over here, they're so used to the dopamine switch being on the direct dopamine being so strong that the regular apple is not going to cut it. Right? Oh, yes. Perfect question. Planted question, I think. Can social media cause ADHD or inattention? Right? Let me put it this way. I'll make it even better for you. Forget social media. Engaging in this dunya, in this world, in the hyper-stimulated world that we live in, will 1000% cause ADD symptoms. I didn't say ADD diagnosis. Relax, take it easy. Come to my office afterwards. Alhamdulillah, I have 100 new customers now, 100 new patients. Business is booming, right? But you can develop ADD symptoms. And we all know what that feels like. Okay? Because if I'm telling you, if you spend the amount of time we spend on our devices and we allow all those notifications to come in, and we allow people to violate us by texting us after 11 p.m. and not having your smart focus mode on, then the brain is not going to be comfortable with just general quiet. It won't be comfortable anymore because it's so used to the seesaw being tipped on this side. It needs that now. And so when you're forced to focus and read something or focus on a task, what's happening is it's not stimulating. It requires some degree of focus and concentration. It's not like the textbook pages are jumping out at you. You know what's going to happen? Na'udhu billah. Na'udhu billah, may Allah protect us. In 10, 15 years, these books that kids read, it won't just be text on the page. It'll be text with like a flashing emoji around it, right? The whole page will be flashing so that kids can stay on back focus with it, right? SubhanAllah, the colors will be, the pages will be in different colors. The text will be in different colors because we couldn't read just black and white anymore. SubhanAllah, right? It's happening right now. I have people come to my office. I need testing accommodations. Why? I need a letter from you, doctor. Okay, why do you need a letter? I can't focus on what the lecturer is saying. I need pre-recorded lecture, I need transcribed notes, and I need a tutor to help me digest the 6 hours of lecture that I need to digest. SubhanAllah. So it's not social media that's going to cause ADD or inattention. It's everything we're engaging in outside of social media. WhatsApp, right? How many WhatsApp messages are we getting per day? Think about it. How many notifications? By the way, and we're going to get to this later tonight, but practical tip, turn notifications off. You go on WhatsApp on your time. You log in when you want to log into WhatsApp. Sorry, not logins. I'm not an old uncle. Log in, but log into. What I'm saying is when you open up the WhatsApp app, right? Don't do it when someone messages you. You do it when you want to. You dictate the terms. If someone's going to text you, put it away. You can check your text message every 7 hours. I don't have to hear about the guy, my boy just discovered a new milkshake at 1:20 p.m. in a workday. First of all, why are you how did you do this on a 1:20 on a weekday? First of all, how did you do that? Right, number one. Number two is fine, you discovered a new milkshake, but I don't need to hear about it at 1:20 p.m. in the afternoon. Right? When I have time, I'll log into my messages. I'll open up my message app. Sorry, not log in. I'll open a message app. I'll go on my WhatsApp and I'll find out what needs to happen, what's going on around the world. Right? SubhanAllah. So, Jazakallah, great questions. So we can go forever, but we're not. So we'll have a break, inshallah, and then we'll go for the next session after this, inshallah. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
No, it's not gonna happen. We try to be hopeful, yes, it's not.
235, 235.
Very good. So, first, we're talking all the realistic safety and all the sectors, and you can go over to the whole bunch of buildings, tell you if you're doing initiative, just to make sure. So let's give the sisters the service of all the sisters. I don't think there's that many right now. If all the sisters could go to the whole bunch of buildings, there are questions we've got there. And Charles brother to go, the secret for just a couple of months. I'll give you guys an answer by then.
I can do whatever they want. Not Jesus.
Yeah, but like respect data. It's different because I'm not stating, I'm asking you, yo, this is when you work. Yeah, I'm sure contract boy. The difference between that. Move the speakers back.
Inshallah, the brothers can go for the ball. And feel free to come back. It's working to be back as well as your mother. Brothers can go for questions. Please go for the questions.
Let's help people go for it. Next to all.
You got class. Oh wait, you're right. You're right. I wasn't saying I couldn't, it wouldn't be possible. Yeah. Actually, yeah.
I get it. That's yeah. I realize. Well, this is the other thing. That's very interesting. No, not the guy. It's it. Yeah, well, when you want me to, non-American now, bro, what is that? Not gonna work. No, what's this? Yeah. make sure I know when the section word comes. Oh, I can see. Is it good?
It's actually better on YouTube than it is on video. It's weird.
Naturally, because it's clip right.
It's already muffled there.
That's hard to.
But I couldn't tell if it was just him because he was too close, or if it's how many channels speaking our persons up about,
Yeah. No, this is our speakers. That's it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, these are all ours. So that's why we want to make sure.
Maybe he's too close.
But the thing is, when it goes too far, then each channel has.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's either muffled but clear, or muffled but loud, or not muffled but or clear but
okay. I mean, I don't know what you can do about it though.
Yeah, there's not really much we can.
This is the only mic we have.
That and we have that one, but this one's better anyway.
This one's better. Okay.
Did you grab refreshments?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you're about to pray. I just want to make sure to check. Or let me unmute on Streamlabs. Now what do I do?
Yeah.
Just press it once.
And
How
it's
do I
just-
know the
Hold
mute?
on. Hassan, you're on the mic. Yeah,
Is that
so,
selecting?
yeah, so this.
Oh, you gotta go
Now
all the way
it's BB. And then this is 1, 2. Once it's like,
Like, oh,
So, as the brothers are trickling in, we have some new, I think, new sisters that just came in. For brothers, you're just gonna get really upset, but we're gonna recap for the sisters that came, and there's some new faces as well. And then by the time everyone's settled in, we can start with a new topic. So just want to recap for anyone that wasn't here earlier. We talked about dopamine, and we talked about how, oops. We talked about how dopamine is a brain chemical which stimulates or is released when we experience something pleasurable, right? So again, this is the brain chemical we're talking about, dopamine, right? When released, it stimulates the right side of the seesaw, the pleasure side, and we get experience of pleasure. And anything that releases, any pleasurable experience that releases dopamine in our brain is essentially a drug. Not a drug in the sense that you think of illicit drugs, but just a drug that is drawing our attention. It's appealing to our senses, and it's stimulating dopamine, what we call direct dopamine. And we talked about what kinds of drugs those are, life events, processed sugar, cigarettes, hard drugs, things like that. Digital drugs, a big one, of course. So this is what happens when you get an experience that's pleasurable and direct dopamine is released. We talked about different gradients of things that are how much strength there is, how much dopamine is released with different kinds of activities. Of course, things that are more addictive, things that are more processed, the things that are more manufactured, the things that are more designed are going to release much more dopamine than your average naturally occurring things. So everything in the digital world is designed and manufactured, so therefore it's a digital drug. And we talked about how a pleasurable experience releases dopamine like this, but that the brain does not like to be tipped over on one side too long. That's the rule. The rule is the reflex, the brain kicks in when any side, whether it's the pain side or the pleasure side, is tipped over too long, the brain doesn't like it. It doesn't bring it back to middle equilibrium. No, that's not what happens. The brain creates what we call a come down and crash. Okay, and there are actually neurotransmitters that are released that create this depression, this come down. Okay, so this is what's called direct dopamine release. You get some kind of direct pleasure from a direct dopamine stimulator. Instead of going back to your normal equilibrium, you're now on the pain side tipped down a little bit. Okay, so anyone new that hasn't heard. We're going to talk about direct dopamine stimulators. We talk about how at some point, if you stimulate the pleasure side too long, the seesaw will flip over so much so on the pain side that's almost irreversible. Of course, it is reversible, but it needs treatment. Okay. Now we have something called indirect dopamine, which is you stimulate pain first, or you make some effort first, and then the counter is that you experience a natural indirect dopamine release in your brain, which is much more long-standing. It stays. It's not something that immediately goes away. Whereas if you stimulate the dopamine on this side, the pleasure side, it quickly dissipates. Versus if you stimulate dopamine from the indirect pathway, meaning you do some effort, you work out, you read a book, you make your bed. The reflex, remember the brain doesn't like to be tipped over to one side. The reflex then creates a pleasure which is much more long-standing. And that's another word to put this might be contentment. We might describe this as contentment. Or in other modern psychology, you hear this being called flow. You just feel good, you feel solid, you feel like I'm chilling, right? I'm chilling right now. That's how that feeling is. But you have to put some effort in. And we talked about some of those things that we can do to put those efforts in. Taking a walk, working out, making something, building something, painting something, learning a skill, right? Sports, training for sports, right? All these things release indirect dopamine, which is healthy. Then we went through the different ages, and we talked about in the 50s, the commodity was coal, steel, copper. In the 1950s, 1990s, the commodity was our data. And now in the 1990s, current time, the commodity is our, guys, attention, don't much to slow down. University of Florida kids are doing something positive. Everyone's much so good. So you guys are learning, alhamdulillah. So we're in the dopamine era now, okay? And other ways to call this age of indulgence, dopamine economy, age of consumption. We talk about how the entire capitalistic structure is designed to capture our attention, capture our senses, which therefore means they capture our attention, which therefore means they get our data, which therefore means that they increase their bottom line. Okay? And like I said, everywhere we interact with, whether we go to a store, whether we drive down the highway, we see billboards, whether we're checking our phone, whether we're, even honestly, something simple as going to a library. Even the library, the public library is still trying to gather your attention, draw your attention to certain parts of it, digital sections of the library. Why do we need to go watch a movie at the library? Does it make any sense? Why are we selling video games? Why are we having video games? Like at the first stall you walk in, there's like a huge rack of video games. I thought the library was a place to get Indirect, right? Anyways, so I'm just telling you it's everywhere. If you don't believe me, just look around, you'll find that you evaluate and say dopamine stimulation is everywhere. Everyone is trying to capture our attention. And I said a little earlier that we should be very selfish with who we allow into our senses, who we allow to capture, who we give the rights to capture my sense. I don't give everyone the right to capture my senses. My wife, my kids, they get to capture my senses. My teacher, my imam, the kids at the youth group that you're helping out, yes, they should be able to capture our senses, capture our attention. Outside of that, there are very few things we should be giving them our real estate. Like, I'm not letting you invest, take my attention and take it for yourself. So we should be very self-critical. We talk about how in each passing decade, there are new versions and stronger versions and more available versions of every type of drug out that we discussed. So we talk about how the overarching theme is that with every new innovation, quote unquote progress, right? It's not progress. Let's not get it twisted. This is not progress, right? This technological revolution, it just only drowns us. But anyways, the point is new versions and stronger versions and more available versions of all of these things are only designed to stimulate the right side of the seesaw even more. Honestly, they want to just make it, if they could make it perpendicular, they would. The goal is to push that seesaw down as hard as you can on the right side, the pleasure side, okay? And like I said, each decade we're seeing advancement. We discussed quickly cigarettes, more potent than they were in yesteryear. Cannabis, way more potent than it was in the 1960s. Talked about opium, how fentanyl is 100 times more potent than morphine. So every year, every decade, the need to stimulate the direct dopamine pathway is even more. For the people that just joined, I hope this is making sense. I'm going to it quickly. We talked about how foods have artificial flavors, artificial sweeteners, artificial processed food. These things are designed to stimulate more dopamine than your average freshly picked potato that you cut and you bake in the oven. Okay? Chips, we talked about that. Candy, all these things are just filled with all these direct dopamine stimulators. We talked about how there's too many ice cream flavors. Separate conversation. Right? We talk about all the variety of drugs that are out there. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us. Hopefully none of us are exposed to any of these. Say Ameen. Okay? But there's too many to name. Honestly, this is not even an exhaustive list. It gives me it's exhausting to see patients. Like, what new thing are you using now? I thought we dealt with this already. We put away the alcohol. We put away the cigarettes. What is this? Synthetic cannabis? What is that? Bath salts? Wait, now you're sniffing the keyboard spray? SubhanAllah, right? Again, so much direct dopamine that the seesaw goes this way, and now you need more and more and more to even bring the seesaw back to the pleasure side. We talked about how cars have innovated. I guess you call it innovation, but it's really regression. But things are becoming much more stimulating, even simple cars. We talked about how this is a favorite game of all of ours. Which none of us could probably play anymore because not direct dopamine stimulating enough. Not enough direct dopamine coming from this game. It's just not. Okay? Is the audio okay? So we talked about the more you consume, again, same thing, too much pleasure, then the brain initiates the reflex, you get pain. Okay? Then we had nice samosa and shawarma wraps. MashaAllah. Hopefully not too much. Just enough to satiate, a couple of units of dopamine, right? They had Cape Cod chips. Better than some of the other options. So less processed, I guess. But alhamdulillah, homemade, what I understand. Food was delicious, alhamdulillah. And just a side point. When we start we eat food like this and we don't want the wrong pathway to be stimulated, what's a simple thing we can do? Say Bismillah wa la barakatuh, right? You start something like that with the barakah of the sunnah. I promise you, it's very unlikely that thing will, in an unhinged way, stimulate your direct dopamine path. If you have a tub of ice cream, it's probably problematic. I'm not sure if that's going to help you, right? But Bismillah, when you finish your food, alhamdulillah, these things initiate barakah. And even if the thing is the direct dopamine stimulator, maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can work in mysterious ways. He can maybe not allow that to affect us. Okay? All right, so we talked about digital drugs. So we talked about it earlier. We talked about drugs generally. Now we're getting to digital drugs. Again, new versions, stronger, more available. Okay? Smartphone. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. And for the guys that were here yesterday, it's fine, a little bit of repeat for people that are new. Digital drugs. Did the advancement of technology in the tech space really lead to progress for us as humanity? I would argue no. Did the laptop and a portable computer help us become more productive? Yes. But did it create more windows for our attention to be bombarded with? Yes. The flat screen, when it first came out, is just really a smaller package for the drug. Okay? Because before we have those big TVs, you guys remember those big old TVs? 20, 30 pounds, you have to lug it around, heavier on one side, so you're like, you know. And that was a drug. Sorry, that was a drug dealer, put it that way. And that drug dealer, to bring it into your house, you couldn't even fit it on your mantle. You had to put it downstairs, put it on a dresser or something like that, right? Some kind of vanity. When they made that thing flat screen, all they did was made it easy for the drug dealer to be accessible to us. Then when they took that flat screen and made it into a phone this big, right? Who remembers like the Nokia, the Motorola Razr? You remember those? This big. That was the beginning of the drug dealer being more omnipresent in our lives. The drug dealer is the phone. The drug is the apps and notifications and pings, alerts, because they all stimulate direct dopamine, right? So all these advancements are literally just making the drug dealer become much more accessible to us. Now, instead of having to come home or going into the family room to engage with a direct dopamine stimulator, just pull out your phone in the bathroom. Right? I don't even need to leave the bathroom. Right? I can engage in direct dopamine while I'm relieving myself. Ajib, right? So the drug dealer, which is the smartphone, is living with us. It sleeps with us. It wakes up with us. It's with us when we're using the restroom. It's with us when we're with our loved ones. It's with us when we're with our kids. He's with us, he or she, I should say, it should be, you know, genderism nowadays, you can't say that. But, you know, this drug dealer is present every single place in our lives, in the places where it shouldn't be present. In sujood, it's present. In the most sanctified of moments with our creator, the drug dealer sitting in our phones, buzzing, right? And like I said, the drug itself is the entire app store, all the apps, all the notifications, all the messages, the pings, so on and so forth. Every notification is a quick, small dopamine hit. But these hits add up and become significant over a 24-hour period. So research from the University of Michigan, right? Not University of Florida Gainesville, sorry guys. I don't think they had anything useful come out last time. No, I'm just kidding. No, mashallah. But research from the University of Michigan Medicine reveals that teenagers receive about 240 notifications per day. Someone do the math. 240 divided by 24. 10. Mashallah, University of Florida Gainesville. Mashallah. I actually think this is more for anyone who's on WhatsApp. Because we Muslims in Indo-Pak and Middle Eastern folks, we are really big on WhatsApp. You look at the non-Muslims, they don't actually engage in WhatsApp as much as we do. So I would argue let's increase this number to like 400. Easily. Easily. Right? Because we're in a Khandan group, extended cousins group, you got this cousin group, you got that guy group, you got this group. So I would argue this number is much lower. So how can you function with 400 dopamine hits per day? Tell me, does it not feel good when you wake up? Oh, I got a text message from somebody. You don't even know who it is. Just, oh, I got a text. A direct text, not a group text, fine, you're not, a direct text message from someone, right? Love it, really? Okay. So, anyways, every ping notification that dopamine hit, we talked about how, so this is funny. We took the drug dealer, it was in our pocket, fine? You can argue with me that fine, you're the institute, the drug dealer is gonna be buzzing in your pocket, you can't pick up and look at it, the drug dealer's message to you. What about when you put that drug dealer on your wrist? So, the smartwatch should really make us think again, what are we doing? Why? Now when I'm institute, I can even see it from my peripheral vision. Right, the drug is being delivered in real time. Like I told you guys before the break, if someone wants to tell me that they've discovered the newest milkshake, I will find out about that on my terms. You will not bother me at 7 p.m. at night when I'm with my kids. I'll log in when I want to. But if it's on your phone, if it's on your wrist, you're having a nice quality time with your son, and all of a sudden, you know, oh, okay, oh wow, strawberry, coconut milkshake, right? It doesn't make sense. So we should start thinking about that. I'm not saying, throw away your smartwatches, but maybe we limit the notifications on our smartwatches and we allow it to really function for what it's supposed to do. What was it supposed to do again? I forgot. Tell time? Okay, my bad. Wasn't sure what the smartwatch was for. Was it to tell time? Or was it like a secondary, tertiary feature, right? Social media. Who remembers Zynga? If you know Zynga, oh, mashallah, my brother right here. Born in the 70s, right? My guy right there, mashallah. Who remembers Zynga? You guys know what Zynga is? Zynga was the original social media. You know what it was? It was a simple web page. One web page with someone's thoughts written down in text, right? It's an ancient relic, right? The earliest form of a modern day blog. The blog was a simple page with some simple text, maybe a picture here and there. There was no need for a monitor with a high refresh rate because there was nothing to refresh. There was nothing to refresh. It was just text. Someone's random thoughts. Maybe a few clickbait ads. 2 or 3 hyperlinks on the entire page. You guys know that exists, right? Or did exist. 2 or 3 hyperlinks in the entire page. Less than 30 hertz refresh rate would have been just fine. Right? Today we have TikTok. None of you guys know about that, of course. There's 14 moving images with 19 hyperlinks and multiple videos coming at you. It's like the Voyager from Star Trek. It's hyperspeed. It doesn't make any sense. If you're going to argue with me that you want to engage with social media, then okay, if we're going to read about someone's thoughts, okay, if we're going to read someone's thoughts, those thoughts better be worthy more than the thoughts of the Prophet ﷺ. Those thoughts better be more worthy than the words of the Prophet ﷺ. They better be more worthy than the words of the Quran. So if you want to argue with me that you want to engage in social media and read someone, random person's thoughts, fine, read their thoughts. But when you read their thoughts and there's 19 hyperlinks on the same page, and there's 17 clickbait ads on the same page, and inappropriate images coming on the same page, and there's Allahu Alam what hyperspeed stimulation is happening, direct dopamine, then you can't argue with me that type of engagement makes any sense. That even if that person's learned and their thoughts are valuable, they become drowned out by the direct dopamine stimulation. Right? And every iteration of social media gets more and more engaging to garner further attention. TikTok was banned for multiple reasons, but one of the reasons it was banned was because the algorithm was too good. Because it knew, it was like Shaitan went on complete pause, like, okay, I'm resting now. I set the algorithm on go, put the switch on, and now it's going to discover, it knows what you want to sit with before you even know you want to sit. This is not direct dopamine stimulation. It's not that, I don't know what is. Every pixel on these platforms, I said this yesterday and I'll say it again. Every pixel on these platforms is deliberately crafted. It's not designed, it's crafted. You know why crafted is a better word? Because it denotes that there's a craftsman behind it, whose sole purpose is to sit there and design the buttons and hyperlinks with particular colors, particular textures, particular gradients, particular color schemes to capture our senses, to capture our attention, and therefore stimulate direct dopamine. Right? These are ways to stimulate direct dopamine. We talked about, okay, yeah, so we discussed this a little already. Clickbait. on Facebook's feeds. It's relationship dopamine. We all know. This is specifically curated and well thought out material to make sure you click. To make sure we click. What's a YouTube algorithm? This is like, honestly, this is a gourmet drug. But you know what's different in this situation? It's not like they made a designer drug and they sell it to the masses. This is like a lab coming to your house, meeting with you and saying, hey, brother, Zaid, we will design a drug for you and you alone. Imagine that kind of power. To make the lab who's making designer drugs, fine, they make it for 100,000 people. That's one thing. There's one thing for the lab to come to your house, the rep from the lab comes to your house, meets with you and says, brother Zaid, which kind of drug can I make for you? Would that not make us fearful? And you guys think that there's not someone out there that's thinking, what does Zaid need to see? How can I stimulate direct dopamine in Zaid so that he can have the reflex again, so he can be depressed afterwards? It's a specific concoction to meet our specific addiction vulnerabilities. Like I said, they know what we are vulnerable with before we even know it. And so they'll show you that YouTube image or that YouTube video after you're not even done watching the first one. They'll say, watch these are suggested videos. You're like, wow, I didn't even know I wanted to watch this. And that piques my interest. And that makes me have illicit thoughts and billah, right? We talked about image pollution yesterday for the brothers that weren't here and the sisters that weren't here yesterday. I just gave the example of not being able to clean out your car ever. Eventually it'll become unmanageable, unusable. This is image pollution. Because in one sitting, we will expose ourselves to more images, more haram images, more illicit images than the Sahabi did in one entire lifetime. In one 5-minute window, we can expose ourselves to more images of the same gender, the opposite gender, materialistic goods, items that we don't need, things that we shouldn't see, things that we shouldn't hear. In one 10-minute window, we can expose ourselves to more than a Sahabi would have experienced in an entire life. This should scare us, it should make us shiver. So when we flip through TV channels, that's not a mundane exercise. It's not a mundane exercise when we're flipping through channels. Well, I'm just trying to figure out what I need to watch. I would argue that if you're gonna watch TV, go in there with an intention first. If you're gonna open up YouTube, go in there and say, I know what I want to watch before YouTube tells me what I'm gonna watch. Have a plan. We talked about this earlier. I'm not letting people come into my personal space. You're not gonna infringe my rights by imposing your messages on me, notifications on me whenever I don't want them. I have my protected time. It's the same way. Don't let YouTube, some Silicon Valley executive or some Silicon Valley worker, software engineer, tell you what you're going to watch before you hop on that app. I mean, don't hop on it to begin with. That's a whole conversation. Okay, right here, I was talking about the social media buttons. Look at these buttons. Like, this is a Facebook feed. Every button on your social media feeds, every scroll, every like is carefully engineered. Every button is designed to make you click. And if you look at this like button, the thumbs up with the blue, that's been studied by psychologists. And Facebook took iteration after iteration after. They didn't just make a like button in 2005 and say, alhamdulillah, we're good now. All praise be to God, we've invented Facebook, we're good. We're gonna get them to like. No, they keep iterating it. Remember, look at the title on the top of the slide. New versions, stronger, more available. That's the ethos of Silicon Valley. Every decade, they're going to keep doing this. So the like button will not look the same in 2 years. Forget it. It won't even look the same in 3 years, in 3 months. Because they know, okay, how can we, the population is sick of this like button. Let's iterate it a little bit. Let's add a little bit of a gradient. Let's add a little bit of a color. That's what we're going to make them click now, right? Who remembers You Got Mail? Again, all the guys born in the 70s, 80s are, yeah, I remember that. You've Got Mail, remember that? That was the first sort of initial iteration of like, oh, I'm gonna get excited to get an email. Right? So what this is essentially, when they give you a like button, when they give you a thing to click on, it's a preloaded syringe for the drug. They don't even want you to spend so much effort as to inject it. To put it in the syringe. The drug is already in the syringe. They're just saying, brother, just press it. Simple. We're not gonna make it very easy for you, right? You know what? You don't have to type out how you're feeling. Just click the emoji button. It's too much effort to describe your feeling state. It's too much effort to be emotionally intelligent. Just take this emoji will take care of all of your experience. It's a preloaded syringe, right? Usually when you read a book, I'm showing this slide for a reason. When you read a book, eventually you get to the last page. You have to stop, right? What happens when you reach the last page of a book? What happens? Just close the book, right? Go on to life, move on to things, right? Spend time with your family, your kids, your wife. But these speeds, they never finish. Have you guys noticed that? Scroll, 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 scroll. You keep going down. Again, we'll get into this later, but this isn't endless. The brain doesn't know when to stop, when this happens, okay? It talks about, I just want to mention a couple things about social media. Everyone's doing it, no problem, and normalize it. So everyone's doing it, no problem, everyone's addicted, I can do it too. That's a problem. Okay? FOMO, I have to talk more about this, you guys know exactly what this is. The amount of damage it does to our kids. I contend that in 10 years, we're gonna look back and we're gonna create new disorders that stem from this. Because in no time in human history has a child, a teenager ever felt that they were missing out more than today. Because in the 90s, if my cousin had a birthday party and didn't invite me, I may not have found out about it. And I would have been just fine. And my khushu, my salah would have been intact. But today I found out about it while the party's happening. So what's gonna happen when you're praying salah? Subhanallah, he didn't invite me. I'm not included. Low self-worth, low self-esteem. These are all offshoots of social media, but we can talk about them forever. We're not going to. But a controlled study of 25-year-olds in 2018 showed that they were checking in 71 times a day on their friends' activity to see what was going on. This was 20 times more than a year prior. So every year it's just increasing. We're focusing our attention on what our peers are doing rather than focusing our attention on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We're focusing our attention more on what's happening outside and what the parties and festivities that are going on, rather than focusing on the khushu in our salah. Or spending time in ibadah, right? Viral videos. It's another way to stimulate dopamine, right? It's like a new drug. A viral video is like a new drug hit the market and simultaneously became available to 50 million people. Tell me when they ever could have made heroin in the 70s, 80s, 90s, even today. If they made a new brand, a new strand of heroin, new creation of heroin, could they make that immediately available to 50 million people? They couldn't. But we can do that right now with a viral video. And if you think about it, it's a logistical feat to do that. Right? If you told someone in the 1800s that we're going to disseminate a drug to 50 million people at once, they'd be like, you're crazy. By the way, viral videos last for how long? 1 week, 2 weeks? They don't leave you with a meaningful message. Do they? The only message that is viral and persists throughout time is the viral message of our beloved Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is viral. Don't talk to me about viral videos. I don't want to hear about what this new kid is doing, some new way that he's invented to embarrass himself. Mr. Beast. What is this? I mean, just a new way to like create some permutations of embarrassing himself or drawing attention to some obscene way, making other human beings do some weird antics and behaviors so that they can take that and be like, that's the message, that's the risala that we're focusing on. When the risala that was the only thing that was viral was the message of the Prophet. We talked about pornography yesterday. Quickly, streaming services, one wasn't enough. Netflix wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for the human race to survive. Now we have Hulu, Amazon, Disney, HBO Max, Sling, Tubi, Discovery Plus, Peacock. One wasn't enough. Again, new versions, stronger, more available. Literally any genre you want. You have to wait. Mufti Kamal mentioned this yesterday. You have to wait, or someone else mentioned it. You have to wait 6 days and 23 and a half hours for the next episode when I was growing up. Now, Netflix will start the next episode before the first one stops. You know that bar? That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, here's a preloaded syringe. We're going to start the next video before you even get a chance to look away. Right? And what is binge watching? We talked about this, some of this talked about. It's indulging. It's binging. You know where the word binge comes from? It's originated in the notion of drug binging, like alcohol binges. And we used to reference these words with shame. Like, oh, you know, a patient would tell me, I binged on alcohol this week. I feel really bad. Now we wear it like a badge of honor. Alhamdulillah, I was able to binge watch 3 seasons this week. I'm caught up. What does that mean, you're caught up? So you binge watch, and now we're not even shy to say that we're binging something. Because binging came from the connotation came from drugs, right? We talked about picture quality yesterday. We talked about how we're engaging in the sins in OLED. It's not okay to engage them in HD. Now we have to engage the sin in OLED, and that is just a purified form of the drug. That's like a very clearly purified, clean strain of coke that we're snorting, but it's OLED. Shopping, we talked about, so I'm not gonna go into too much detail there. And because I have to end it now. I'm gonna end on a few on news, and we're gonna stop it there. News is a direct dopamine enterprise. News is a direct dopamine enterprise. It's designed to addict us. In the 70s, 80s, there used to be local news once a day. Newspaper could only fit so much. There was a finite space on a piece of paper. You can't print on air, right? Can't print on air. So a newspaper comes out, there's a finite amount of space, you put news on there. It would get delivered to your house. If the paper boy didn't make it, you were out of luck. No news for you that day. Now we have a 24/7 news cycle. That's like having the paper boy come to your house 4 times a day to deliver a newspaper. Which one of us would look at that paper boy and be like, thank you, Jazakallah khair, for coming for the 4th time today? The poor kid would be, you're right, it doesn't make any logical sense. Would we want the paper boy to come to our house 4 times a day, 6 times a day, 9 times a day? We'd be like, hey, brother, go home, it's okay. I got the news I needed, right? SubhanAllah. And it's not one mainstream news channel, we're following dozens. News comes from the Latin word nova, which means new things. But there's nothing new about the news. It's the same news recycled over and over. It's entertainment tonight, right? They aren't reporting the same stories presented over and over. You know why they present the same stories over and over again? Because they know that these are the 4 or 5 stories that the algorithm likes. They know that they will capture our attention the most. And they aren't reporting to us news about good things that happen. It's all sensationalized. It's all catastrophic. It's all apocalyptic. Right? So one thing I'm going to say here on Designer Face is that if you look at Instagram influencers, okay, quote unquote, stop a lot. I don't like to use the word influencer. Because honestly, again, the only influencer in our life should be the Prophet. This is a misnomer. It's something we should really think about, and we throw out words like that. Anyway, I have to because we're presenting this. But do you know what percentage of Instagram influencers use Facetune? Who knows what Facetune is? Don't raise your hand if you do. This is not something you want to admit to. Facetune is a way that after you take an image, you can modify your face. You can modify your face to what? Take away the blemishes. Fix your nose if it's a little crooked. If Allah SWT made your nose crooked, be it. Let it be. What percentage of Instagram influencers use Facetune? 95%. So you tell me what we're consuming. We're not consuming some natural. If someone says to me, okay, I like to look at beautiful things, let's look at beautiful things. Let's go to the mountain ranges and look at, we'll talk about it at 7 p.m. Inshallah, we'll talk about nature and some things, how to combat this. Let's look at beautiful things. But don't tell me that you're looking at beautiful things online when it's not even real. It's not a real beautiful thing. It's a fake beautiful thing. Right? So you can argue like, okay, I like looking at beautiful things and find beautiful things that occur naturally in nature. Right? We talk about news, talk about shopping. I just want to say this. I had a patient of mine who bought 20 types of tissue rolls in a 2-week span. Because they needed tissue rolls? No, not because of COVID apocalypse. Because they became addicted to the cycle of clicking, the acceptance of the click, the orders arriving. This cycle became addictive. Shopping is a big one. Mufti Kamal mentioned it yesterday. We could talk for another hour about it, but I'm not going to, obviously. And the last thing was Meta. Yeah. So Meta. This should really scare us. We couldn't manufacture enough drugs in this world. So now we are creating another world to manufacture fake drugs in that new world. Ajib. Ajib. Like The drugs of this world, the digital drugs, they couldn't even figure, they're like, no, we can't get these guys to click anymore. You know what? Forget it. Let's just put them in the world, a new world altogether, where they can now click on fake, surreal, improbable things. Very ajib. So that's like the analogy there would be like you have the drug dealer in your house, but now you're like going into the drug dealer's home and living with him. Forget it. It wasn't enough that you just provided things to me. Now I'm going to come live with you, so I have direct access. Very ajib. So we're going to end it here, and inshallah, it's not all doom and gloom, because we're going to talk about solutions. That's in the 7 o'clock talk. Inshallah, all the scholars here will also mention solutions. We'll also mention some beautiful things. The idea here is to understand the environment we live in. If we don't know the enemy, if we don't try to understand the enemy, we're going to have a hard time battling the enemy. Right? And the more we know the enemy, the less likely we are to end up in this state, which is that we're completely bombarded. We end up in a significant depression cycle that we talked about. The more you consume, the more it can consume you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us from the ills of this new age, of the digital age that we live in. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to be cognizant of Him and cognizant of His Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. May Allah be pleased with Him. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to refocus our attention, to understand the enemy, understand the direct dopamine stimulation that's occurring, and find ways to establish normalcy in our lives so that we can become productive Muslims. Wa akhiru da'wana and alhamdulillah.
Inshallah, the discussion will continue. We'll have a Q&A with Dr. Joel Pervez, Sheikh Jamaluddin Ahmed, and Sheikh Omar Husseini. But just before that, inshallah, we'll have a 5-minute nasheed break. So I'll call upon Hafiz Imran Rahman. I do want to announce, if you have not been able to register just yet, we do request that you do so. So the women's registration is in that side hall over there, and the side hall, inshallah. So if anyone, it will take 2 minutes. You just have to scan the QR code, and then you can go back to your seat. For the brothers, inshallah, the Kufah registration is back there. It just helps with logistics and numbers, inshallah, for next time as well. So if everyone wants to take a 2-minute stretch break, because we do have to change up the speaker. So in 2 minutes, we'll start the machine.
Hey, Nick, tell Fudge to go upstairs, guys. Upstairs, guys.
Inshallah, brothers want to take a seat. We'll start over with the machine. So we just want to slowly start to get seated.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Also, just because you got up from the start, then we start sitting in the back, please come up if possible. Please sit up, Jazakallah khair. Jazakallah khair. Sorry about that.
We have about a good 5 minutes, inshallah. So I'll just go ahead and we'll do one issue that you guys all should know. You know, you can join ahead during the course, inshallah. I'm sure many of you will know it. It's fine. You can play around with it. وأجمل منك لم ترى قط عين وأطيب منك لم تلد النساء خلقت مبرأ من كل عين كأنك قد خلقت كما تشاء قمر قمر سيدنا النبي قمر وجميل وجميل سيدنا النبي وجميل قمر قمر سيدنا النبي قمرنا الله وجميل وجميل سيدنا النبي وجميل وكف المصطفى كالورد نادي الله الله وعطر يبقى إذا مست أيادي الله الله وكف المصطفى كالورد نادي الله الله وعطر يبقى إذا مست أيادي الله الله وعم نوالها كل العباد وعم نوالها كل العباد وعم نوالها كل العباد حبيب الله يا خير البرايا قمر قمر سيدنا النبي قمر وجميل وجميل سيدنا النبي وجميل ولا ظل له بل كان نورا الله الله تنال الشمس منه والبدور الله ولا ظل له بل كان نورا الله الله تنال الشمس منه والبدور الله الله ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا وكل الكون أنار بنور طه قمر سيدنا النبي قمر وجميل وجميل سيدنا النبي وجميل. الله خير.
Takbir, takbir, takbir. Like we're here after the Quran, and Allah said to me, may Allah increase us all in love and mahabbah for our beloved Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Inshallah, we'll start off with the Q&A panel now. So I'd like to call upon Sheikh Arman Hussein, Sheikh Kamaluddin Ahmed, and Dr. Jawad Pervez to join me out here. Inshallah, we'll have a Q&A. We'll use the same slide link that we just used a few moments prior. And then just to ensure that both sides can participate, we won't be taking any crowd questions. So if anyone raises their hand, generally we will opt towards the lead slide on instead, just to ensure that both sides feel equally involved. So any questions you may have, please do consult the slide. If there's a question that you do also want to ask and you see it, instead of asking it again, inshallah, you can just like the question and it will go up, inshallah, on my radar, inshallah. Slido is open, so feel free to scan the QR code or just go to slido.com and then put in this 8-digit code. The code is 27676967. Try again, 27676967. Again, we will paraphrase questions that are on topic. So any questions that are on topic, inshallah, please feel free to reverse to us afterwards and ask you questions. The first question is how can we use dopamine to increase our focus on studying or your exams? And the question is how can we use dopamine to increase our focus on studying or your exams?
I think the question is, how do we reset the seesaw? Right? 'Cause if right now the seesaw is on the other side, right? We've had too much direct dopamine stimulating activities, and now we're experiencing a numbness, a depression, a feeling out of sorts, not feeling productive, have malaise. You know, it's achieve like there's one question that I ask in my clinic. I've been in practice for over 10 years, 11 years, whatever it is. There's one question that I can count on my one hand that I've gotten a no to. All right, basically that I say, how is your energy? And 99.99999% of people that answer that question say, I don't have enough energy. I feel malaise, I feel tired. So what that's saying is that the seesaw is flipped to the other side. We have too much direct dopamine stimulation, so now we're a little bit on that malaise side, that fatigue, apathy side. So if we're having trouble with ibadah, we're having trouble with studying, I'll focus on studying, because, mashallah, the shoe can address studying. From a studying standpoint, it's hard to stay focused on something if we're so used to being directly stimulated. How many of you guys are studying? I can see for myself, studying, reading something, and just honestly, reflexively, like just pick up the phone, any messages, any notifications? Did my buddy discover a new burger? Any milkshake yet? Right? It's deep, like you're reading, you're like deep in the Krebs cycle, and all of a sudden, like, what? Right? So, in order to study, in order to be able to be effective, like we talked about earlier, inattention is a symptom of direct dopamine stimulation. ADD is a symptom of being too much stimulated on the direct dopamine side. So I was telling a brother in the break that all you have to do is find quiet time. Reset the seesaw by not stimulating direct dopamine. What that means is just sit in a room and stare at the wall for 5 minutes. When's the last time any of us can say we have 5 minutes in quiet solitude without any devices, just sitting at the wall? Right? Mashallah, one brother. One more than I ever had, right? So, because if you do this, then the seesaw starts to reset, and then the concentration becomes much easier. I would contend that the studying becomes easier. The ulama can address from the ibadah perspective. I think it creates a clearer mind. I think it creates less distractibility in the brain. And so when you're less distracted by these direct dopamine stimulating things, then you can focus on shul and the things that matter.
So, I mean, some of these things that you just talked about, I think it's a good segue to the fact that some of these things already exist. Like you have natural reset, like you're not supposed to just, Malcolm, I'll give a very good example, like you're watching the game and then you just go into prayer, you're gonna think about the match, you're gonna think about prayer. That's where you arrive early to prayer. And if you arrive early to prayer, like nothing's going on, right? It's actually what JP just talked about. There's like literally, it's like staring at a blank wall, and you don't have a choice. You can't make noise. You don't, I mean, if you have your phone, I guess you could pick up your phone. People never generally feel shy to do that. So it's it's sort of amazing how some of these things are inbuilt in the theme. I think without going into the dopamine aspect about it, but maybe just addressing the pleasurable aspect about it, there's, I think, one general principle I'd like to put out there, and is that there's different types of pleasure. And there's a hierarchy of pleasures, at least in my mind. And I would say that the lowest types of pleasures are the carnal pleasures, right? Like a good burger, or intimacy, or some things of this sort that it's just a quick high. It's quick, cheap, and dirty. It's like fast food, right? It's greasy, it's grimy, but you're used to it. It's like what you know. And there is a level beyond that, which fewer people experience, which is, I think, the pleasure of the mind. And people who live, I mean, Harvard often propagates this idea. I mean, one lives in this world with real pure academics, but there's something what they call, they advocate this life of the mind. And people who tend to live a life of the mind, they also tend to be less hedonistic, because they're getting their hit somewhere else in a manner that's just more fulfilling, it's more noble. And then beyond the life, and there's this life of mind, and there's a certain addiction to people, researchers, to academic, manhumani la yashba'an, right? Manhuman fi dunya wa manhuman fi ilm. So two people are never satiated. One of those are the people who are insatiable when it comes to knowledge. It's just you want more and more and more. And then there's a level beyond that, because even sometimes when you're learning a lot and getting a lot of knowledge, there's still sort of sometimes this lack of meaning to it, right? And it looks purposeful. There's unpurposeful. Imam al-Dudi, he writes about this in his Muqaddamah, that he read a lot about philosophy and all these things. He said after a certain point, I felt like, this sentence stuck with me, is I felt like there were pygmies shooting in the dark, right? Because at a certain point, it's just like ideas, and there's an academic malaise that also sets in. And so then there's a pleasure beyond that, which is a spiritual pleasure. And so when you talk about dopamine, and each pleasure that's higher in the hierarchy trumps whatever is below it, And when you start experiencing spiritual pressure, you start experiencing zikr, you start experiencing, what's that called? The salah or Quran, then it actually inherently turns you away from the other things. And it's like anecdotally, there's this, young couple. They were newly married, and alhamdulillah, they were very connected to Deen, and they had found the beauty of zikr. So they actually got a little bit of time away from their kids. So they're okay. So sweetie, what do you want to do? So I'm like, no, usually it's like, okay, let's go to Starbucks, stare in each other's eyes, let's take a stroll in the park, let's go to friends. I mean, to Paris, they're like, it's like, I got an idea. It's like, what? It's like, let's go to a park and do zikr. And so they actually went to the park and sat there in the park doing zikr together. But why did they do that, right? That's not contrived, because they had tasted something which was more interesting than sitting together in Barnes and Noble. That was more interesting than going to the movies. And if you keep this hierarchy in mind, then it gets you sort of a dopamine ladder to climb, so to speak.
This next question for Sheikh Mohan. How do we combat the effects of addictions such as illicit content in young Muslims who've been exposed to such images virtually for their entire lives?
Change the question a little bit to a wider one. So that can I ever, and I don't know, unfortunately I missed some sessions with my own. Can I ever delete that image? Can I ever delete the memory of that image? Can I ever delete the effect that that image had on my spiritual heart? That's a good question to ask, right? Before I come to the image, I'll come to another, which is a sensory thing, which is the sound, which is music, right? I lived outside of America for 20 years. And I remember when we came back, random in some elevator or gas station or where you're going to eat. I don't know why, maybe our generation is still, very strong, but everybody seems to still play the music from the 70s and 80s. So yes, now I remember I was in the grocery store. And this song in the supermarket, it was a big supermarket, and this song came on. I was shocked. I said, what is it? All of a sudden, and I was shocked. I remember that sentence. I had to pass it. Then I stopped. What? Why am I? And the sentence wasn't anything foul. I can't even remember what it was to you right now. Some pop song, right? But I would just pause and I was thinking about something. What? Like, there's no way I've heard this song in like 30 years. How is it in the background? I'm not even thinking about it. I'm actively listening to it. Didn't turn the radio on. I'm just shopping, but it came in my ear. And just 3 words had to come, and my memory bank, and I actually have a bad memory. I keep forgetting so many things. But here, my memory bank turned on and recalled this file, and I'm like one step ahead of this person singing their song. I wasn't saying, my mind. I wasn't breaking it down in the whatever shopping aisle, but I just thought about this, and I said, so what does it mean? And I know there must be, and I cannot comment on that at all, there must be a physiological, psychological, psychiatric element to things that are so deeply embedded, but that incident makes me scared about this, right? Is that memory of that horrific, not horrific, is that memory of that profane, shameless, what we call fosh and fahisha, profoundly profane image or video or act or action, is it still there? Here, whatever you can locate it here in which lobe it's in. It doesn't matter. Is it still inside me? Whatever part of me that is. And the scary answer is I want to tell you. The hard answer is I would love to tell you, oh, you make tawbah, Allah Ta'ala remove it entirely from you. It's obviously Allah Ta'ala has wa ala kulli shay'in qadir. But what I do want to tell you is that that's not necessarily the case. And the reason I'm telling you this is that some people make the mistake and think that my tawbah wasn't accepted. I still remember it. You might still remember it. It doesn't mean your tawbah wasn't accepted. Right? right? It doesn't mean that Allah Ta'ala doesn't still love you. It doesn't mean Allah Ta'ala has not forgiven you. It doesn't mean Allah Ta'ala's rahmah has come on you. But you have been affected. And I say this to us for us to understand. Because sometimes we make a mistake, we think Tawbah, and I used to even give this talk called Tawbah, the delete button. It's not 100% delete button. You can't entirely undo. It's like, imagine, you know, all of you, and I'm sure everybody still has this in the world, unless things change in medicine. We were always told children, don't look directly at the sun, right? Don't look directly at the sun. Now imagine if somebody told you, or if I told the doctor, I said, what's the plan? Look directly at the sun, I'll go to the eye doctor, he'll give me an operation and cure me. I said, delete button. No problem. I'll cause harm to my physical health, and I'll do a delete button, right? Imagine if somebody said that, okay, look, oh, if I went to an oncologist and I said, oh, you can cure stage 1 cancer, he said, yes, if we detect in time, all right, inject me with it. And then give me the delete button, give me the chemotherapy. They say, are you crazy? I said, no, but it's okay. I want to indulge in things, and as long as there's a delete button that can undo it, no problem. You're crazy. People would say you're crazy. Even if you said, look at the sun and the doctor can cure you, you're crazy. So don't make that mistake of thinking that Tawbah is this delete button that look, I'll just go in and do it, and then you know what I mean, and it has happened to me. And the fact that even it's a strange aspect, because I know it happened to me in the past. I did that sin, this sin that we've been talking about more the weekend, but any sin. And then Ramadan came and I left it and I cried to Allah Ta'ala on the night of 27th, and Allah Ta'ala forgave me. So I know there's a delete button. Shaykh, give me beyond about delete button. So okay, fine, I'm slipping. Because what happens now, I want to be very clear. So that I was explaining on the question. What happens is that, and my son actually, he's laughing, he told me, that don't give long answers to the questions, give short answers so people get a chance to ask more questions. Because he's saying, he's got us. But this is something that people, they make a mistake. When do they make this mistake? It's this calculation. So I'm going to open up. I guess I'm going to talk about this later tonight. But here, it's just coming out. Let me just say very quickly. When you repeat a sin, and I'll explain this in more detail, you make a calculation, right? You're tempted. You want to go back on that site. You're feeling an overwhelming feeling of lust, desire. And there's a part of you that's told you, not fully, there's a part of you restraining you as well. And there's a part of you urging, the nafs is urging you. Your qalb, your spiritual heart, your iman, your deen is restraining you. And there's this tug of war. And one reason, strangely enough, people give in. You don't constantly think the sentence, oh, I can make tawbah, but you kind of let yourself go because you subconsciously, and I imagine the psychologists will say this, you have this experience, you know, I can do the therapy and come out of it through the tawbah. So one cost, right? I remember the hadith I shared last night, that the people of Jannah, even inside Jannah, they cannot undo the hasra, the remorse they feel at the moment they spent absent of the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They can't delete the memory of that ghafla, even when they're in Jannah. So the last part of the answer to this question is that if that is the case, that you might not be able to delete the image, it might be because Allah Ta'ala is actually giving you a chance to do another mujahadah and to give you another reward. And that is that you fight your memory. And if you can win that battle against your memory, that gives you a strength and a power of fighting, of combating your nafs, which will inshallah help you fight against it, urging you again to look at yet another new image. So definitely, now the first part is always there. Make dua to Allah Ta'ala, please remove this. And make long dua. Allah Ta'ala, remove the image, remove it, and use these words, remove it from my psyche and my subconscious and my frontal lobe and whatever language interests you and genuinely you feel, remove it from my ruh, my qalb, remove it from my book of deeds, remove it from the angels who witnessed it and wrote it, remove it from the memory of the earth, which will also testify against the day of judgment. Remove it entirely. Ya Allah, the additional feeling of lust it gave rise to me, because also know that when you see it, it's not just quenching lust, it's also increasing your lust. Because now you're more animalistic because you've seen certain things. It's not that, oh, I had to say shit, my controls have control, so I just got it out of my system. No, you're actually making yourself more of a lustful person. Ya Allah, remove that. Ya Allah, I make tawbah of any pleasure I felt. I make pleasure of any release I felt. I make tawbah of everything and everything. Remove it from my eyes, remove it from my brain. And even if So this action of deleting, of scrubbing, just maybe Allah wants us just to keep scrubbing. And if I stay with this scrubbing, that might help me from having the free time to indulge again. But don't worry, keep scrubbing. It's not to keep scrubbing, like a stubborn stain. And that's the example the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam used, that when you sin, you stain your spiritual heart. And yes, no doubt, istighfar and tawbah cleans that stain. It may not be that magic, whatever laundry spray, it might be long scrubbing. So keep scrubbing. And things like that, if it's there, if it's left, the image is left, the memory is left, it's only there so I can keep scrubbing. And you know, I'm your slave. Just switch you up, I will scrub it. I will fight it. I will try to forget it. I will keep trying to forget it. I will fight the good fight now, to fight the memory, because I didn't fight the good fight at that moment, and I slipped and I indulged. Sorry, long answer. Very beneficial.
Well, this question, I think Dr. Jamal, this is your role. The top question right now is, where can we as Muslims get therapy or help for ourselves or relatives?
It's a great question.
So, I meant to bring this up yesterday, but didn't get a chance to. When it came to the addiction that we talked about yesterday, there are individual therapists that you can see. First of all, if you're experiencing any addiction, and one of the brothers asked me this question in grade 2, any kind of addiction, and I'm not saying addiction in the sense that you're a drug addict, right? None of us are claiming that we're drug addicts. Maybe some of us are struggling with this, but just addiction tendency even. You can seek out individual therapists, and they can work with you in the same model that they use in other addictions, but modified to whatever you're dealing with. Now, a lot of our ulama, they get overwhelmed with these kind of requests, but they don't have the bandwidth to say, we need to sit with you for an hour every week and work on some cognitive behavioral therapy exercise to help you get through this. But my suggestion whenever these questions come up is, you have to get your spiritual advice and you have to get your psychological advice. You can't do one without the other. You have to consult your local imam, your local scholar, local shaykh, and get some spiritual advices and some, I wouldn't say look here, but I would say some, hey, you should engage in this much dhikr, you should read this much Quran, you should do this much, X, Y, and Z from the spiritual lens. And then from the psychological lens, at the same time, you can see an individual therapist. For the addictions that we talked about yesterday, for the topic we talked about last night, you can do individual therapy. There are also support groups. There are Muslim support groups for people that are struggling with the addiction we mentioned yesterday, and some of these today, for example, even digital addiction. So if you need to
It
get
takes a lot of courage sometimes to join a support group, right?
Yeah.
And become non-anonymous. Like, how do people overcome that?
So mom was asking that, how do you overcome the stigma or the fear of being not, no longer anonymous in a support group, right? So one thing I will say is that you can actually engage in a support group anonymously if you want. There are, especially nowadays with the virtual support groups, you can do that. Again, this is not a replacement for spiritual medicine, because a lot of these things require spiritual medicines. We cannot escape the fact that we need someone, a teacher, a scholar, a learned person. Hopefully, we have 2 next to us right here. Please reach out to them, but don't overwhelm them. But you need spiritual medicine. Then psychologically, yes, there are individual therapist support groups. The original question was about
Resources for.
How do we get help?
one thing I will say is this is something that was about and he really feels strongly about this. And whenever I consult him, it's the same answer. Why do you need to see a Muslim therapist? Why does the person need to see a Muslim therapist? And he says to me, no, they don't need to see a Muslim therapist. They should see any therapist who's qualified to deal with these issues. And I over time would agree with this, because the scarcity, the dearth of Muslim therapist availability is already present. So if you're going to wait for Muslim therapy, you're waiting for 3 years, right? The vast majority of our secularly trained psychologists, therapists, social workers, they're culturally sensitive. They go through some cultural sensitivity training and they understand. So a lot of these things, if you're struggling with anxiety, like I said, we talked about the seesaw. The seesaw is tipped on this side. Remember, the more you consume life, and you're now experiencing really like almost clinical depression or maybe just depressive symptoms. and go see an individual therapist. The stuff that they teach you in individual therapy, it's not something new, it's just honestly, they take the sunnah and they repackage it, call it their own. To be honest with you. But so engage in that. I hope that answers the question. Too long, but is there anything else you
I just want to add one, so this is a plug for, at Masjid Rahma, actually, there's a group, MFAC. There's a group of young, one of the brothers actually studied in Maghrib and also is doing some, he has a counseling, that's what he does for a living. And they're actually offering 5 free sessions as a service to the community because there's so much of a need. So now, alhamdulillah, now we have some even local resources. It's not nearly at the level that we needed, but there are some local sisters, avenues.
Yeah, and one thing I would say is that a lot of us, discussion is beautiful for 2 reasons. One is that a lot of us are struggling, but we don't know we're struggling. Right? A lot of us are in a malaise, but we don't know that we're in a malaise. So one of the reasons we went through these slides, because understand, know your enemy, right? So once you know your enemy, you know what you're dealing with. And you know the tentacles with which the enemy is operating. So now that we know the tentacles by which the enemy is operating, we know its strategies, the mechanism by which they draw our attention and suck us into the dopamine-related activities, then we start thinking, okay, maybe is this the reason why my salah has been spotty? Or maybe is this the reason why my Quran has not been up to date? Or is this the reason why I'm mistreating people, I'm more irritable with my wife and my kids? So this allows them to, thank you for the question, because what it does, it makes, okay, where am I? And the seesaw. And if I'm leaning towards the pain side, the left side, then it doesn't hurt to speak to someone. So even preemptively, even if you don't think this crosses the threshold of a clinical disorder, I'm a big advocate of getting help anyways. Prophylaxis, right? So spiritual prophylaxis from your teacher, your sheikh, and then also from a psychological perspective, prophylaxis, you can just talk to a therapist. Just because you're talking to a therapist does not mean you have a clinical disorder. Just because you're talking to a therapist doesn't mean they're going to put you on 6 drugs. Okay? Every time I prescribe a drug, I get paid more. No, I'm just kidding. but I'm saying is that the question I always get is, well, am I going to end up on SSRI? Am I going to end up on these drugs? No, you're not. The vast majority of people that talk to a therapist will never see a drug in their life. Right? If it crosses the threshold, then the therapist will tell you to go see a psychiatrist. But I think one thing that we don't do enough is discuss, talk, be emotionally in touch with ourselves and express things. And if you're bottling anything up, if you're not allowing yourself to feel, or you're not wanting to experience your own pain, or you're dulling out the pain, or you're numbing out the pain, so remember one thing, anytime you put something away in the attic, it grows. The rule of the attic is that it grows, and the attic is a finite space. And one day that baggage will explode in the attic. And one of the most easiest mechanisms to, if you don't want to say a therapist, I think actually personally you say this. The first thing we should be doing is talking to Allah. Dil ki barhas nahi, get it out of your chest. So we talked about the question earlier was how do I focus and study better, how do I do my ibadah better? We need to crave silence. We need to crave silence. When we get moments of silence, that will reset the seesaw. Okay, so where can I find silence and take my dil ki, like the tension in my heart out? Where can I do those 2 things sometimes? That's it, right? Perfect opportunity. You're resetting the seesaw. It's silent. There's no stimulators. The dopamine stimulating devices away, right? Your kids are sleeping. Your wife might be sleeping. You're alone in the musalla in your house, and it's silent. You're resetting the seesaw, and you get a chance to talk to Allah subhanahu. So before talking to a therapist, talk to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then if the mechanism is needed, that the therapist becomes the means by which you're able to express your feelings, that's fine. Hope that answers it.
Can I ask a follow-up question? It's sort of important because part of what I wanted from this conference is very practical stuff. So I'll tell you, a lot of Muslims are actually struggling with depression and anxiety and all of these sort of real and sometimes addictions. But it's not clinical. And because it's not clinical, it doesn't get paid by insurance. And so then you tell them, okay, go and see a therapist. You don't want to spend, $100 or $200 an hour to see a therapist. So how do you sort of navigate access to, people do, like sometimes your marriage is falling apart and people will pay the $200, but as you're a student and you're going through this, Like, what should you do in that type of situation?
Alhamdulillah, up until now, there's mental health parity in most insurance plans. So most insurance plans are mandated to cover mental health coverage, just like how they would cover diabetes management, okay? So almost all insurance, there's honestly very few now. 10 years ago was a different story, 15 years ago, but nowadays you can call your insurance company. You say, who is a covered therapist under my coverage? And they don't need to know you have a diagnosis. You do not need a
But
diagnosis.
that's not the thing, because people are scared that, like, they're scared that I go to a therapist and I let them know they have anxiety. They're gonna put it down on my record. I'm hard to get a job. I'm not gonna get into medical school. I'm not gonna do X, Y, and Z. And so they purposely hide it away because they don't wanna ruin their future. I am gonna have a record.
Gee, yeah, great point. So number one, these are all things protected under law, especially like HIPAA privacy laws. So there is not a single chance that anything you talk about between you and your therapist will ever end up on LinkedIn, on College App. There's no database that I know of. I'm just kidding. There's no database, okay? So the things that happen in that therapist's office and you is 100% protected in law. Okay, and a majalis bil aman, right? Like this is a principle that's been in our deen forever. Again, I just really get upset when modern psychology tries to like invite these things because their own. We know this. So don't worry about that. You don't need a diagnosis to the therapist. Likely you'll get a copay. $50, $75, $80 per session, perhaps. And if you cannot afford that, come talk to me afterwards. There's other places that there are actually some places that do pro bono work as well. I mean, lower cost work. And you don't have to see a Muslim therapist. At least that's my opinion. And I know there are certain things that might be specifically Muslim or Islam related, or maybe specifically that you need to address. Then fine, you might seek out a Muslim therapist. And then we're not going to open a can of worms with marital counseling and all that. But the point here is, get the help when you need it. First, start by talking to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, make that a fundamental foundation. And then from there, reach out to people around you, but don't be shy. And the scholars usually have places they can refer you to if they themselves cannot help.
Just to reference, Sheikh Mohammed mentioned the organization here in Canada, MFCA, Muslim Families and Children Association. So if anyone would like to reach out, inshallah, it's MFC.
Can I say one thing? Psychologytoday.com. Okay, this is a website, it's national. All you do is hop on the website, type in your zip code, you'll find a picture and a profile of all the available therapists in your area. It's as simple as call them, say, do you take my insurance? Just go to the appointment. Simple. Not more complicated than that. And I've given this advice for the last 10 years on the website, actually much more robust than it was even 10 years ago. This is the starting point. So if you go home tonight and you're just like, you know what, man, this has been on, I gotta do something about it. Psychologytoday.com, type in your zip code, there'll be a picture and a profile. Why do I say that? Gives you a sense of what the therapist is about before you walk into a therapist's office. What specialty do they have? What are they interested in? What are their areas of interest? What are they good at? And so you'll figure that, okay, will I be able to establish a relationship with this person? Okay, psychologytoday.com.
So we were supposed to end 2 minutes ago, but there's 2 really good questions. So I borrowed and we have an extra 10 minutes. So if we're able to answer both questions 5 minutes each, inshallah. This question was actually asked yesterday, and Sheikh Umar would like to speak on it. He resonated with him. How does one navigate their spouse struggling with an addiction to illicit content? I'm sure Sheikh Umar, you've seen dozens of this. How does one deal with something like that? How does one navigate their spouse struggling with an addiction to illicit content?
I mean, I think this is probably actually hit from both sides, but I'll give like a very short couple points about this. I think the first thing is that actually do that, support your spouse, because I think the first innate, sometimes there's gonna be anger, there's gonna be denial, there's gonna be a whole bunch of, there's gonna be grief, the fact that you're dealing with this, and this is a disease that has a very high failure rate, and so you're gonna feel cheated on again and again and again. And so if you can do it for love, support your spouse. And I'm not rationalizing bad behavior, but, and I'll tell you why this will make sense in the next sentence. But I would say support them. If you can do it, support them for love, because you love them. And if you can't, then do it for your family. And if you don't have that, then do it for principle. But keep the family together if you can. But when I mean support means that they're moving on a trajectory towards some type of healing. And if you're on their side and you take that journey together, it'll actually bring you closer together because you're working towards the same goal. And you have to show a bit of grace because this is a demon inside that was created long before they came into the relationship with you. They've been living with this for half of their life, 1/3 of their life. And the question is then why should you have to bear the burden of that? As well as sort of like your spouse getting cancer. You know, it's a disease. And the only problem is like they gave themselves the cancer. Like they're fool enough. But I mean, you're 10 years old, you get addicted to something like this. You don't know you know about Deen, and before you know it, now you're in the marriage. And the second thing I would say is that don't blame yourself. Because it's not a you problem, it's a him problem, right? So you have to take, this is not that you're not good enough, you're not this thing, you didn't, you know, provide satisfaction. I mean, there's going to be a lot of, sometimes there's blaming the spouse, and making them feel inferior, and all of that is just garbage, right? I mean, these women need like a gold medal for the fact that they stay with people who, you know, there's very good reason. If you just take, you know, if you don't want to talk about equity, then yeah, I mean, why should you put up with that garbage? Because I think, I mean, I hold the view that it's a type of infidelity to engage in that when you're in a monogamous relationship with your spouse, that your eyes should not go to anywhere else, your thoughts should not go to anywhere else, your feelings should not go towards anyone else. When you're married to your person, your wife should be the center of your universe. And the fact that if you're directed somewhere else, whether it's virtually or real, is completely inexcusable. Right? So when we said there's ground there, there's no excuse for that. And now you're in the situation. And sometimes when you work together to get them there, and if you get to make it to the other side, there is light at the end of the tunnel. They will owe you a debt for life. And then again, get the support that you need emotionally, you know, for your sister, to manage this. It's like taking care of a long-term. So what I've seen is now like people who take care of cancer patients for long times, it's very trying, it's very draining. It just, you know, it takes everything out of you. And sometimes when you're dealing with someone who also has an addiction, it's also like that, you know, it's very draining. And sometimes you just need a sanity check, someone to tell you, hey, you know, you're awesome for doing this, that you're on the right, and to give you the himmat to keep going on, because it is a big deal.
And just the last question, because this is a top question right now. Can you give examples of me time that improves our mental health that isn't wasteful? So I remember JP you mentioned.
No, for the mental health part.
You already mentioned.
Can you repeat the question?
No, yeah. So if I restate the question, it would be that how, no, I'm not gonna read it. Restate the question. How can I spend free time in a way that is not harmful, right? So there's a thing. All of you know the first answer, what you're asking is for the second answer. The first answer is anything and everything religious thing, right? Okay. But obviously, none of us, at least certainly, I'm sure we would also know, none of us in this masjid can say that we spend every single micro millisecond of our free time entirely on things. So everybody needs some type of downtime, free time, me time, personal time, right? And the first thing I want to say, and it goes back to what I said last night, is this is absolute fitna. That a person wants to do, let's call it halal recreation time, and the world has created this fitna that it's almost impossible to do that, right? Even if somebody says, okay, I want to go and learn something on the internet about what's going on in Palestine, they enter the internet and then they get swept away ABCD thing, right? They say, oh, okay, let me go with my family and take them out for ice cream. They go out and in Florida, it's always hot, women are always in skirts. Before you know it, he's ending up he's feeling uncomfortable, he's like, no, I'm a good father, I have to take him out for family time. I'm actually miserable here because all this stuff is going on. And then they're okay. But it's, you know, and then, okay, we did the great things, I'll go to the mountains and go to nature, it's okay. I mean, if I had the salary of a doctor, I'd go, to Dubai for 5 days and find that cabin, which is $1,000 a night when nobody else is there, and give my wife a private beach and spend time with her. But now all of us are, so.
No shade.
No. So the ordinary guy, what exactly do you do, right? And then the other thing is there's so much laziness, which is also something to think about. So that's why I like to question, you have to dynamically, rigorously occupy and engage yourself in halal recreation, because shaitan, the nafs in dunya are just waiting to drag you into haram recreation. They're ready, they're very strong powers, all three of them. Shaitan, your nafs, the whole dunya, in terms of the materialist effort of the dunya. They are pros, they're expert, they're talented, all that stuff, they're directed. You've got the 3 laser the sniper things pointed at you. The second you become free, you should think that. The second I have free time, boom. Shaitan, nothing, all 3 pointed toward me right now. If you take an even relaxed approach on that, you will slip inside and fall into something. Now, what could those things be? It depends on the person, right? But actually, really what I'm going to say tonight, and as I said last night at the end of it, the classical system, it sounds intense, but it's really the only one that works. And so really, the only answer to what you're really going to be protected in is the first answer. You're going to have to occupy yourself with deen. And the trick on that is that, as you would say, I'm contradicting myself, a person can't do that all the time. The way to do this is occupy yourself with deen as much of your free time as you can. And then when you have fatigue and you need downtime, don't say the word downtime. That means you've climbed as high as you can on the mountain of deen, and then tell me you need a rest stop. The person is sitting like not even taking a step and is saying, I want downtime. And that is what will protect you. Even if it's just 20%, maybe 20% of your free time is in being, and 80% then you just do in some halal recreation. But the fact that you first gave and tried to do as much of the free time as you could, even if it was 10% of your time, and then you paused because you just couldn't do it anymore. But that attempt, that first initiative, inshallah, will protect you and help you then maybe to actually just read the news and only read the news. Or read, or maybe I'm guilty of the life of the mind, read some journal or read some book or read some article, and then not end up reading other things, right? Or enable you to actually spend time with your family, that you're so focused on the faces of your children and stuff around that table in the restaurant that you're actually oblivious to what else is going on. It's very possible to do that, right? Or we'll give you the time to go for the walk in the local public park, which is actually more accessible, or hiking trails. You'd be shocked. My wife had found this app of Muslim, whatever, hikers. She said, you want to go, so I said, this is literally just, very simple. You want to go on a hike? Oh man, well, I'm going to hike, I said, no, come on, okay, so where is it? So we opened it up. It was one literally 5 minutes from where I work. So there's a hiking trail over there. I said, no way. He said, you don't know, you're not looking at these things. Okay, let's go. So we went from home, we literally passed where I work, we drove 5 minutes, went in the parking lot, and we went in, and there was this whole wilderness area, and we walked around for 1-2 hours, and it was wonderful. And everything was So it requires movement. What I would say is that if you want to stay in your room, it's just like, like that story of that young man and young woman who kept touching the camera. This is the woman, this is the young woman doing, So there was this old story that there was a young man, whatever, there was some crisis in that Muslim town. He sought refuge in the masjid, and there was a woman who was out for some legitimate. I'm even inventing the story partially now. And she also sought refuge in the masjid. And before you know it, the young man and young woman were alone in the masjid, right? And he was so afraid it was all enough that he kept pinching the candle. And then finally, whatever riots were around, they stopped and it was safe for her to go home. She said, I'm leaving, but I just want to ask you one thing. You kept pinching the candle. And he said, I was alone with you and I was feeling, not a hideous thing, but feeling a little bit soft attraction for you. Let me put it that way. Soft attraction for you that mashallah you're such a pious woman and you're dressed in such a pious way and you're mashallah sitting in the masjid doing ibadah and you also sought refuge in the masjid as soon as the riot and I'm emotionally was so impressed by that and I could feel an emotional attraction, not physically, an emotional attraction coming in my heart for you. And I realized, no, this is not what I'm supposed to be doing. And so I kept putting my finger in the candle to feel a bit of burning. So I could remind myself of the fire of Jahannam. And I spent my whole night like this, and every now and then when I would try to do my ibadah in the masjid, but I would remember you being there, and maybe my own romantic idealization of you being some amazing woman, which you may not even have been, right? I would keep putting my finger in the fire. All right, so this is that. It's like you alone in a room with a laptop, a desktop, a cell phone. It's just like a recipe for disaster. And I actually can tell you from living my whole lifetime in this and living a lifetime of trying to guide people through this. I wish I could give me the tips and techniques and strategies that I can remain digitally and cyber connected yet stay away from fitna. It doesn't exist, It doesn't exist, It's like asking me, I was born and raised in Manhattan. It's like asking me, can you give me the tips and techniques and strategies how a Muslim can go to the nightclubs in Manhattan or go to the raves in Greenwich Village, but not I just order the Coke, right? Is that all I have to do, right? Everybody else is doing everything, I just say Coke. And so I'm gonna order the Coke and put the earbud and listen to Sheikh Falah from YouTube while you're there. You can't, So you have to move, you know yourself. So the thing is actually know yourself, watch yourself, see what it is. So there's no blanket answer. You have to dynamically search for that halal regulation. Move. If you stay still, those 3 lazy things, boom, boom, boom.
I'm gonna add just one thing is I think I would make a plug so before I got married, I was very West Point, use that word. And that didn't waste any time. And one of the things that was very beautiful is there's certain things that you're not held accountable for your time, and was one of this time you spent with your wife. When I got married, it was this huge outlet because it's like you're holding your breath, counting every second, and like, can I talk to someone? And I don't have to feel guilty about it. And I should chill, not feel guilty. I had like no friends. I would like do not. It was just very austere, and like it was an outlet. But I think by extension, one of the things that has quote unquote halal recreation. I mean, family is amazing, right? Doing silatul rahim, spending time with your parents. It's safe. It's rewarded. I mean, one of the best parts of my life is my parents live like 5 minutes from my house. I'm like there every single day. Mom cooks something from you. Just talk about the kids, but like it just washes everything away. And doing that on a regular basis, it brings the families together. It helps the community. And this is how people used to have an outlet in the olden times, right? I mean, you go to Zambia, this uncle's coming to your house, he's having chai, that Molana comes, this person, but the women would have some type of social network. And that's one of the travesties of this device. I said, like, we're hyper connected, it's so lonely that people are not connecting. I think it's just a very practical way to spend time.
Also, we're ready for 2 minutes as we set up your last sessions. Welcome. Anyone wants to stand up and stretch in the front of our
You're good. Love it.
I just upset in the court is
Nobody wants to send us a ball to the mountain. Come on.
I love what you said about that rest stop. It's a big thing because I think
Center yourself.
Always want a lot of brothers would get seated and showing get started. It's a very short 15-minute session. So it's important that we start and end on time because this is going to be like a blitz session. So there's a lot of information, inshallah. It's going to be packed into the short 15-minute session. So brothers, come sit close by, inshallah. If brothers come, so if you're in the back, please come forward. Inshallah. Inshallah, I was deficient in my duties as MC to ask this brother for a background of his, but brother Ali Marani, so he's part of Sheikh Umar's family. He's one of the sweetest individuals I've ever met. When I think of the soft, welcoming nature of Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and the Sahaba, and what we should try to embody, it's very difficult to think about that and not think of Ali. MashaAllah, he's of course a family, part of Sheikh Umar's family, but he's a very close friend of mine. MashaAllah, he's currently a fourth-year student at Dar es Salaam. He's originally from Texas. So he'll give us a short breakdown on practical tools we could use to minimize the shayateen in our devices. He built, designed Salam Guard and app to do so. So he'll be covering the basics of Salam Guard and in general how we can minimize the harms of cellular devices. Inshallah. Without further ado.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Jazakallahu khairan. That was very undeserved praise, and I just wanted to give a disclaimer that you've been hearing from mashayikh and ulama. I'm neither of those. I just wanted to share my experiences, and this is something that I've kind of focused in on, and I've thought really a lot about it. I've tried different things back in my madrasa with this, so I'm just sharing those reflections, and I'm sharing some things that I've heard from my teachers, and hopefully, inshallah, it'll be impactful. So that's my goal here today. So the title of my presentation, I'm just going to show a few slides, and then after that, I'm going to show a few resources, inshallah, kind of how can we practically implement this. So the title is Digital Boundaries, Designing Technology to Serve Us. The idea behind this is, let's just evaluate this question together, food for thought. A recovering alcoholic doesn't sleep with a bottle of alcohol on his nightstand. Just think about that for a second. Like, how ridiculous or absurd would that be that someone is going through an addiction of alcohol, for example, and they want to quit this addiction. And that's something that they have azam about. That's something that they're really, really firm about. But then every night when they go to sleep, they have alcohol right next to them on the nightstand. And then when they wake up, when they open the fridge, they got bottles of alcohol there. In the cabinet, they got alcohol there. That's not really a good strategy, and it's not something that anyone ever does. Now, if you flip this on a digital side, and you kind of look at it from a digital perspective, we've talked a lot about the kind of addictions that people have with technology and the things that they struggle with technology. However, they do go to sleep with all of those things next to them on the nightstand. When they wake up, the first thing they do is they check their phone. They carry it around with them the entire day. So it's just something to kind of take a second and think about. Why is this the case? It just seems like there's a lot of common sense ideas that we all know internally how we should be managing our digital use, but we've just kind of forgotten this as a society. We don't really think twice about it. And that's why I feel like there's such a big gap when people try to quit these type of things. They're just like, how do I even start? Because that common sense has kind of been shifted away from. That's because the problem of technology is a little bit intricate. It's not as simple as alcohol. Alcohol is purely evil. And when it comes to technology, there's good and evil. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in a second. There's a caveat to that. But we have to understand that there's two separate types of content. One is content that's purely evil. And then second type of content is something that's possibly evil. It has khair and it has itham or it has shar. So we need to kind of have both of those things in our mind when we kind of think about designing our digital lives, because once we kind of have that categorization, it makes it a lot easier to work with. We can all agree that we should blot out everything that's purely evil. And then once we have that foundation, we can go and move on to those things that are possibly evil and tailor those things to help us not fall into those traps. So there is one easy way to ensure that purely evil content doesn't affect you, make it impossible to access. So like I said, there's two different categories, right? There's purely evil stuff, there's definite harm, and then there's possibly evil stuff, there's potential harm. We should all agree as Muslims that on our devices, there should be nothing that is purely evil. I'm talking about those websites that you go on that you know it's like 100% wrong, it's 100% haram, it's 100% harmful, there's no khair there. That should not be accessible on any Muslim's device, and we should all take the initiative to block those things out. Once you have that foundation, which by the way, a lot of people don't take 5 minutes of their time to set up that foundation. It's very simple to block all these things with like less than 5 clicks on any device, but a lot of people just don't go through those 5 minutes. So once we have that foundation, then we can go into eliminating potential harms. And this comes with an individual's personal commitment. What do you personally feel that you need to work on as an individual? Is it something that you're always wasting time on these websites? Well, how do you tailor these sites so that you don't waste that much time on these sites? Is it that you fall into these traps at certain times in the day? Then how do you tailor your digital use to make sure that your devices are not being used in improper ways during those times of the day? And all of these things are very accessible. They're very easy. They're very easily laid out by the companies that make these phones and computers themselves. So I just wanted to go into looking at some of these tools, inshallah. So one resource, inshallah, that we can all benefit from is this thing called salamguard.com. So it basically has all of those things that will help you eliminate purely harm, purely evil, and potentially evil, according to however is convenient for you. So for example, if you go here, on iPhones, Androids, Macs, and Windows, so basically phones and computers, it lays out how to easily, in less than 5 minutes for each platform, block out all purely evil content. So anything that you should not be looking at anyways, you can block that with literally less than 5 clicks. So for example, on iPhone, it's so simple. It's built in. You just have to go to settings. You click like one switch that says, I don't want to see, adult content, and it'll limit those sites and it won't let you access them. And if you just have someone put a lock on it for you with a passcode, you won't be able to ever fall into those type of sites. So if everyone just took 5 minutes to do that, it would make it our digital use a lot healthier. But unfortunately, it's just something that we kind of skip over. So that's something that I encourage everyone to do today, is that just go on all your devices, whatever device you have, whether it's an iPhone, Android, whatever type of computer, and you can easily get that done. For example, for Mac and Windows, you can just run this one script here, and this will block over 50,000 haram sites. And again, the whole thing takes less than like 2 minutes. So it's something that can be very easily done. But once someone has that foundation of blocking everything that's purely evil, and that there's no really khair in, then it comes to this second part of it, which is how do we tailor our entire digital lives, our entire digital use to be tailored for our maximum productivity and our maximum welfare. So I'm just going to go back to the slide real quick for this one. There's a really interesting ayah in the Quran. Again, this is something one of my teachers shared with me, where Allah kind of lays out why He makes something haram. And this is not something that Allah always does. So for example, we know that pork is haram. We know that flowing blood is haram to consume. But Allah doesn't always go into the intricate details of why He's making this haram. But when it came to like khamr, like alcohol specifically, Allah lays that out and He gives the reasoning. So it's in Surah Baqarah, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْخَمْرِ وَالْمَيْسِرِ قُلْ فِيهِمَا إِثْمٌ كَبِيرٌ وَمَنَافِعُ لِلنَّاسِ وَإِثْمُهُمَا أَكْبَرُ مِنْ نَفْعِهِمَا. So Allah says that they're asking you about alcohol and they're asking you about gambling. Tell them that in both of them, there's great sin and then there's benefits for mankind. But the benefit, the harm or the sin is greater than the benefit. So that's really interesting, because Allah is admitting that these things have benefit in them. There is khair, there is some sort of manfa in these things. But then He says that the sin in it is actually greater than that. So that's the kind of psychology that I wanted to highlight when it comes to designing our digital ecosystems, is how do we take that principle and apply it to our own lives. Is there a website that you're using that has benefit for you, but at the same time, it has a lot of harm for you? Is there a way that you can tailor that site so that you just have the benefits? And if you can't do it that way, is it really worth using that site? Is it something that you actually need? Because look at the amount of harm it's bringing to your life, or the amount of sin that it's bringing to your life. That's one principle that we can evaluate. So that's kind of the second part of this process, is kind of going through and tailoring your technology for that. So now I'm just going to show some helpful tools. Specifically on the computer, let's start with that. There are some very nice extensions that kind of make this a lot easier. So one is, for example, getting a basic ad blocker. Ads can have a lot of, harmful content or just inappropriate content. So something like this, uBlock Origin is one that I've recommended here. Is something that will just block ads, like whether it's on YouTube or wherever you go. It's something that just takes that potentially harmful stuff out of the way. It makes it a lot easier for you. The second one is an image blocker. So for example, let's say you're going to read the news, and sometimes in these headlines of the news and stuff, a lot of inappropriate content, a lot of things that we should not be looking at come up. With the click of like one button, with this extension, you can just blur all images by default. And you can do that everywhere. And you can see how that's extremely beneficial, right? Because now you don't have to just be in fear all the time. Every website you go to, like, am I going to see something that I don't want to see? Especially if you're trying to stay very firm with your values. And so this is something that can be used to avoid that potential harm. Another extension, and this one's really beneficial, is called Undistracted. So this is kind of tailoring those websites that we use the most to only give us the benefit and take away the harm. So for example, one of these things, and this isn't my computer, so I'm not going to open up any website. But for example, YouTube, you can tailor YouTube with this extension. You can tailor it and say like, okay, when I use YouTube, I don't want to see recommendations. Like, I don't want that dopamine hit, like Dr. Saab was saying. You can say that, okay, when I go to my home screen, I don't want to see the trending stuff. I don't want to see what's trending in the world. I just want to go straight to my subscriptions. You can say, I don't want to see the comments. And one thing that's really cool is that you can just blur or hide the thumbnails. You're just like, I don't even want to see the thumbnails. I just want to see the titles of the videos, and you can just blur them by default. So something like this, as you can see, is like, it takes away a lot of that potential harm, and it kind of just gives you the benefit. Or at least it brings you closer to that ideal. Things like, for example, if you have to have a Facebook account to join Facebook groups, or if you have to have a LinkedIn to apply to jobs, this is also applicable there, because you can just, for example, hide your feed. And now every time you go on LinkedIn, you're not going to see all these feeds that are just talking about, all these people's accomplishments in the dunya and all these different things. You can just go and, okay, I have to send this message to this person to apply for this role. I'm done. I'm in and I'm out. Same thing with Facebook. You can just hide the feed. You can hide likes and comments. You just interact with the groups that you need, and then you leave. So this is one example of how this can be applied when it comes to computers. When it comes to phones, it becomes much harder unless the phone itself has this type of functionality built in, which a lot of phones do. So for example, majority of people do have iPhones. Did you know that in an iPhone, you can easily set app time limits? You can just tell yourself that, hey, I want to use this app. I want to use YouTube because there's some benefit in it for me. But every time when I go to sleep at night, I kind of get stuck on the reels for 45 minutes or an hour or something like that. Well, you can just say that, okay, I want to cap my YouTube use at 15 minutes. And after that, if I want to use it more, I have to ask this person to put in my password or put in the password that they put for me, and then they can allow me more time. So that's really beneficial. Let's say that you're constantly stuck, for example, you're looking at reels at nighttime, like I said. One thing that Apple offers by default is called downtime. So you can say that, hey, after 10 p.m. every night, I don't want you to show me any apps except my messaging, my calling, and maybe my WhatsApp. You can select what apps you want, and it'll lock everything else. So for example, YouTube or Twitter or Instagram or whatever it is that you use that could distract you, it'll automatically lock those up for you. So again, that kind of helps you in that journey. And browser limits. I went a long time, and it's a really beneficial thing. I went a long time on my phone without just having a browser. It allows you to remove the browser completely. And that is something that you can try for yourself. And if that's a little bit too hard, you can have a whitelist where you can say, I only want to be able to access these URLs, and I don't want to be able to access anything else. And if that's too hard, you can have a blacklist, which says that, okay, allow me to access everything except for this. And you can write like Reddit or YouTube or whatever it is that you would find yourself using. I have about a minute left. So the last thing that I will just close off with is something that I have tried, something that a lot of my friends have tried, and I feel like there's a lot of benefit in this, and I urge everyone to at least try this for maybe a week. Try it out for a week. It's completely free. You don't have to switch your phone. It's available on both iPhone and Android, where you can just tweak your phone to make it into a quote unquote dumb phone. So what is a dumb phone? It's a phone that's essentially only offering those features that you need. And you are the one that designs your dumb phone here. So you can tell your phone what you need. So for example, on iPhone, I can have every app that I don't need blocked and unable to be accessed. So I can tell my iPhone, I can basically have it so that I have Google Maps, I have my banking app, I have my calling, I have my messaging, and everything else I don't have. So now, and if I want to use anything else, I have to get a passcode from a friend. So now this is completely only able to be used for good things. And that takes 5 minutes to set up. And if it doesn't work out for me, guess what? It takes less than 5 minutes to undo. So I urge everyone to try this, and you'll see how little you actually need those things that you think that you're so dependent on. The idea of going without a browser seems ridiculous, it seems impossible, it seems insane. I promise you, just turn off your browser and you'll find out that you don't actually need it as much as you think. And there's ways around it when you do need it. Same thing for Android, you can do the same thing. So I just wanted to share these tools. Jazakallahu khairan. Hope this was beneficial, inshallah. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Jazakallahu khair. Assalamu alaikum.
I'll be setting up for the next event. So the next program will be Discovering Kufah. So inshallah, first Kufah Institute is an institution that we plan to establish and take students and work them up to being at maqam of a student of knowledge. Inshallah, works of being like this are found across the world and across the nation. Alhamdulillah, we want to bring that sort of faith into Tampa. So please, we implore you all to come sit and benefit. It will be a short session. We'll start now. Asr Iqama is at 5 p.m. So after Asr, Salah concludes. We'll wait 5 minutes for dhikr, inshallah, for any, if anyone would like to make dua, we'll wait 5 minutes and then we'll try to start up right after. And then we'll only go for another 10, 15 minutes. And then right after that, inshallah, dinner will be ready by then. So this session's kind of split in two because we are a little off schedule. So it is split in two, inshallah. Please forgive us for any inconvenience that may cause, inshallah. So just please give us a few moments to set up the next session. As the setup is happening, there are brothers passing out flyers right now. Inshallah, those flyers will be, they'll provide context, inshallah, for the presentation.
So one of the questions that came up yesterday in late night, there was all different types of questions. Some of them were more interesting than others, more liked than others, but one of them was like, what is Kufah? And some people were like, honestly had no idea. Like, they just see this big banner and what's going on. So we thought that it was probably appropriate that we talk about what it is. One of the brothers jokingly was saying that, okay, you guys are starting Kufah, I'm gonna start Kufah Institute. I said, you guys are probably gonna get more traffic. But so, I mean, Kufa, many of you, we know that, you know, in terms of our intellectual and academic heritage, it was really a center of learning in the Islamic world. It was actually a tremendous Islamic renaissance. And it was moved, I mean, the Laman who was there was sort of this capital center of excellence in academic learning and flourishing of Islamic sciences. And really this is an attempt to rejuvenate, right, and reinvigorate that Islamic Renaissance in the 21st century. But before I sort of jump into it, you know, I think a few words about the general arc of development of Islam in the Western world. Initially, what we had here in the US was you had people, you know, in the 60s, 70s. I mean, there was like Native Americans, right? We colonized them. And you know, this whole country came into, and there was not really a huge Muslim population. There was really this immigration that happened in the 60s and 70s. And when they started coming here, there were people predominantly came here for education. They came here for financial reasons, for opportunities that didn't exist in the third world. And by that time, America had established, you know, first-in-class educational institutions. Some of them had a long run in terms of their academic chops, particularly on the East Coast and elsewhere. So people came here, they trained, but in the process, as people used to come in here, you know, came to the United States, they began to organize themselves. And part of that organizations in the early days took the form of the Muslim Students Association. Some of you will remember some of the early organizations or organizations, things like ISNA. And there was really no place for people to even pray. So people would go and, you know, pray in a closet somewhere or a stairwell. And in the beginning, they would start renting out, you know, a small room somewhere and then offer prayer. And as time progressed, eventually we started to have masajid, which was a big thing. There was, I mean, imagine that you're in an entire country and there's not a single masjid. You know, I was recently in Hawaii, and you think like, what does that look like? Well, it looks like what Kauai looks like right now, where you're in this entire island, you drive around, and alhamdulillah, now there's this one office that they've rented, you know, where we tried to go in there for Salat, right? I think they only open on Jummah, right? But so you have 70,000 people on the island, and you have a couple of Muslims. That's probably what the United States looked like, you know, in the 70s, that, you know, there might be some place you go into the office and you try to open and you can only get in on Jummah. And you know, things progress and we started, you know, having different types of institutions. And along the way, you know, someone came up with the idea that, you know, they saw people had children, right? So now we're in the 80s and people are having children, they're starting raising their children and say, oh my God, we're sending them to public school and they're becoming, you know, that we're losing our culture, we're losing our faith, all of this, we need to protect our children. So this thing started called Islamic schools. And so, and now we have, mashallah, proliferation of Islamic school. We have a proliferation of masajid, but this was, you know, sort of a second order institution that started. And along that way, one of the interesting institutions that also started to form was institutions that were based to memorize Quran. And this was like sort of the first sort of really Dini type institutions, Deen focused institutions. And I happened to, so, and there was like one in Louisiana, there's one in Chicago, there was Ajax in Canada. I mean, talking about entire continent, you had maybe like 3, okay? And so we had a run of those and, you know, there was, and mashallah, they proliferated and now, mashallah, there's so many hufaz in communities that don't have a place to lead Tarawih, right? There used to be a time when you wanted to have someone to lead Tarawih, you had to call them from Egypt. We had to call them from Mexico because there's no local hafiz, so to speak. So you had those type of organizations. And so we had Islamic schools, we had places, you know, we have his madrasas. And then, the Muslim community much more organized, we started to advance into what I would call third order type of institutions. You have political institutions, you have MPACs, you have, organizations focused on disability, just much more sophisticated in terms of civic society as part of the development of a religious, perhaps minority, particularly here in the West, but any religious or cultural community. And a part of that progress, right, is that we established our first college. So we went from high school to establish a college, and that was the Zaytuna College in California with Sheikh Hamza, which was, it's a tremendous amount of spend. I've talked to their head of product development for the number of students they had. But when you try to create a civilization, it's an arts and culture and a renaissance is an expensive endeavor, right? And it's not always monetary in terms of returns. That's how you create great societies. And so we have like one college, the entire continent, it's somewhere. But the other thing that started perhaps along, even before the college, was that here and there you would find places where people started to formally study Deen, right? Formally study Sharia. So you would have maybe one madrasa in Chicago, maybe another, there was one in the early day, one or two up in Canada, maybe one in New York, and people started to begin formally studying Islam. And I think the irony of this, I was recently up at Miftah doing an event for them, and one of the muftis came from Canada for the event. And it was interesting because I had just come back from Central Asia, so I was in Uzbekistan. And I mean, this was at one time, Tashkent, Samarkand, Bukhara, this is the land of, we went to the Mazar of Imam Maturidi, Imam Nasafi, Imam Bukhari. I mean, this was like, all the greats are like here. You're like, this is where all this all happened. So you go to Bukhara and they're like, yeah, in this place, there was 200 madaris, 200 madaris. And you walk the streets, it's like an open museum. And do you know how many there are today? 2. And so I was sitting with Mufti Saab and he was saying, yeah, mashallah, now in Toronto area, we have 5 places that we take students all the way to Bukhara. So Bukhara, 2, Toronto, 5. Right? When you think about the sort of the strange irony of that, and that's beginning to have, so, who knows, maybe the sun will rise from the west. And so Kufah in some ways is an attempt for that. And what we had seen, right, was that, we had very few centers of learning and people had to leave Tampa to go and study if they wanted to study. And so, for example, if you're in Samarkand, right, or even if you're in Bukhara, or you're in Samarkand, if you want to go and study, there's 0 madaris there. There's 0 madaris there. If you want to go, you either go to Medina University or you go to Tashkent, right, where their Bukhari Institute is. So similarly, when people here in Tampa wanted to go and study, they wanted to give a year, they wanted to give 4 years, had to go, you have to go to Qalam, you have to go to Chicago, you have to go to Dar al-Qasim, you have to go somewhere else, but there's nothing here. And so we said that let's build something here, right? That was sort of the idea. And, Ashley Moffitt, I work at the Moffitt Cancer Center. This is what happened 35 years ago, that there's people in Florida, the 4th largest state in the entire country, 40 million people, and there was not a single cancer center. And he said, why does, anytime someone needs cancer care, why do they have to go to Cleveland Clinic or they have to go to the MGH or MSK? He said, let's build something here. And in 25 years, they targeted with Harvard, right? They built something which was, one of the top cancer centers in the world. But it was the dream, and they're trying to bring cancer care to people. And so when there's a cancer of ignorance, there's a cancer of shaitan, decimating our youth, decimating our generations, you want to keep the light of Islam alive, you do that through educational institutions, right? That's how Islam flourished in Kufah. That's how it flourished in Baghdad. That's how it flourished in the Indian subcontinent. That's how it flourished in Uzbekistan. Every single place where the light of knowledge was alive, Islam was also alive. Al-ilm nur. So we said, okay, let's build something over here. And so this is what really Kufah is. It's also, bringing in the college, which was the next stage. So kids are going through high school, they're not really ready for the real world because they get decimated by your college philosophy professor. So you want to keep them for additional amount of time, have them increase in their yaqeen, increase in their knowledge, increase in certainty, and at the same time, help them work towards their professional development, but also their Islamic development in the seminary. So bringing two worlds together. And so what does that look like? I mean, we'll talk more about it, but we're really happy, alhamdulillah, that inshallah, there's so many people who've spent so many years working on this. I mean, it was really, initially it just started as a very simple idea. And then, we had Malcolm come and he brought like 20 years of experience and hikmah and tajribah, and it eventually flourished into a much larger vision than what we actually started with. And we're very grateful, for all of these, all the people really who are working behind this, trying to bring this here. And we really hope like we're building something that's going to be there for 100 years, 200 years from now. And then to start really putting this together. And it's just ajib, the type of doors, the type of scholars who already want to start coming, and you're just like, wait, little old me? Like, why would you pick us? But it's not that they pick you, it's like Allah picks you and then He starts opening up doors. So what we're hoping is that we'll be starting our first year, inshallah, in August 2025, so the next academic year. And there's going to be a lot of flexibility. So we've tried to put together a curriculum that in 1 year, can you give people the basics, not basics, but can you give them the Islam that they need so that they can lead an Islamic life and they can raise an Islamic family, right? So you go through one solid collection of hadiths, so you know the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. You go to the other Salihin, you get your dose of spirituality, you learn your aqidah, you learn the fiqh that you need, you get an overview of the Quran so that you know the book of Allah. So at least you can live your life as a Muslim, right? And the way that we had tried to do that for the past 30 or 40 years in America was Sunday school. It didn't work, right? In Islamic schools, that didn't really work either. So hopefully, we'll be able to bridge this gap to this third order institution, inshallah. So there'll be modular, there'll be different tracks, and we'll talk about this more after Salah, but it's really flexible. You can take as much as you want or as less as you want and plug in. But the other, I think the parting point that I'd like to make is alhamdulillah, just because by virtue of, sometimes being at the right place at the right time. So oftentimes I'm tapped as a key opinion leader in my field by, Amgen and Bristol Myers Squibb. And I said, a lot of this is not because I'm brilliant. I was just at the right place at the right time, right? The Human Genome Project was happening at WashU. I was one of the first residents. You learned something that was really, very cutting edge. Now everyone wants it. It's like you're one of the first AI guys. Like everyone wants you. So I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. And so I think by virtue of my age in the Islamic world, I was also in the right place at the right time. I happened to be in Chicago. I saw a lot of these organizations in their first CPSA, which is like Washington Post, that's the most challenging, high school in Illinois. And it was totally ghetto back then, right? We used our clothes were hanging on the back. Umar was there, right? He listened to my khutbahs as a junior or something. I mean, it was a different world back then. But seeing those organizations in their infancy, right, whether it was the Hifz madrasas, whether it was the first seminaries, whether it was the first masajid, whether it was the first Islamic schools, in each one of those situations, I saw that the people who got in the beginning, it was like pre-IPO, right? It's just like buying stock in Apple before it goes public, you'd be a millionaire. But there's the barakah of that, being the first in. It's a very special opportunity. And I think we have that opportunity here in Tampa, it's pre-IPO, first offering, first foot in. And I really want as many people as we can get to try to avail themselves of that opportunity, inshallah. And we'll talk more about it after the salah. Jazakumullah khairs.
This month, should I speak to the first talk, inshallah.
أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Just so that people know, we have course catalogs in the back. There is the QR code on the one pagers, but it's not linking for some reason. So you can just go to the website kufah.org. And there's more information about Kufah. There's more some past seminars that we've done, but also about the course catalog is right there. So you'll be able to look at it right in more detail. Let me start out with a few words for Mullah.
So essentially what I want you to focus on today, the Kufah Institute is a very wide project, a very ambitious dream project, and inshallah there are many things we hope to be able to offer in the future. The main focus I think today is going to be on 2025 fall launch and what that program is, and a little bit I want to just share with you how it was designed. So the idea is that college-educated Muslims, so Muslims who are studying in college or have already graduated from college, have shown that they can study. They are now students, professional students, and we want them to use that same skill set in pursuing as much knowledge of their deen for as many years of their life as they can. So it really is an 18-year-old plus institute, and we're starting with this first initial one-year offering, but the goal and plan is, inshallah ta'ala, over the years to offer all the ulum al-Islamiyya, means tafsir of the entire Quran al-Kareem, Darsh, explanation, commentary of all of the Sahih Bukhari and all of the other major works of hadith, fiqh, usul al-fiqh, and then also Islamic history, Islamic philosophy, so anything and everything that could possibly be learned about Deen of Islam, we want to try. Now, it's very ambitious, I know, but we want, inshallah, to try to have an institute of higher advanced Islamic learning, of which this is the first step, because everybody needs an entry point. And I think so the focus then should for today be on this very first step.
Jazakallah khair for providing the context. So here's the course catalog. I mean, you can read it afterwards, but I just wanted to walk you through, and on your one pager, it actually tells you about the different courses that are going to be covered. And this has more details about course objectives and whatnot. But one of the approaches that we take at Kufah to Islamic studies is a little bit of a departure from normal, where it's no longer textual based, but it's more content based. So you're not really just focused on, okay, I finished, Tahawi. So when you study Aqidah, it's not like you're just going to study Tahawi. The teacher will bring in from Fiqh al-Akbar and from other major works and integrate it into a content-based course so that you would get sort of a holistic approach. And one of the things that we understand is that there's different cohorts of learners in the community, right? There's women whose children are at school. There's people who are in a gap year. There are people who are working during days and only have evenings. And so one of the things I just wanted to walk you through, so there's a lot of thought that went in the back end, and that's why it can get a little bit complicated. I just wanted to walk you through this one aspect is they wanted to increase accessibility for all learner groups. And what that basically means is that we're going to have two different tracks. There'll be one track, which is this top one over here, which is Diploma of Islamic Studies A. And this is going to run twice a week on weeknights. And this is really for people who are professionals. If you did something every single weeknight, you just can't handle it, right? There's kids have homework, there's soccer practice, there's this, there's that. So 2 nights a week, right? You would take classes, and then on Saturday you would have a half day. So that's this, and so we would call this the evening track, the DIXA, and then Diploma of Islamic Studies B is the morning track. So this is from like 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. And this is for people who are open during the days. There might be sisters kids are in school. There might be people who are in a gap year. And the way that it's designed is that a person, regardless of which track you take, you can take a portion of it. So each track might have 3 to 4 classes. You can take 1 class, you can take 2 classes, you can take as much as you can handle. The morning track is more intense, but whoever finished it, if you take, say you had a whole year off, right? And you said, this is what I'm going to do, then you would cover the entire curriculum. So you would go through hadith, you would go through Aqidah, you would go through fiqh, you would go through spirituality portions of the Ihya, Ulumuddin, the Magnum of Imam Ghazali. So you get a really 10,000 foot view of a lot of the areas of the deen. So again, that you can understand deen yourself, practice deen, and teach it to your family. And so it would be 1 year commitment, but again, you would have a gap because your morning ends at 12, and then the evening track starts at 6 twice a week. So there would, in this schedule like college classes. So if you remember what college was like, you had time for other things in life as well. So you would come in for your classes, but then you would be able to integrate other things. So for people on a gap year, they'll have time for research. If they want to, they're trying to create opportunities for them to, if we're going into law, connect them with people where they can do internships with local lawyers, or if they're in IT, give them opportunities where they can intern with people while they're doing this so that they can keep on advancing their professional careers without necessarily putting this on hold, right? So it just depends on what cohort you're in. People who are in the gap year for medical school, we might try to take some of them into our labs at Moffitt, for example. But it's going to be different. So if a person finishes this, what we call the A and B track, then what's that called? They would finish with the diploma. If a person can only do one or the other, right? So maybe they're only available during the days because the kids come home at night and I need to be with the kids. Then what will happen is that the morning track the next year will be offered in the evening, right? And the evening track would be flipped to the morning. So then you could take the morning classes at that time, and then, and vice versa. And if there's people who, for example, were on the evening track, they did half the course the first year, then they can do the other half, or a good portion of the second half, the second year. There might have to be some straggler classes that you need to complete off because the evening course there's not parity in terms of time with the mornings. The mornings are longer, but that's the general idea. And so if you go to the website, there's two things that you'll find there. One of the things is a student interest form. So if you're interested, please put in your interest form so that we know how many students we should be expecting. We're also there will be an application process, and we're probably going to limit class size as well because we want to optimize the learning experience for the student. So, I mean, if we hit cap, then we hit cap. This is for brothers and sisters, both, right? And inshallah, we're also going to have, we have, alhamdulillah, almost 6 or 7 alimas. We're also supporting this effort from the back end. So they're going to have a lot of hands-on approach and aids to work through the material, so on and so forth. And in terms of faculty, alhamdulillah, we have already 3 to 4 full-time faculty, part-time faculty, including the people who are sitting up here at the very least. And we are actually interviewing for full-time faculty as well. So those interviews are in process, and alhamdulillah, very accomplished people have come through. Inshallah, interviews are going to go out because we're very excited. I don't think we're going to lose. Alhamdulillah, almost all of them, without exception, have both Western degree and also either an alim or a mufti. So they they get it. They're from this generation. Hopefully, and we're looking for people who can, beyond the classroom, connect with the student, right? Because that's the other thing. This is not Kufah, and I guess Islamic learning in general is not meant to just be a completely academic exercise. We want to see change, right? We want to see spiritual growth, because you just don't want to make intellectual monsters. What's the point of that? We want to see really the deen come in people's lives, the sunnah of the process and come in people's lives. So that's really the thing. So we're going to be around. I think it's time for dinner. We're going to be around. We can answer questions. We can field questions. If you're able to sign up, if you're not able to, but other people, spread the word to them, inshallah. Inshallah, and we're going to do this together, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair.
So the minimum amount you need to do to sign up is pick one course. That's it. One course, be it from the morning track or the evening track. So when he said, even if you're not able to sign up, what that means is that you are not able to select even a single one course from either the morning or the evening track. So I will tell you, he can't because he lives in Tampa right now. If any one of you are not able to select even a single course from the morning or evening track, then I will feel that this is, I would feel it's a very deep personal shock to me, right? And this is why we structured it this way. Obviously, we know that not everybody can take the entire thing, and many people are full-time students, full-time working professionals, full-time home,
Homemakers.
homemakers, full-time homemakers, full-time homemakers. But we try to put a little bit of something that together could, cover a whole lot of some things, but a little bit of something for everyone. As far as I'm concerned, anyone and everyone who has attended this weekend, or attended our summer intensive, or attended the last February weekend, minimum, my humble, personal, heartfelt request to you is at least one course registration. Register now. You can even drop later when it comes to August if your schedule truly is so busy then that you won't be able to attend.
Jazakumullah khair. Jazakumullah khair, inshallah. Bilal is a good way.
It's 25. So right now, and these are going, inshallah, the brothers, you guys can just sit there for just a few minutes. We'll give a head start to the sisters, inshallah, as they make their way over to the old masjid building. So the sisters, food set up is in the old masjid building. So the brothers might just sit there, socialize group, and inshallah, next 3-4 minutes, I'll make another announcement. That you guys can get up, inshallah. Our dinner is in the courtyard. So the sister dinner, the sisters will make their way over to the old masjid building, inshallah. And if anyone has any questions for our video, inshallah, perhaps some of you can ask.
I spoke to a student who it's from there. You're very special. Actually, you have a gap there. Looks pretty much on the back. And like another student who's the treasurer as well. So he was get again. So he's also he made gap. So we want them to come together. And so we can have a partner together.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. ملائكة يصلون على النبي يا الذين صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. صدق الله العظيم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم. مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على النبي وآل البيت كلهم. يا رب صل على المختار من مضر والأنبياء وجميع الرسل ما ذكروا وصل ربي على الهادي وشيعته وصحبه من للطي الدين قد نشروا وجاهدوا معه في الله واجتهدوا وهجروا وله آووا وقد نصروا وبينوا الفرض والمسنون واعتصموا لله واعتصموا بالله فانتصروا. أزكى صلاة وأنمها وأشرفها يعطر الكون رأي نشرها العطر معبوقة بعبيق المسك زاكية من طيبها أرجو الرضوان ينتشر. عد الحصى والثرى والرمل يتبعها نجم السماء ونبات الأرض والمدر وعد وزن مثاقيل الجبال كما يليه قطر جميع الماء والمطر وعد ما حوت الأشجار من ورق وكل حرف غدا يتلى ويستطر والوحش والطير والأسماك مع نعم يليهم الجن والأملاك والبشر والدر والنمل مع جمع الحبوب كذا والشعر والصف والأرياش والوبر وما أحاط به العلم المحيط وما جرى به القلم المأمور والقدر وعد نعمائك التي مننت بها على الخلائق مذ كانوا ومذ حشروا وعد مقداره السامي الذي شرفت به النبيون والأملاك وافتخروا وعد ما كان في الأكوان يا سندي وما يكون إلى أن تبعث الصور في كل طرفة عين يطرفون بها أهل السماوات والأرضين أو يذر ملء السماوات والأرضين مع جبل والفرش والعرش والكرسي وما حصروا ما أعدم الله موجودا وأوجد معدوما صلاة دواما ليس تنحصر تستغرق العد مع جمع الدهور كما تحيط بالحد لا تبقي ولا تذر لا غاية وانتهاء يا عظيم لها ولا لها أمد يقضى فيعتبر وعد ضعف ما قد مر من عدد مع ضعف ضعفه يمن له القدر كما تحب وترضى سيدي وكما أمرتنا أن نصلي
أنت مقتدر مع السلام كما قد مر من عدد ربي وضاعفهما والفضل منتشر وكل ذلك مضروب بحقك في أنفاس خلقك إن قلوا وإن كثروا يا ربي واغفر لقارئها وسامعها والمسلمين جميعا أينما حضروا ووالدينا وأهلنا وجيرتنا وكلنا سيدي للعفو مفتقر وقد أتيت ذنوبا لا عدد لها لكن عفوك لا يبقي ولا يذر والهم عن كل ما أبغيه يشغلني وقد أتى خاضعا والقلب منكسر أرجوك يا ربي في الدارين ترحمنا بجاه من في يديه سبح الحجر يا ربي أعظم لنا أجرا ومغفرة فإن جودك بحر ليس ينحصر واقض ديونا لها الأخلاق ضائقة وفرج الكرب عنا أنت مقتدر وكن لطيفا بنا في كل نازلة لطفا جميلا به الأهوال تنحسر بالمصطفى المجتبى خير الأنام ومن جلالة نزلت في مدحه الصور ثم الصلاة على المختار ما طلعت شمس النهار وما قد شعشع القمر ثم الرضا عن أبي بكر خليفتي من قام من بعده للدين ينتصر وعن أبي حفص الفاروق صاحبي من قوله الفصل في أحكامه عمر وجد لعثمان ذي النورين من كملت له المحاسن في الدارين والدفر كذا علي مع ابنه وأمهما أهل العباء كما قد جاءنا الخبر كذا خديجتنا الكبرى التي بذلت أموالها لرسول الله ينتصر والطاهرة نساء المصطفى وكذا بنته وبنوه كلما ذكروا سعد سعيد بن عوف طلحة وأبو عبيدة وزبير سادات غرار وحمزة وكذا العباس سيدنا ونجله الحبر ما زالت به الغيار والآل والصحب والأتباع قاطبة ما جن ليل الدياج أو بعد السحر مع الرضا منك في عفو وعافية وحسن خاتمة ينقضي العمر اللهم صل وسلم وبارك
So now I'm Dr. George Burgess come up and give practical tips to maintain wellness. And inshallah, if you're able to produce content, I'm pretty sure the Q&A is done. But yeah, we'll see. Later.
So we just recap that we talked about digital drugs and how they're evolving every year, and they're stimulating dopamine in an ever more sophisticated way, leading us to feel this, right? So we talked about that. So the bottom line is that we live in a time of the most manufactured stimulation than at any time in human history. And it's a precision, tailor-made bombardment of our senses. So it surrounds us. And the consequences of that are tangible and visible, right? So this is a, don't worry about all the details, but just know that on the x-axis, we have time, of course, and then on the y-axis, we have the number of people using social media platforms. So if you look at 2006 on the bottom of the graph, you'll notice that the first initial, like MySpace, the development of these social media apps, and you'll see how they steadily start to incline. And you see that by 2019, there's about 2.38 billion Facebook users. Right? So 333 million Twitter users, so on and so forth. So the numbers have started to rise in the year 2006. Okay, this is what we call an age-adjusted suicide rate in the United States. And from 2006 onwards, you see that the age-adjusted suicide rate goes from 18.1 per 100,000 to 23 almost. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but in statistical value, if you think about it, for 3 people for every 100,000 is a significant incline. And this is just to show us that, again, the more we consume, the more depressed we get, and the pain side goes down, right? And that's leading to depression and anxiety. Ready to conclude that. And 2025 numbers is that 1 in 5 youth and young adults live with a mental health condition. 1 in 5. Mental health illness occurs in 1 out of every 4 families in the United States. And then 50% of all lifetime cases of mental illness begin by age 14 and 75% by age 24. Why is that? Because this younger demographic, so basically what this says is that mental illness is a disease of the young. If you were to look at the prevalence rates across ages from 0 to 80, 90, you see that mental illness occurs more so in the age group of 24 and younger. But why is that? It's also because this younger demographic is targeted more easily for their attention by these social media companies, right? They're not necessarily targeting the 60-year-old crowd, 50 years old plus crowd. They're more so targeting the younger users. Okay, so again, the consequences of this technological proliferation is evident. 26% of the graduating classes of Notre Dame University sought counseling at their department, which is 2,500 people out of 10,000 roughly. I'm not going to go through all this, but the point here is just to say that many people have found themselves being unable to function in a college health study, about almost 43%. And then the prevalence rates of anxiety and major depressive disorder are very high. Again, not to go into all the details, but about 50 million people are dealing with anxiety at any given time in the United States, out of a 220 million population. Think about that, just staggering numbers, right? 20 million people are dealing with depressive episodes. So the point here is that the consequences are tangible and visible for the proliferation of technology over the last 20 years in the digital age that we live in, okay? So I kind of threw this in there because sometimes you think like simpler times, you know, like how I think back, you know, whenever I think one over mentioned this, he said, you know, spending time with your parents. One of the benefits of spending time with your parents, and I do this all the time with my dad and my kids love it. I just ask them, tell me where your childhood was like, you know, and he loves it. This is a good strategy. Talk to your parents. We have a hard time talking to them. I mean, my job is to talk to people all day. But one of the things I've discovered is that my parents love to tell their stories about when they grew up. And it's fascinating. It's fascinating. I'll say like he came home from, you know, at that time school and they'd just be out all day, playing with rocks on the ground, playing with a makeshift ball, a makeshift cricket bat, or a makeshift this. And there was a drain swamp where like the garbage used to collect, and that's what they used to. I'm sorry. That's where they used to play. That was their swimming pool. And, you know, we think, oh man. And he said, I lived in the slums. He said, I lived in the slums of India or Pakistan. And we look back and say, oh man, that must have been tough. Like you must have lived such a terrible life. Like, oh my gosh, in the slums, you guys had meat once a week, you know, and when the meat came, 7 kids were swarming around it to get it. You guys didn't have any board games, no video games, you had no like entertainment or TV. He's like, oh, he used to tell me, he tells me like when the first TV came into the neighborhood, Like all the neighborhood kids went to that house, you know? But we should actually look back at them and we should actually envy them. We should actually envy them because that was a simpler time. And I don't know if that simpler time is something that we can ever really appreciate, especially our kids, because they haven't seen it. But this is why maybe if you get a chance to travel, or if our kids get a chance to travel, I think it would be very, very beneficial because sometimes when you travel to other countries, you are transported back in time. Although even that is changing now because technology is everywhere, right? So even like the outskirts villages of Africa, people know about Hollywood pop culture now because they have smartphones. But this was a simpler time. My dad would argue this was not a simpler time. He would say even before this was a simpler time. Inshallah. So maybe there's some barakah there. But anyways, life moves on and we adjust and we adapt. So it's not all doom and gloom, or we're going to talk about solutions. Yeah, we're gonna do that right now. So we'll move to that. So I just wanted to finish that up from the last time. So practical tips, okay? So a few things just to mention, nothing too heavy here, but wellness focuses on living a content life. Wellness focuses on living a content life. And look, our Maulana Umar and Mufti Kamaluddin can do a much better job of explicating this, but this is just a simple fact that we should be cognizant of the hereafter. If we are cognizant of the hereafter, everything shifts into perspective. Every struggle in life becomes framed according to the hereafter. Okay, no big deal. My car got dinged up, no problem. I have to answer to all anyways. No big deal. My cousin said this to me. He backbited about me. No problem. I got the hereafter to worry about. I didn't get invited to this and this wedding. No problem. I have the hereafter to worry about. Right. This perspective is talked about in psychology in the non-Muslim world, where they want you to step back and take the bigger picture, right? But for us, we already have a bigger picture, alhamdulillah, for the ni'mah of deen. We already know that we're living a sort of like a play. We're in a play, and one day the curtain will be lifted and the real reality will come that the planes of the day of judgment will be there. We'll be answering to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So nothing in this life that happens that's really good should really be so overwhelmingly distract us, and anything that happens really, really terrible or bad should not really overwhelmingly distract us because we're aware that the hereafter is coming anyhow. Now, this gets to the crux of what we discussed earlier. Some of the Q&A came up, and this is where I didn't get a chance. Obviously, now we're going to talk about it. But minimizing or fasting from direct dopamine stimulating activities. So put this in our vocabulary. We're going to dopamine fast. Okay? We do fast. Alhamdulillah, right? And inshallah, the Ramadan is coming. It's a wonderful, we're going to fast from food. We should also consider thinking in our minds, how can we fast from direct dopamine? And I've already gone throughout the day. You guys have heard me speak too much now. But we already talked about what the direct dopamine activities are, right? The biggest culprit being the smartphone. So let's start thinking about, it's a deliberate lifestyle. It's a deliberate lifestyle. I'm going to fast from direct dopamine, okay? Because just like the media companies and Silicon Valley executives are deliberate in their attempts to bombard our senses and harm our wellness, we should be just as deliberate in our attempts to counter that influence, right? And to imbibe these habits of wellness in us. So a lot of the questions came up earlier, like how do I just, I'm having trouble studying, or I'm feeling a little bit down, or I can't stay focused, or I'm feeling malaise. One of the easiest prescriptions that I tell my patients in my office, whether they're Muslim or not, I say, just find time where you're not stimulating yourself from a direct dopamine perspective. And if you give yourself 10 minutes, 15 minutes a day of quiet, like Maulana Umar mentioned, come to the masjid early for Isha, and just sit there for 10 minutes before Isha Adhan. Or sorry, Adhan has been called likely, but then before the Salah starts, just sit in the front row. No one's gonna bother you if you're in the front row. If you sit in the back corner, Assalamu alaikum, bro, what's going on? You hear about the game, blah, 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 right? Sit in the front, find those 10 minutes. That was beautiful advice from Maulana Umar. Let's steal that from him, right? But that's something we can do. I mean, most of us, alhamdulillah, maybe inshallah, we're not. If we're not regular in the masjid, we should try at least to catch one Salah or two Salahs in the masjid, Isha, Fajr. But just leave 5 minutes earlier and find that quiet time, right? That's dopamine fasting. So what is dopamine fasting? It's just not being in a state of being stimulated. This is addition by subtraction. It's addition. It's so easy. Like wellness, think about it. I said to you, in order to be well, just do nothing. It's like, what? Right? But you'd be surprised, I asked my patients, like, when's the last time you just sat for, can you remember the last time you sat down for 5 minutes and didn't have anything going on? And they just look at me like, what are you talking about? It doesn't happen, right? Did I share a story about when I went to Puerto Rico with the family? Did I tell you guys this? Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay, I'm embarrassed. Okay, so I went to Puerto Rico with the family, and no car, right? It's just like you get on an airplane, go there, and go straight to the hotel. So we had no car for the whole time, and we hopped in about 9 Ubers. Okay, I counted something like 9. By the 4th Uber, I told my daughter, I was like, okay, I can predict what the next Uber ride is gonna look like. I'm telling you. She's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, we're gonna sit in the car, and we're gonna sit in the back. And usually the whole family sits in the back, and there'll be a low-level music playing, but the person will not be listening to it. It'll just be there in the background. And sure enough, Uber after Uber after the same story. That everyone is numbed, they're numbed and they're numbingly listening to nothing. But they can't deal with the silence. Like no one, I didn't get in an Uber and said, okay, this driver is now just driving around with nothing on. I wasn't really making conversation either, right? But there was always some level of music for some reason, just playing at a low level, not even at a high, like a low level. You know the person's not really listening, but they can't deal with the silence either. Because sometimes silence is scary. But I was speaking to one of the brothers here, we have to practice silence. We have to crave silence. We have to just find those moments we just, us and our blank slate mind. Like I was telling some of the brothers, start just by sitting in your room in a darkly lit room, 5 minutes, just and clear your mind. Do that for 5 minutes a day for a month. You'll be your wellness will improve, quote unquote. Now add a few minutes more to that. Now, I was giving this example that if we're trying to then, the brother said, okay, what about dhikr and remembering Allah? Of course, but that's gonna come. But first we have to clear out the debris first. If I'm gonna paint a wall that has wallpaper on it and 7 years or 25 years plus of paint, I'm gonna have to clean it up first, right? Take the wallpaper out, sand it down, make it look nice, and then I can bring in some afghar and some remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm not saying that, so my point I'm saying here is that sometimes we have so much going on that we need to find silence. In the beginning, it'll be hard, but that's dopamine fasting because you're not stimulating yourself and you're sitting in a room, in a quietly lit, dim lit room, and you're just clearing your mind. And then eventually you can bring in the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and so on and so forth. Okay, and then we're going to talk about this in a few slides, incorporating indirect dopamine activities into our routine. We'll discuss that in just a few slides, so bear with me here, okay? So I want to talk about 2 types of activities. This kind of touches the earlier point about downtime, but there's 2 types of activities. There's fleeting enjoyment, and then there's gratification/contentment activities, okay? So the effect of individualism, liberalism, postmodernism, capitalism, all the isms you can think of, is that we are encouraged to do and pursue whatever gives us fleeting enjoyment. Okay, say it one more time. We are encouraged to do and pursue whatever gives us fleeting enjoyment. There's no moral compass on this ethos, right? This ethos is you do what you need to do to make yourself happy. That's the society, again, it's not just the West. I mean, it's pretty much pervasive now across the world, but we live in this sort of society, individualism, which says, hey, you want to be happy? Go be happy, right? But this pursuit of fleeting enjoyment is misconstrued by us as us pursuing gratification or contentment. It's not gratification or contentment, right? Fleeting enjoyment, right? Think the right side of the seesaw we talked about earlier, right? It's short-lived. It's short-lived, so it's a positive feeling that you get from something that satisfies their desire or need in the moment. In the moment. So we misconstrue this transitory high as gratification or contentment. But when the pleasure fades, the reality sets in, right? It's immediate, right? The fleeting enjoyment, something we do quickly. Eat a donut, eat high sugar foods, right? Or engage in illicit behavior, whatever it is, talked about yesterday, right? This type of activity is reflective of our attachment to the dunya. Meaning, when we engage in a rapid fashion with the high dopamine activities, high quick hitters, right? We start to engage with the world as if we're going to be here forever, right? So it's also reflection of our spiritual state. So we should be aware of this as we engage in fleeting activities, okay? And we talked about this, it's derived from direct dopamine activities. And these things may not require any skill or lead to any mastery. These are two things I want to distinguish, skill and mastery. We're going to come back to that right now, we'll see. Okay? Then we have activities that create gratification and contentment. These activities come from indirect dopamine release. What is that? What we talked about earlier, you guys remember? When you induce a little bit of pain or you put a little bit of effort in, what happens? What's the brain's reflex? Someone tell me. We're not moving on after, unless someone told me. The other way, yeah, exactly. So when we induce a little bit of pain or effort, the brain says, I don't like being in this pain state. Let me flip it back to what? The blue side. Then what happens in that? That's indirect dopamine and a different pathway, by the way. And that indirect dopamine state, it's like a nice, calm content. You know, we should be searching for indirect dopamine, and that's what gratification / contentment activities are. They're long-term, okay? They're sustained. I'll get into why. And they're derived from cognizance of the hereafter, okay? So they require effort and skill. We're going to get to that right now. So these kind of activities, things like woodworking, painting, creativity side, writing, poetry, building anything, right? Learning some kind of skill, learning Arabic, signing up for a Kufah class so you can learn a little bit. Inshallah, all of us can benefit, right? Putting in some effort to then get something out. So when you put in that little effort, little bit of pain, quote unquote, effort put in, then what happens? Indirect dopamine. So after you take a Kufah class and you finished at 9:30, inshallah 9:15, right? 7 to 9 they said, right? 7 to 9 p.m. At 9:15, you're gonna get this indirect dopamine that's gonna be released, right? You're gonna feel so good, right? That's the point of these gratification contentment activities. They bring about wellness, right? These kinds of skills these kinds of activities require skill and effort, and they may lead to mastery, but they can offer the possibility of failing. So when we engage in activities that can offer the possibility of failing, it actually releases more gratification and contentment when we are able to complete them, right? And gratifications from exercising our strengths are hard won, right? And if you master woodworking, for example, right? They require consistent effort and practice. And so therefore, in the process of mastering woodworking, you've released so much indirect dopamine over those hours that you're going to feel happier and content, right? So gratifications don't invoke raw feelings of pleasure. Rather, they contact a higher state, a higher part of us, which is our internal strengths, our virtues, and it's sort of like a self-actualization. So when we engage in activities that build our skill set, we're kind of self-actualizing and we're understanding our strengths. Versus pleasures, they come easily. They do invoke raw feelings and emotions, and they engage our nafs, right? The activities talked about earlier. Oh, sorry, jumped ahead, right? So the bottom line is that fleeting enjoyments engage the senses and are about feeling emotions versus gratification activities are about contacting a higher part of ourselves, our internal strengths, okay? And Mana Omar mentioned this earlier, there's different types of pleasures, right? Base pleasures, he talked about like eating a greasy burger, and then he talked about, and then eventually you can get to spiritual pleasures, which he discussed, right? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow all of us to experience those, say Ameen. So spiritual pleasures are activities in which you have developed a skill over time that is now resulting in this perpetual release of indirect dopamine. And can you imagine, like you put a little effort in, but can you imagine that energy, that spiritual, the barakah that's coming down from the indirect dopamine in that activity? Fine, woodworking is one thing, and so on is one thing, and mastering poetry is one thing, or writing is one thing. But to achieve that spiritual state and to find that enjoyment in salah, right? To have your salah release indirect dopamine, subhanAllah, right? That would be a state that we can all, inshallah, inspire to. So going back to indirect dopamine, this is what I just described, right? The brain pleasure, oh, sorry, this is the pleasure, this is the one we talked about earlier, so we can skip this, we already know this. So minimizing or fasting from indirect, so from direct dopamine activity, we already talked about this. And I think Ali Marani already, mashallah, went through this. The stuff I was gonna, he's, mashallah, he did a great job with that. So I don't need to necessarily go into all this in too much detail. What I will say is digital minimalism, and he went over that, how we can achieve that, okay? And I want to quickly cover this idea of when we fast from dopamine, right? There's this notion of hedonic adaptation. What that is that the concept that we typically return to our baseline after a pleasurable experience. So they did studies that people who won the lottery, right? They win the lottery, but they tend to return back to their normal original state of discontent. So discontentment. And ajib, right? And that's why they say, like, research shows that you have the first bite of something is delicious, but the 10th bite of that is not experienced the same way as the first. There's this notion that hedonic adaptation is that there's not, like, again, going back to the right side of that dopamine seesaw, we're never going to get contentment here, right? So we talked about dopamine fasting already. This one thing I will say is that if you want to start off, then what you can do is you can do just a couple hours a week, 5 minutes, even 5 minutes a week, fine. But what I'm going to tell you guys about is this interesting thing that in Silicon Valley, in the technological hubs, the leadership discovered this notion of dopamine fasting. What they said was, I read this from one of the CEOs. He said, I sat in a room with bread and water for 6 hours, and I came out feeling rejuvenated. He just had 6 hours of just bread and water, no other interaction. So what did he do? I mean, he, like, sort of like, you know, the way I kind of think of this is like, you know, the Prophet ﷺ retreated to the Hira to retreat from the noise and the shit that was occurring in Makkah al-Mukarramah. And this is like a retreat, right? But they're feeling it. And what's the guy saying in his little journal? He says, I found myself craving the next time I could go back to that and find that 6 hour window. These are people that are not even practicing Muslim. They're not even Muslim, but we're experiencing the benefit of the retreat. Okay, so we have Ramadan coming up. Wonderful time for that. If we have severe addictions or something we're really struggling with, I told you guys about this yesterday. Maybe we talked about it. That 2 to 4 weeks is what they recommend. So if you're really struggling with something, some vice, some issue, some addiction, give yourself 2 weeks off of that, or 3 to 4 weeks ideally, and inshallah your seesaw will return to normal. This is what I was going to show you, right? Dopamine fasting for 2 to 4 weeks resets the seesaw to neutral. I think someone asked this question earlier, right? So how do I reset the seesaw? This is how you do it. Fast for 2 to 4 weeks from that activity, whatever activity it is. And inshallah ta'ala, we'll see that our wellness will become actualized. Okay, we talked about addition by subtraction. Yeah, sorry. So this is the stuff that Ali also talked about: focus modes, apps. I'm not gonna go through all this. No problem here. Internet cutoff times, blah blah. One thing I will say: for messaging, WhatsApp, phone calls, the landline phone rule is what I like to think about in my mind. Now, don't impose this on your family, and don't, you know, go around like everyone should be. You know, this is for ourselves. If the phone rang 20 years ago at 2 a.m. and it was your child's friend, would we answer it? 20 years ago, they used to have, for the youngins, there used to be a phone. It used to be connected to the wall. There's a wire. And then you put it in and you like dial it like this. It's a landline. You guys can Google it. So you can take it, it's like an ancient relic. But anyways, so with landlines 20 years ago, not 20 years ago, probably more than that now, I guess. We wouldn't answer the phone at 2 a.m., correct? So why is it that we're allowing these phone calls to come in our phones and cell phones past 11, 10, 30, whatever it is? It's the landline phone rule. If I wouldn't answer it with a landline, I'm not going to answer it with my phone, right? We can use sleep modes. Ali talked about this. And by the way, a text past 11 p.m. can stimulate your direct dopamine. And then what are we doing? Then we're reversing our sleep pathways and the blue light and the lack of melatonin, and all of a sudden we're awake, and I was like, subhanAllah, now the whole world, half of America can't sleep. Right? I was joking that I make money when I prescribe prescriptions. I was joking. But I do prescribe a lot of insomnia medications. Ajib, no one can sleep. You're telling me you're not tired enough to sleep? Okay, you're probably just stimulated. Too much stimulation. Be hard to reach. I talked about this earlier. Reclaim your autonomy. Reclaim your time. It's your time, not theirs. It's our time, not theirs. Okay? Respect your time, respect your family's time, your kids' time. So there's a lot to say about this, but I said this already. I don't need to know about which new restaurant my friend is trying out at 1:20 in the afternoon or at 7 p.m. when I'm with my family. If I ever want to know about that, it'll be on my time, on my terms, okay? Fight for family dinner. Family dinners without devices promote healthy conversation, connections, understanding, right? And they prevent any assaults from direct dopamine if we're doing it right. Studies have shown that kids who have dinners with their families have less internalizing problems, which are things like being sad, anxious, lonely, and less externalizing problems like fighting, skipping school, tardiness, things like that. And they report overall better life satisfaction. Dinner time now, especially in the West, is a joke. What is this prime time TV? Why do you think that 7 p.m. is prime time? Meaning the best shows are put on with the highest caliber shows, with the highest quality content are put on at what time, guys? 7 p.m. Isn't that dinner time? SubhanAllah, right? What is this Super Bowl Sunday? Okay, forget Super Bowl Sunday. NBA Christmas Day. What do they call it? The NBA Christmas Day something, right? Like 4 games on NBA on the day of Christmas. Is no one thinking about, like, why are we not even like hold on, this seems so wrong. Why would you broadcast the best players and the best teams on the best matchups on the day when the entire America is supposed to be sitting there with their families, right? So this notion of like, oh, this is what I was thinking, but the Thanksgiving football, it's ingrained in our conscience. It's like ingrained, we're indoctrinated with this. What is Thanksgiving football? We're supposed to spend time with our families, right? I'm not saying like we celebrate particularly Thanksgiving, or obviously we don't celebrate Christmas. But my point here is that even within the West, like it's this notion of like you're invading my privacy, or you're invading my family's time. This is an assault. Like the NFL and NBA, you are culprits, right? You're bringing this into my home where I'm supposed to have family time. Some countries like Holland and France, they give their kids half days off on Wednesdays along with the parents, so that they can have lunch together. Or sorry, early dinner together, right? In Geneva, Switzerland, they have 2-hour lunch breaks for parents and children on certain days of the week so that they can have lunch together. So some of the Eastern European countries are ahead of us in this. And then they've understood this. In Europe, they've understood that this family time is very important, right? Okay, so almost done here. Talked about Salam Guard. I'm gonna plug Salam Guard again. Where's Elise here? I've been plugging Salam Guard for a while. I should get some kind of like royalties or something. I should collect something on the back end. But I didn't know it was Ali though. I found out it was him when he stood up here and started presenting. Oh my God, that's the founder. MashaAllah. But it's amazing. Very, very practical, good tool. Okay, indirect dopamine release. I touched on this earlier, right? Get a little bit of pain, a little bit of effort, then you'll get that smooth, long-term release of dopamine that's on the same side of the seesaw. However, it's indirect dopamine, not direct dopamine. So we should be searching for indirect dopamine. We talked about indirect dopamine activities already: woodworking, taking a walk, putting in a hard days of work. I mean, even that, like we've soiled that. Like we'll be at work, but we're not at work. Like we're working, but we're on WhatsApp. The highest activity for WhatsApp amongst young Muslim professionals, males, is what time? Exactly. I mean, there's 2 aspects to this. From a spiritual component, are we usurping the rights of our employer by collecting the paycheck every 2 weeks, but yet we're not working? I mean, technically, we should, I mean, I'm not a sheikh and a scholar, so, you know, I'm just saying, like, we should think. Like, I'm getting paid by my employer. Maybe I should call them at the end of the month, say, I'm sorry, can you take away some pay from my paycheck? Because I wasn't actually working for 6 hours a week. So please dock my pay. When's the last time we made that phone call? So putting in a day's work, if we do it properly, that meal, I'll tell you this right now, that meal at the end of the day after a hard day's work will always taste better than the meal at the same time, the same content of the meal, if we were just sitting around all day on a Saturday. Promise. And you guys can even think of your own experience. After you put in a hard day's work, a real hard day's work, right? I don't care if it's physical, if it's blue collar job, white collar job, whatever it is, whatever we're doing. Then when you have that meal at 6 p.m., Bismillah wa ala barakatillah, we infuse barakah into it. Then we eat that meal tastes so much better. You know why it tastes better than if we were just sitting around on Saturday, Netflixing, binging, and then we have a meal at 5, 6 p.m., same meal, right? Same meal, same restaurant, okay? Why does it not taste as good? Because when we had the meal after the workday, right, indirect dopamine was flowing through our bodies at that time. And so the experience is better. It just feels much more satisfying. I'm not saying like the tastes are better, like it's some kind of like pleasurable like taste experience. It's just that you feel good. And the sugar comes from within us. On the flip side, we're binging all day and then we have a meal at 6 p.m. Our brain is on the negative side, on the pain side, and that meal is never going to taste as good. Okay, so, okay, a little effort, pain exerted initially results in sustained contentment afterwards. Okay, so search pain to feel pleasure, right? What do they say? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'm not saying to like go run, you know, train for a marathon tomorrow, but just search for some exertion. We need some pain, some exertion. And this goes back to what Mufti Kamal has been saying, like fill your schedule with deen-related things. And if you're not filled enough, then there's something missing. Meaning if you have too much free time, or if you're finding yourself flipping onto the direct dopamine side too much and now you're depressed, maybe we're not filling our lives enough with indirect dopamine activities. They give this example that cold showers lead to very positive feelings afterwards. You ever see anyone who does a cold shower? Who here does cold showers? Has anyone ever done one? Yeah. It's ajib, mashallah. Afterwards, they say that you have a cold shower, that there's a positive what? What is that? That's the indirect dopamine. I don't think the Sahabi had warm water, that's for sure. But they lived their whole life showering with cold water. You can imagine what kind of productivity that led to. There was a study in which they did electrical shocks delivered to a dog. Initially, the dog was fearful, okay? But after repeated shocks, the initial fear became a small annoyance, okay? And afterwards, it's wagging its tail and being super interactive. Now, I'm not saying, okay, don't get any ideas here. We're gonna go home. First of all, we shouldn't have any dogs, stuff for a while. I'm just kidding, but I'm not saying we shock our animals. This is a study, control study. But the idea here was to display the notion, or to highlight the notion that a little bit of pain can lead to sustained content. Okay, so we thought woodworking, taking a walk, putting a hard day's work, making breakfast in the morning, making your bed, big one we talked about already, building something, painting, drawing, learning a skill, archery. Archery is a good one, right? Where's Abdullah? You guys have archery range around here? Yeah, that should be like built into every masjid. I always like when we talk about, I think about wellness a lot. Like in my head, I'm always thinking about wellness. I'm like, every masjid should have like an archery chapter. Just so many benefits going to come from that. We're going to talk about nature in a second, but it's building a skill. It's indirect dopamine. It's mastery. It can involve failure. Remember we talked about those gratification activities? There's a possibility that you could fail. I mean, how can you really fail in archery? Just show up and shoot the arrow. You don't miss. You miss, it's okay. Marathons, running, right? We talked about runners' highs. Sports athletes. This is interesting. You guys notice that again, I pay attention to this because I have to, but you shouldn't be. So maybe you're not paying attention. Maybe that's good for you. But sports athletes get in less trouble in terms of infidelity, in terms of fawahish, than Hollywood celebrities. Generally speaking, actors. Why is that? Well, first of all, if you agree with me, first of all, which is that they've seen this, they've studied this. The reason is because the athletes are constantly training, and even in the off season, they're training, right? So there's a degree of exertion that's always there, right? So they're getting more indirect dopamine, and they're not searching for direct dopamine stimulating activities. the way some of these other quote unquote celebrities are. Okay, so just just highlighting a point there. Gardening is a big one. Gardening is a big one. And maintaining our yards. I think Mana Umar can shed light on this, Mufti Kamal can, that there's some hadith to the effect that taking care of the area around your home is important to make sure it looks tidy, looks well. So our dads who spend time gardening, a lot of retirement, see that in retirement, that gardening is like essentially a retirement fundamental. Like anyone who retires, like I told my dad, get into something, right? If it's not gardening, whatever, but get into something. He took a class at the local community college in like plumbing or something, like entry plumbing 101 or whatever, right? So something, but gardening is a big one. Okay, we talked about, where are we? Yeah, embrace silence. Talked about that, okay? Already discussed this. Family indirect dopamine activities. Here's the ethos here. Family activities that are characterized as this are the best activities, okay? I'm gonna give you 4 words, 5 words. With the family, do something to enjoy something. You guys with me? Do something to enjoy something. Meaning quality family time where everyone is getting like a plethora of indirect dopamine showered on them, right? Is when everyone is doing something to enjoy something. Meaning not just sitting around watching a movie, that's not going to release indirect dopamine. But if the whole family goes on a hike together, right? If the whole family goes fishing there, no one fishes here, right? That's one of the, oh, mashallah, Mana Umar does. Okay, subhanAllah, very good. Then, okay, maybe you can train everyone up. Fishing, can do like a fishing excursion once every 6 months or something, right? But this is part of the West. It's a beautiful thing. We don't dog all of Western culture. We don't down all of it, right? A lot of the things that come from this culture are very helpful and they can be beneficial. So some of the things in Western culture, like fishing, is a very, very healthy engagement, right? Now, I don't do that, right? But my family and I have really found that hiking, especially when we get a chance to go to a national park, is one of the most, like, so much barakah in that. We're going to talk about nature. I'm going to transition to nature right now. But camping is another one. Think about it. In order to camp, you're packing for 4 hours beforehand. You're unpacking for 5 hours before and afterwards. It's a lot of work. You get there, you're tired, you're sleepy. There's bugs, there's spiders. It's hard. You're making your own food. You're not eating it, but everyone's happier afterwards. It doesn't make any logical sense, right? But it does. But it does. Because we are embracing a little bit of effort and pain initially. Ask me about packing that car. Oh, my goodness gracious, right? Before you go packing, you're stuffing everything in and there's, right? But even the afterwards, I always tell them that we need like a day to like a vacation after the day of coming back from camp because it's so hard. But everyone is in a better mood. I've never heard anyone tell me I went camping, I was so depressed afterwards. It doesn't happen. So this is the last point I'm going to make. What is the secret weapon to not only be resetting the seesaw, but also promoting sustained pleasure and contentment? What's the secret weapon? Well, I'm going to say 3 things. It's not on the slide. I'm going to say 3 things are the secret weapons. Okay. We talked about silence. And again, I mentioned this earlier, but find silence at the tahajjud time. Okay. Silence, nature, and a little bit of exertion. Okay. This has nature and exertion. I forgot the silence part here. So there's this concept of forest bathing. Anyone heard of this? Forest bathing? They're like, now it's, what is it, 7:30? Dr. Jalal lost his mind now. Talking about weird things like forest bathing. What's wrong with it? Forest bathing is walking deliberately in a forest, not for exercise or to increase your heart rate, but to mindfully take in the sights and sounds while deep breathing the forest air. Okay, one more time. Walking deliberately, slowly in a forest, not for exercise or to increase our heart rate, but to mindfully take in the sights and sounds while deeply breathing the forest air. Mindfully meaning, what does mindful mean? Mindfulness is a big buzzword nowadays, right? Mindfulness is a big buzzword nowadays. We should know this from the Sunnah anyways, but it is a notion of being present. If I'm eating something, I'm enjoying and appreciating the morsels. I'm sending my hamd to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm grateful for every texture, morsel, flavor profile, every permutation of every bite that I have, and I'm paying attention to it and I'm thanking Allah for it. I'm not thinking about the past. I'm not thinking about the future. I'm not planning my vacation while I'm eating my dinner, and I'm not thinking about what happened last week at work. I'm not thinking about why I didn't get invited to that guy's party and what's gonna happen next week when I go to Universal. Right? Universal's pretty expensive, actually. Just gonna say that, just gonna put it out there. Right? If anyone has any hookups, just come to me. But what I'm saying is, forest bathing is this notion that we will be mindfully present, meaning we will take in we'll notice all the greenery. We'll notice that this tree looks a little different than that tree, or this green is different than that yellow, if it's fall, let's say, or that quarry looks a little different than this, or maybe this lake has this little texture here and the water looks like that. And then deep breathing. What do the studies show? The studies show that there's these aromatic volatile substances called phytoncides, like limonene, which are released by these trees, which actually increase the natural killer cells in our bodies. SubhanAllah. So just sitting and engaging in nature, but by the way, I'm gonna say this later in a minute from now, but the Quran emphasizes nature literacy. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala emphasizes nature literacy. We should be literate about nature. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But these trees are releasing phytoncides, which increase our immunity and increase the concentration of natural T cell killer cells. These are like immune cells that destroy abnormal cells in our body. SubhanAllah, what an amazing, it's like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying, not only am I going to create this wondrous nature for you, it's not like it's safe for Jannah only. He gave us a piece of the beauty of nature in this dunya so we can enjoy it. But while we're enjoying it, we're also getting benefit from it. Ajib. It's like, I'm going to give you something. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is so merciful. I'm going to give you something to enjoy. I'm going to give you something that's going to make you feel good. And it's going to help your wellness. Right? So go engage in it. Right? This is walking is easy, increase dopamine. Everyone knows this. Endorphins release, improve cognition, decrease cortisol. Cortisol it short circuits the cell production in our brain, especially in the hippocampus where we organize and store our memory. So when you decrease cortisol, you're doing amazing things for your cognition. Someone asked earlier, how can I study better? Right? How can I improve my cognition? How can I improve my memory? Just walk. Just walk. Walk around the block. Right? Like I said, in Chicago it's 10 degrees. So I'm not sure where I'm gonna walk, but I'll walk inside the masjid maybe. Okay? We'll figure it out. All right? Nature and serotonin. Greenscapes. Greenscapes raise serotonin levels. They have done studies that show that when someone is exposed to greenscapes means it's greenery, right? And that when we're exposed to nature, there's decreased inflammation, decreased concentration of IL-6, and pro-inflammatory cytokines, other ones. So nature, again, helps us. We know about sun exposure, vitamin D, I don't have to go into all that. Vitamin D is neuroprotective, it reduces inflammation. There's a lot of connection between vitamin D and neurotransmitter synthesis, like you can create more neurotransmitters, and in nerve growth. So we should spend time in the sun, right? Florida, you guys have no problem with that, right? Yeah, I have an indoor plant in my house that's barely surviving, I think. But anyways, lack of vitamin D can lead to fatigue, apathy, lower moods. So I check vitamin D levels in the office, right? We check it, and if it's down, we replete it. But if we just spend some time in nature, we're gonna have to worry about that, right? There's a really cool study, interesting study. They took volunteers and they put them in 2 different environments in Stanford, okay? One group of volunteers walked briefly through a lush green portion of the Stanford campus, and the other group walked near heavy traffic, okay, for a certain number of times, a certain number of days. Let's not get into details. It was shown afterwards that the first group was more attentive and happier afterwards than the volunteers who strolled for the same amount of time near the heavy traffic. And there was less blood flow to a place called the subgenual prefrontal cortex. This is an area in the brain that's associated with ruminations and overthinking. So spending a little bit of time in nature led to a measurable decrease in ruminations and overthinking. Like, what if this, what if that happens, what if this happens, what if I don't make it here on time, what if, I don't get invited to that party again? Sorry, I keep going back to that, right? What if this, what if that? So these ruminations or overthinking it was decreased in people who spent more time in the luscious green part of campus, lushy green side of campus and Stanford, okay? And we know this, that urban living is linked to a higher rate of mental health issues. That people that live in urban environments without nature around them have 40% higher risk of depression, over 20% higher risk of anxiety, right? And double the likelihood of psychiatric disorders altogether. So I'm not saying you can't live in a city. If you live in a city now, then you're doomed, right? But we should understand, if we live in a city, then we should find time in nature too, right? So I think this is my last slide. Urban centers, yep, this is it, I think. Yeah, two more, we have one more. So this is it's not a food pyramid, okay? This is a nature pyramid. Who here has heard of this concept? Okay, nature pyramid is this notion that just like how we should have certain food groups and certain quantities and certain amounts in our diet, right? Everyone here knows the food pyramid. If you guys are like, gym bros, then you know your food pyramid for sure. Macros and this, that, the other, right? Mashallah. So this is the nature pyramid. What it's saying is that the bottom rung is daily, okay? This is the daily rung. Is that these are nature prescriptions. These are nature prescriptions, all right? Given to us by psychologists that are in the field. That daily we should have some nearby in nature outside and interaction with nature and nearby things, places like gardens or a neighborhood park, right? Or a neighborhood fountain or something like that. It's okay to have urban intrusion in these spaces. That's about 30 minutes, that's what they say. Again, these numbers are too high in my opinion, but just a few minutes. Weekly, we should visit a park bigger than a neighborhood park, like a city park or a waterway. Again, there's less urban intrusion here. Monthly, we should visit like a lake or a river, or even if you have a national park around you, monthly, we should get at least that 1 weekend a month, or a day, one day a month. And then and this is a yearly or every 6 months, we should go into some kind of really remote place where there's not much there's no urban intrusion actually at all, right? These are like multiple day trips, right? So the studies show that people that engage in these patterns and engage with nature in this way are living more content and well lives, okay? I just talked about this already, that all worship is linked to nature. The deen is nature-centric, right? Like when we pray, this is predicated on our engagement with nature, because the sun has to be at a certain spot on the horizon before we can pray. Dhuhr, right? In the sky, and we base our idea of playing Maghrib based on where the sun is. Or if I'm going to go to Hajj, I can't just go to Hajj whenever I want. The moon dictates the lunar calendar, and it tells me this is the time you're going to go to for Hajj. So we are relying on nature to engage in our ibadah, right? And the Quran constantly challenges us to engage and reflect on nature, right? Mountains as pegs, skies as canopies, references to rivers, gardens, vegetation, fruits, grains, right? The trees, the animals, the sun, the moon, I just mentioned that, the stars, right? The rain. So we are hardwired. We are, as Muslims and as humans, actually, we are hardwired to respond to nature. I'll say that one more time. We are hardwired to respond to nature. So the tasbih of the Muslim should be that every time we look at nature, we are reminded of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if we actually imbibe this in our lives, then we will naturally be engaging with nature, while that will become ibadah, while that will become an indirect dopamine activity, and the benefits just go on and on. So I hope that's helpful, inshallah. I think I ended just on time here. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to inculcate any of these myriad of ways that we can maintain our wellness. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to bring indirect dopamine activities into our lives. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to experience the spiritual pleasures. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to inculcate any of these habits and allow us to become well Muslims. Because the last thing I'll say, well Muslims benefit society. So when we achieve wellness, we become vehicles or mechanisms to propagate the deen. We become vehicles and mechanisms by which we can spread the word of Islam. We become vehicle and mechanism by which we can help the wellness of others. So we should all, inshallah, inspire to this. Wa akhiru da'wana and alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
and we make phone calls and coordinate the response. This model keeps us, maintains the legacy still that we have for ages. If you notice, people who have come from other countries migrated. It's our tradition that we do not charge for events. That's how the legacy has to continue. Once you start charging for events, then you lose the charm, you lose the spiritual strength behind it. So, but that requires a very good sacrifice from all of us. So for this event, we are short of about $3,000 for food, essentially, food and supplies. And if anyone would like to support chicken, even if it's $1, please find Jeffrey, Abdullah, or some other investor in me. Check or cash, whatever. Or there should be a cell number as well. You can just talk with Abdullah. Just keep in mind, I'll say this and I'll end. There's an Arabian folklore story that goes where a couple had a newborn son, and they invited their entire village to join in. And the tradition was every family, every guest brings a pitcher of milk, and at the end of the day, the couple opened the jar and there was only water, because every villager thought the other person will bring the milk and they just brought water. So please walk out by just giving something, whatever. If there is any compulsion, if there is any constraint, please, no compulsion at all. Just if you can, if you're able to just be part of it, Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
No, I'm done. Keep all the lights on. Yeah, I'm trying to wake them up. I'm not trying to put them to sleep. I actually think all the lights should be on in Tarawih as well. I don't believe in turning the lights off at all, unless you want to sleep. All the lights on. Enough, it's fine. As it is, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, students, well, the final thought was powerful, inshallah. Last thought, also accept from all of you. I know everyone's very tired. We've been here for over 24 hours. After accept from all of you, sacrifice time, sacrifice of sleep, you sacrifice of everything. So to everyone who pull out their phones as well, I'm asking you to do a lot of things. I know. If everyone could pull out their phones right now, and just, if this wants to work, everyone could scan that QR code right now. If you're not in Kufah announcements, in the WhatsApp group chat, if you're not in the WhatsApp group chat right now, if you can please scan the QR code and enter into that group chat, inshallah. This is the only reason for this is so that we can stay connected with you, so we can stay connected with you. We don't want this to be a one and done thing. We want this series to over and over again, inshallah. One more thing, again, I implore you all to try your best to sign up for at least one course before you leave this building tonight after this talk. The spirit is high, the passion is high, and it will drop. That's the name of the universe. Thoughts go up and down, your temperature goes up and down, your health goes up and down. This Josh, this passion you have, it goes up and it will go down. So before it does go down, please capitalize on it, inshallah. Hurry towards being completed, inshallah. So we will be in the back. There's a catalog, detailed catalog of every single course that we are looking to offer in our Diploma in Islamic Studies, the DIS course, starting August 2025, inshallah. So this next academic year, I asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to first do sacred knowledge, inshallah. And we'll talk about it, inshallah, for the morning. That's what we're
الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونؤمن به ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلله فلا هادي له ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له ونشهد أن سيدنا وسندنا وشفيعنا محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صدق الله العظيم اللهم صل وسلم وبارك وترحم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وأمته أجمعين. I recited the ayah from Surah Fatiha, Ihdina Siratul Mustaqim, because I was thinking, looking at all of you, mashallah, and doing shukr to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that Allah ta'ala brought me here as well to the masjid, that maybe this is the answer to one of those many, many thousands of times we recited in Salah or outside Salah, Ihdina Siratul Mustaqim, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us hidayah to the straight path, and maybe Allah ta'ala then accepted that dua and let us spend this Friday night, Saturday in the masjid, especially mashallah, the young men and here, because there's so much, as we've covered in the past 24 hours, collectively, all of us, how much fitna there is out there. So if nothing else, we can do shukr to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for those sa'at, lamahat, these moments that I spent in the masjid, because actually what will happen on the Day of Judgment is Allah ta'ala's rahmah can come upon any of us for even any single moment of our life. Maybe even one moment, one tasbih, one dua, one even yearning, one silent plea in our heart that we had, that we might change once and for all and be guided on deen, might be accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The best we can do is just increase those moments and have more moments like that in our life. And the best place to try to have moments like that is the Masjid Baytullah, is the house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Khwaja ibn Ata'illah al-Iskandari rahimahullah ta'ala, he mentioned that, and I'll say it in maybe a simple English, that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and there are two things of his I'm combining, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives a person tawfiq or ability to do an amal, it means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala already wants to accept that amal from them. Otherwise, why would Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant the person the ability to do that? In a simple way, if I give you my address, it's because I want you to find me and come to my home. All right? And what mashallah all of you were showing, and this is a topic I used to talk about a lot. One of my old friends is here, he might remember this word, talab, that you have a desire. And if nothing else, if we can leave this gathering, those who are here just for this one gathering, or we're here for the whole weekend, if we can leave with nothing else but the flame of desire lit in our heart, that itself would be a great achievement. Because do you not see the gas burning stove, that all the stoves may be off, but if the pilot burner is still on, there's always imkan, ihtimal, there's always a possibility that at the flick of an instant, any one of the burners could come on. But if the pilot light ever goes off, then there's no hope for any of those stoves to turn on. So sometimes we just come to reignite and to nourish the pilot light of our iman in these gatherings. Because you're not going to remember everything you saw on every slide and every word that was spoken, but the purpose is to walk away with that renewed feeling and intention and desire to come closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to be guided on as-sirat al-mustaqim, the straight path that leads to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Very brief review of some of the things we talked about yesterday and some others have touched on. The theme was about ghafla, love, heedlessness, futile, pointless activity, distractions, diversions, keeping us from being people of what I want to talk about now, being people of purpose, right? We have not been created without purpose. Why? Because we were created by a creator who is fa'al lima yurid. Every single thing he does is from his intent, and whatever he intends, he does. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. So my and your existence is not an accident. My and your having iman is not an accident. It's a great, tremendous gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Even sometimes ulama, they would start the shukr that, Ya Allah, I do shukr to you for my wujud, that I exist, that I'm insan, that I'm human, that I have iman, that I have faith, and then they would continue. Otherwise, I could have been nothing. I was nothing. Kuntu nasiyyan mansiya. I was nothing, right? Allah Ta'ala says, don't you remember a dahr, a whole pre-eternal era in which you were non-existent and you were forgotten and you were unknown. And then Allah Ta'ala created us and gave us the gift of Iman. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that is the gift that we are dishonoring if we let ourselves lead an aimless, pointless, heedless life. And it doesn't make sense that we're saying so many times in Salah, Ihdina siratul mustaqim, as-sirat, it's a path. And a path means, Allah is using words that you travel on it. That's what the purpose, you traveling, moving, journeying through dunya towards akhirah, towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, fi sabilillah, ilallah. And you never want to find yourself stuck or stationary or motionless on that path. And certainly we never want to fall that we fell down and are able to walk on that path. And most of all, we never want to find that we are regressing on that path instead of moving towards the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We're actually doing disobedience and sin and turning away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And to help us with all of this, we need to avoid all of this ghafla and lagh and distraction. So the second thing we mentioned last night was that hadith of Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I won't repeat it in detail, but simply that the people of Jannah, the only thing that they will regret is that moment in their life which they did not remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then we did the other hadith, that be in this world as if you're a stranger or a traveler on the path. Now I want to tell you something else about hadith. Sheikh Ashraf Ali Thanvi, he gives a beautiful example of what it means to learn, study, learn and understand hadith. And he said this in Persian, which I definitely cannot do for you. I'm not actually a Persian, literate in Persian. But Persian language, like Arabic, is also a very beautiful language. And English is one of the most ugly languages in the world. But let me try. So he said that hadith are like a flower. The words of the hadith will dazzle you with beauty because the eloquence of the words of hadith will dazzle you with beauty like the petals of the flower. Like the petals of the flower. And the meanings of the hadith will penetrate your soul, your ruh, like the fragrance of the flower. And that's what we need. We need the ruh of Quran and the ruh of the Sunnah to enter into our ruh. Otherwise, it becomes just a surface thing. And that is also something Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam mentioned as one of the alamat, the signs of the end of time. The people who recite Quran Kareem, but it doesn't go below their halaq, means it doesn't enter their sadr, their spiritual breast and heart and their ruh. So try to keep that in mind on all these hadiths that we talked about. Now, when we talk about living a purposeful life, another very beautiful concept that ulama mentioned is that our aqidah, our iman, our concepts of creed and belief aren't just for ilm, don't only just pertain to knowledge, they also pertain to amal. And I remember when I first studied this, I couldn't understand it. Maybe you didn't fully understand it when I just said it this way. Aqidah are concepts of belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, belief in akhirah, yaqeen of maut, certainty that we're going to die, isn't just for the sake of our knowledge, it's actually in order to make us do amal. It means that once you have the knowledge of the belief of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala akhirah, that knowledge should change every single action in your life. Then you can say you have that aqidah. And if it's just a concept, right? That, okay, you agree with that concept, but that concept hasn't transformed you. It's not yet i'tiqad. It's not really truly what you believe. And I remember the ulama of balagha, they would give an example of this. So an example I would give you like this in English would be if somebody misbehaves towards their mother. Somebody will tell you, what's the matter with you? She's your mother. They're not giving you new knowledge, right? You know that she's your mother. That's the ilm you have, but you're not acting and behaving as if she's your mother. This is what it means. So yes, of course, we believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but the problem is many times we don't act and behave as if we truly believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Of course, we all believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all-powerful, but we don't act and behave as if there's the all-powerful, almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who is all aware and all watching over us and who will call us to account on the day of judgment. We all believe, of course we know that we're going to die and be raised on the day of judgment, and there will be something called the day of judgment. Many times we don't act and behave as if we're going to die and be resurrected on the day of judgment. And that is one of the negative consequences of all of these distractions and diversions and heedlessness and ghafla and love that we talked about last night, and some of the other speakers, all the other speakers have been talking about. All right. So now some practical tips, and I did some of that in the Q&A, and I mentioned that, how to overcome ghafla. Two main topics we had already discussed last night, which you're overindulging in all of these things, and I made a long list of things, and we have too much free time. A third thing that I started last night, but I couldn't finish, was about our anxiety and worry and loneliness and despair and despondency and hopelessness. And sometimes a person feels numb, and that's a reason why. They might turn to watching a movie. They might turn to surfing. They might, be missing Pakistan and watch random YouTube videos of the Pakistani ulama giving Urdu bayans. They're feeling some emptiness, feeling some sadness, feeling some loneliness, feeling some longing, feeling some yearning. So I'm going to give you a way to check if whatever activity you do, when you're feeling that sadness and loneliness, is it really curing that sadness? And the check is very simple, that when the activity ends, does the sadness come back or no? And most people will tell you, yes, I was depressed. I put on the movie. As soon as the movie ended, I was right back to being depressed. I was feeling lonely. I did whatever activity. As soon as the activity ended, again, I felt lonely. I was feeling hopeless, in a state of worry, in a state of anxiety. I did whatever activity. As soon as the activity ended, I ended up in the exact same worry and anxiety I thought I was leaving or curing even by doing this activity. So that's a sign that that activity is not actually helping or curing this loneliness or worry or anxiety. In contrast, mashallah, if we ever had, again, the yaqeen, what I'm going to say to you now, every one of you know it, but our action and behavior isn't according to it. It's not our i'tiqad, it's not our yaqeen. In contrast, if we had instead stood up and maybe prayed 2 rak'ahs nafil salah, or read some Quran, or made dua to Allah Ta'ala, and after you finish that salah, believe me, you're not going to say, nobody has ever yet said this to me in my life. I hope none of you tried to say it. That as soon as I said the second salam, all the worry came back on me. No, because Allah Ta'ala made a golden rule, and Allah Ta'ala shared with us His golden rule in Quran. Ala bi dhikrillahi tatma'innul qulub. Ala kalimatul hasr bi dhikrillahi. Taqdeem ma hakau takhir yufidul hasr. Means be very, very well informed and become deeply aware that only and only in the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will the spiritual hearts truly find peace and contentment. Our mistake is we try to find that itminan, that serenity and contentment, in other things, in ghairullah, things other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, things other than things related to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you won't be able to find it. And the other problem that happens, and this is very dangerous, is the more we seek that itminan and contentment in the wrong places, the less we get the ability to find the itminan in the right places. So much so, it can be the case that a person can be so deep in now not just ghafla, but haram sin and haram pleasure, and seeking sukoon, itminan, tranquility, contentment through haram sources, that they become so numb and they're actually not even able yet to get it in the, no longer able to get it in the pure tayyib religious source. Allahu Akbar. Just think of a simple example. It's not maybe 100%, but the doctors aren't here anymore, so it's not 100% maybe physiologically accurate. But if you keep eating sour, bitter food, keep eating bitter food, your tongue loses its ability to taste sweetness. Now think. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created a tongue and gave it to you precisely for the purpose of tasting sweetness. What a tragedy. So now I will link it to one of the topics that was mentioned last night, but without specifically talking about it. That is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I want you to think like this, because it's true. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us these eyes. Why? To see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in akhirah forever. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us these eyes. Why? To see the blessed, beautiful, noble countenance of Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam in akhirah forever. That's why I have this eye. Am I going to use this eye instead to look at? You understand? Allahu Akbar. Allah Ta'ala gave me these ears. Why? So I could hear Kalamullah recited by who? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Jannah. Allahu Akbar. That's why I was given sama, the ability to hear. The real value of my ability to hear is that one day in akhirah and for all of eternity, from this ability of hearing and listening, I will hear Kalamullah recited by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I will get to hear Sayyidina Rasulullah recite Quran al-Kareem. I will get to hear Sayyidina Ubay ibn Ka'b recite Quran al-Kareem. I will get to enjoy hearing Sayyidina Ubay ibn Ka'b recite Quran al-Kareem while Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Nabi Kareem are listening to Ubay ibn Ka'b recite Quran al-Kareem, and I will get to enjoy that whole experience. This is why I have ears. And then I'm going to use this ear to listen to something foul or profane or futile or fluff or music or ghiba or backbiting or lying. Now you understand? We have a purpose. Everything has a higher purpose, a deeper purpose. We need to lead a purposeful life. How can we be wasting all of these gifts of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on all of these futile haram things? So this is one of the cures for ghafla. Understand who you are and who Allah Ta'ala wants you to be. لَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ لَقَدْ خَلَّقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي أَحْسَنِ تَقْوِيمٍ. Yes, there's the next part, but aslan, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created in the power of deen the ability to uplift, to be noble. And we want to do unnoble, foul, profane things. So to remind oneself, and we're not worthy of this. There's no insan who is worthy that they should in Jannah be able to see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or be honored to hear Kalamullah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is incredible gift. And don't you see in this world, what happens in this world? If somebody gives you a gift that you think you deserve, right? Let's take your salary. You get the salary that you were supposed to get. Okay, it's no big deal. If somebody gives you a gift that you don't deserve, how do you treat that gift? You give me? I didn't even earn this. I don't even deserve this. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He gave us the gift of Iman. Even if you're a convert, revert, even if you reverted today or yesterday, Allah ta'ala gave us the gift of Iman. Ya Allah, this is the greatest blessing, and I was the most undeserving. I would hold it like this my whole life. Whole life. Remember who you are and who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants you to be. It's a tremendous the vision that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has for us. But I love to talk about this because this corporate world has just dominated everything in the world. What's your vision? What's your mission? SubhanAllah. What's Allah Ta'ala's vision for insan? Wallahu yad'u ila dar salam. Ya ayyuhal insan ma gharraka bi rabbikal kareem. What is Allah Ta'ala's vision for all of humanity? That they will get to enter Dar es Salaam, the eternal, everlasting abode of peace, and forever live with the rada, pleasure of Rabbi Kareem. That's Allah Ta'ala's vision for me. I don't need a vision for me after that. Allah Ta'ala's vision for me, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. I don't need to come up with a vision for myself. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a vision for me. I don't need the multi-billion-dollar psychology, marketing, entertainment industry to come up with a vision for me. My Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has revealed in Quran al-Kareem His vision for me. Live a life of purpose, of direction, of meaning. Oh, come on. Even this word, Ibadullah, Ya Allah, me amongst Ibadullah? Ibadullah, that should be your malaika who are doing tawaf around your arsh and doing your tasbih. Me, some mortal, fallible, faulty, flawed human? Yes. That's Allah's vision for us, that we become Ibadullah, Ibadur Rahman. These are actual words from Quran al-Kareem, I'm telling you. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, Subhanallah al-Azim. Subhanallah walhamdulillah wa la ilaha illallah wallahu akbar. Subhan to that Allah, hamd for that Allah who has such a vision for insan. So, such a beautiful, and this is why you understand the horror and tragedy of atheism. It's not a philosophical horror, it's an existential horror that you think humanity is none of this. You've treated humanity like animals. That's what it is. These were two more points. First was how to overcome the ghafla, was to understand that it's not really giving you peace and serenity. And the second point now was remember who you are and who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants you to be. Then there were some friends who asked me to give some very practical things on that other list I gave you. So I will do that for you also. Where do you start? I can say these things to inspire myself, motivate you. But where do you practically start? You trim. Reduce the ghafla by 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. By blocking time for yourself and make use of all these technological tools. And I wish that presentation was even a bit longer, but then you can explore all of that on the website that the brother had made, Salam Guard, right? You have to have blocks of time where you live moments of purpose. Maybe just say, okay, I'm going to take 20 minutes after Asr Salah, and I'm going to try to live as purposeful in existence as I can. It might just be silently reflecting on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's majesty. It might be crying over my sins. It might be reciting salawat on Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It might be reciting the dua after adhan hundreds of times, because how many times did I forget to say that dua after adhan? It might be just saying la ilaha illallah. It might be just making dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It might be spending 20 minutes out there in the soup kitchen. It might be out there doing 20 minutes in some relief effort for Ahl Gaza. So expand it from 20 minutes, make it 30 minutes, make it 40 minutes, get a group of friends and say, look, all of us, we're gonna get together on Saturday for 1 hour, we're gonna do this. We need to become people of purpose and action. Block out increasing amounts of time, fight back, encroach back and recover that time which shaitan and the nafs and dunya has encroached and taken away from you. View it as a territorial. Just think, and I wish, just think if you had any weaponry in the world, how you would go and fight Israel. Just think, Ya Allah, if you could give me that superpower, give me, give me, they were saying, give me the Star Trek ship and the lasers. Just give it to me. Give me the command and control. Well, you have command and control against your nafs. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Take it back. Take your territory back. Take the territory of your iman back from the nafs and shaitan and dunya who's trying to take it from you. That is the cure. That is the way. The next thing was the classical things of fighting ghafla that I shared with you. So some practical ways to do that. So if you remember, we talked about Zaid and al-Darura, that these strong ulama, salihin, siddiqeen said, we stay away. It's called zuhud, everything that is beyond our necessity. Okay. So for the first one was eating, right? Okay, now me and you, we're not saying that you will be able to very quickly eat such a small amount. So start by eating in the sunnah amount. Start by chewing a lot when you eat. Not even lifting the next morsel until the one in your mouth has been completely swallowed. Stop eating when you still feel slightly hungry. This is a sunnah mujahada. So the sunnah mujahada, always remember, the sunnah mujahada is universal. Anyone and everyone from every culture, background, society, era can and should do it. Yes, in Islamic history, there were some people who went beyond the sunnah mujahada, right? They ate even less than that because they were trying to battle their nafs. They were wanting to remain awake for more ibadah. Not everyone, and it's not universal, not everyone every time will be able to do that. And I would suggest that us in this time, we should not even think about that. It will take our whole lifetime to come onto the sunnah mujahada. Okay? Same thing for the sunnah of sleeping, right? Sleep on your right side, sleep soon after Isha. The only thing we know about sleep is the 8-hour rule, the timing. Nabi Kareem sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, sunnah taught us something different about sleep, especially when to sleep. So just think that the most beneficial, spiritually beneficial, it's a hidden ghaib, it's not something the physiologists can track. Beneficial time of sleeping is between Isha and Fajr. Again, the entertainment industry knows that. That's what they want, that you should go to nighttime entertainment. They want to take you away from the restorative sleep. They want you to crash at 2 a.m. They want you to miss Fajr Salah. They want you to be sleeping through the barakat hours of the morning when it's barakat to be awake. They're trying to change. It's a complete subversion. It's a Dajjali fitna. The Dajjali level fitna is to take something completely subverted. They want you awake when the sunnah wants you sleeping, night, and they want you sleeping when the sunnah wants you awake, morning. And like 90% of teenagers are in this situation, right? They stay up till 2 a.m. and they wake up at 12 noon. And all of you, even the teenagers or young men and women in their 20s know that there's no way you can't rationalize. It's not math that you rationalize this. No, from 12 noon to 2 a.m., I still have whatever, 14 hours. I still do as much as you do in your 14 hours. Forget me, forget somebody else, compared to your own 14 hours and final exams week when you actually used to get up at 7 a.m., compared to your own life when you were awake in the morning and you slept at night. You will have to say honestly that I was always more productive when I was awake in the morning and slept in the night, and I was always less productive when I stayed awake at night and I slept in the morning. You cannot counter the sunnah. It's not possible. If somebody insists to me, I would simply say to them, do you really want to become that insan who breaks the record and actually is a living proof that I can live a life outside the sunnah? Is there not enough insan out there who are already doing that? And you being inside deen, you also want to be part of that data set? Obviously, somebody has some, job, night shift, final exam, final paper. I'm talking about, exceptions. Talking about the norm, the standard habit and practice. Sunnah of talking. This was the third thing, remember? They don't talk more than needed. Many of you know Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he once grabbed his tongue. He once said that which is between the lips and between the thighs, if a person can preserve that. Look, we spent so much time talking about the other thing, right? Control your tongue. Control your tongue. Literally, it also means talk less. Less futile talk, less conversation, less political analysis. If you want, I'm just giving you the tools. If you want to fight the fight against ghafla, this is the way to do it. Old school. Old school, classical, old style. As they knew, they understood. And it's still going to be the way to do it today. The fourth thing was less interaction, right? So sunnah interaction is to interact with people for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and while you're interacting with them, you are still remembering Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's called sunnah interaction. That's it. Now, if you can't, you can only do that to a certain extent, and you say that if I prolong that interaction, I start forgetting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or I start interacting with them for the sake of dunya, fine, curtail it. You know yourself, watch yourself, limit it. There was a saying, it's not a hadith, but there was a saying that good company is better than bad company, and being alone is better than bad company. Right? But in this day and age, being alone didn't mean this. You're not alone. It's just if I'm in a room with a laptop, I'm not alone. If I'm in a room with the phone, I'm not alone. If I'm in a room where internet access, I'm not alone. Yes, if I'm in a place where there's no internet access and I have no internet device, then I'm alone. All right? So that was why there was so much time spent on this weekend about the digital technology, device limitation, device controlling. So do understand that being alone in our deen, if you want to say, I want to adopt, it's called khalwa. Imam al-Ghazali, he has a whole book in Ihyan, Adab al-Khalwa. This is not khalwa. Me and laptop is not khalwa. All right? Okay. So these were the practical ways on the, the fifth one was the don't have any material possessions, zaid and al-darura, right? And I gave you the example of only having 3 sets of clothing. I have more than 3 sets of clothing, I fully confess, right? I have more than 3 shirts. I love my vests. I have more than 3 vests. Sometimes I give one away. Allahu Akbar. Reduce every now and then, go. Reduce, give the clothes away. Give your extra clothes away to the poor. I'm just giving an example of clothing. There's actually many other things, right? That we are over, if we have to move, it's so difficult for us to move because there's so much stuff, so much stuff. I'll give you another way to look at it. Our lives are overly complicated. It's part of it's inescapable in the Western world. You've got to deal with the insurance company, you've got to deal with the doctor's office, you've got to deal with this renewal, that thing. The to-do list is like insane in this country, right? Reduce as much as you can with the niyyah that I'm, again, trimming this fat, doing it to steal that time back from the dunya that stole it to me. View it that this is theft on my time. This was the time that I would have been turning to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, learning my deen, practicing my deen. Fight back. Reduce things. All right, so that was the 5 practical ways. Now I'm going to talk about Tawbah and Mujahada. Tawbah, and I started this in the Q&A. So because a lot of you weren't here for that, I might just repeat that. Somebody asked a beautiful question, and that was that if someone has committed a haram act where they looked at something they shouldn't have looked at. Let me modify the question a bit. They looked at something they shouldn't have looked at, and they're not able to forget it. Can true Tawbah help them forget that image once and for all? So the answer is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala no doubt has the power to remove that image, the memory of that foul act. Maybe it even wasn't just an image for someone, maybe it was actually an action for someone, and maybe somebody still has memories of those actions, and maybe somebody finds that their nafs is so overpowering them, every now and then they feel stirrings or longings for that pleasure that they felt in that action, and they want to know, when will I get this out of my system? Or it might be from another end of the spectrum, that a person has been trying to fight the desire, and they want to know, will there ever come a day when this desire itself will go away? That my attraction towards haram, whatever that haram might be, will there ever come a time when that attraction goes away? So the answer is that any and all of this is possible by the will and mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but none of it is required for true tawbah. If a person says, I've made tawbah from a sinful action, and I'm not doing that action anymore, but in my heart, I still sometimes find myself longing for that action, or all of a sudden I have a flashback of that action. Does it mean my tawbah is not accepted? No, that's not what it means. It just means you have to do more scrubbing, more cleaning, more purifying. It just means Allah is reminding you of the devastating effect that this action or vision or image had on you. And you should keep working, keep purifying, keep doing good deeds to counteract the bad deeds. Keep at it, keep going. It doesn't mean Allah is angry with you. Okay, somebody says, okay, not only do I remember it and sometimes long for it, I have an even greater problem. And what is that? Sometimes I actually return to it. I repeat the sinful action, or I have a repeat sinful gaze, or I have a repeat sinful behavior, or I again get angry at some family member, or again I do some type of verbal or physical abuse, or again I did some type of lying or stealing. Just don't think, lust is not the only sin. There's a whole range of sins. It's not just that I can't get over it or forget it, I actually end up repeating it. Okay. This is a process. Know that every time you repeat a sin, it gets harder to stop that sin. So the sin that you did one time, and if you make tawbah, it's easier to leave that sin. If you did the sin twice, it's harder to leave the sin. You did a sin 3 times, it's going to be harder to leave the sin. You did a sin 4 times, it's going to be harder to leave the sin. So this is something that we should be terrified about, because ultimately we want to leave the sin. So we should view any return and repetition of that sin as self-destruction, self-sabotage, right? My own will and wish and mission is to leave the sin. Here I'm repeating the sin. Okay, but if you repeat the sin, you must repeat the tawbah. It's that simple. The Arabic word for repeat tawbah, the person who makes repeat tawbah is called tawwabin. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Quran, Inna Allah yuhibbu tawwabin. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves those believers who fell into sin, felt the remorse of sin, left that sin, repented from that sin, felt the urge again, suppressed the urge, felt the urge again, and then slipped, and then returned to the sin, and then again enjoyed that sin, and again felt the remorse over the sin, and again remembered Allah Ta'ala, and again turned to Allah Ta'ala, and then again repented from that sin. And then we're able to stay away from that sin, but then again return to that sin. But every time they return to the sin, they return to Him. Tawbah. And that is why Allah Ta'ala is one of His own names is At-Tawwab. Every time, so then add that sifat of Allah Ta'ala, they return to the sin, but they always return to the tawbah, and Allah Ta'ala always returned His mercy on them. And then again they return to their nafs, and they return to the sin, and then they return to the tawbah, and again Allah Ta'ala returned His mercy on them. And they spend their whole life like this. Now think, if nothing else you can say on the Day of Judgment, that Ya Allah, in my book of deeds, the sin is written 100 times, this scale. But my tawbah is also written 100 times, that scale. At least I did that, Ya Allah. I couldn't stop this one, but I also never stopped this one. That's this concept in Quran, mizan, of scales. If there's 100 sins, if my nafs wrote 100 sins, if nafs and shaitan grabbed my hand and made me write 100 sin in my book of deeds, alhamdulillah, my ruh, my heart also grabbed my hand and made me write 100 tawbah. Inna Allah yuhibbu tawwabin. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves the people who make tawbah. So if you can't stop sinning, don't stop repenting. Simple English sentence for you to remember the whole concept. If you can't stop sinning, don't stop repenting. And another one of our favorite stories. Allahu Akbar. Story, even you consider that I invent the story. But it's a story to illustrate a principle. It's not a hadith, it's not necessarily an actual incident. It's a story. May Allah Ta'ala forgive the qisas, but I'm not doing that specifically. Story is that there are two young men and they're having a discussion with each other. And the discussion they're having with each other is who does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala love more? Because it also comes in Quran al-Kareem, yuhibbul muttaqeen, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves the people of taqwa. And also comes in Quran, Allah ta'ala loves the people who repeatedly sin and repeatedly repent. So the word in Quran is the same, yuhibbu, Allah ta'ala loves. Question comes, well, which one of these two does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala love more? One of them, he says, Allah Ta'ala, he loves the muttaqeen more, the ones who are staying away from sin. The other one says, Allah Ta'ala is the tawabin more, the ones who are returning to sin but repeating the tawbah. So then they go and they ask someone, maybe someone who had some years of experience in their life, some ilm. And so he said to them, young men, actually, I'm not a scholar. I'm not a scholar, sheikh. I cannot answer this question on the basis of tafsir of Quran, on the basis of hadith, or basis of sharia. But I can tell you something from my life experience. What is that? He said, I weave tapestries across a loom, right? You can think like this carpet even. And whenever there's a thread that snaps, I go back and retie it. But then as I keep weaving forward, I always keep my special gaze on the thread that had snapped so that it never snaps again. Maybe Allah Ta'ala keeps his special gaze on those tawabin who sinned and broke their covenant with him, but then tied the knot of tawbah. Maybe his special rahmah gaze comes on them so they don't snap again. Oh, So we are like a patchwork. Keep patching, keep stitching. So this is the way we have hope and tawbah. But you also need a second thing, which is called mujahada. Mujahada means that you keep moving, you keep striving, you keep trying in all of the a'mal saleh, all of the virtuous acts, virtuous feelings, virtuous behaviors of deen. All right. This one as a second aspect. Sometimes people have such a level of laziness that their good deeds start declining. They start slacking. They even stop praying salah. It might start that they miss a Fajr salah because of sleep. Then they miss a Asr salah because of gaming. Then they missed the Isha salah because they slept early. Then they missed some Sunnah salah. They missed the recitation of Quran. They missed dua. And they just start missing and missing and missing. This is very dangerous. What's happened to their heart that they become numb? Don't you see in the dunya, the person who misses the meal gets more hungry and eats more food? And if they miss 2 meals, they get even more hungry and even eat more food. So it should have been that the person who missed Fajr Salah and slept through it, he should have been more hungry and not just prayed the qada for that day of Fajr, but prayed so many nawafil to make up for that. What would happen if the person who missed a meal ate even less and missed another meal and then kept missing meals and lost them? Did die of famine? And that's what happens when we lack in our a'mal. Our ruh becomes malnourished. Our ruh becomes weakened. Almost like we are impoverishing our ruh. So to counter that, yes, you have to make tawbah for missing the salah, but to counter this is mujahada. Mujahada. You must strive, exert effort, get back up, pray the salah, recite the Quran, make the dua, do the virtuous deed, speak the noble word, be a person of kindness. You have to get up and do it. So even just the tawbah alone is not enough. You have to have the mujahada. And actually, shaitan in particular, one of his main waswasa is to keep a person away from that mujahada. Why? Because that mujahada is what makes you strong and helps you stay away from sin. The person of a lot of a'mal is strong and can stay away from sin. So shaitan wants, okay, I need to attack this person. Problem, this person has got the shields. The person's got the power of the video game. The person's got the authority. So I need to attack. Need to attack the defenses. I will start, so you don't really have to do that, or it's okay. You can skip your Quran. MashaAllah, you recited Quran for 3 days straight. Wow, 3 days straight. MashaAllah, our Salihin would recite Quran for 3 decades straight, and they would still never think that they've accomplished something that they could skip a day. You and me, we recite Quran for 3 days. Like, MashaAllah, okay, I recited Quran for 3 days today, I can go chill. No. This was the shaitan. Oh, look at you. You spend that night in the masjid and talk. You're good to go now. Just relax. You don't need to go back to the masjid. Don't need to go to another gathering. You're good for some time. So shaitan, he keeps us away from the things that strengthen us. And then he just sits back and watches our nafs take us down when we're weak. Cheap partnership between shaitan and nafs. Cheap. What is called the tag team. The tag team. Allahu Akbar. So next time that thought comes to you, yeah, it's okay, Sometimes, this is called shuh. Mayyuka shuh nafsihi. Shuh means that you actually intend to be generous and you hold back at the last second. What does that mean? So in the word of amal, it means maybe you're actually in the masjid. It's a gathering. You prayed your fard. You prayed your sunnah, and a thought comes to you. Why don't you just pray 2 more rakahs? 2 more rakahs nafil. That's your inclination. Shuh means you stop it. So no, come on, listen, I'm already doing all this. I'm already attending all these talks. I'm already in the masjid, and you pull back. How strange that we respond instantly to the small ruminations and inclinations of the nafs towards haram. But when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala generously gives us an inclination towards the tayyib, we have shuh, we withhold, we hold back. Part of this is just a broader syndrome of laziness and procrastination. And if we have that laziness and procrastination in dunya, it starts encroaching and coming in our deen. There's another reason you should fix your dunya lid-deen, for the sake of deen. You should be worried that if I'm lazy in dunya, that's going to make me lazy. And once I'm lazy, I'm going to be lazy in deen. So I need to fight this laziness, heedlessness in all arenas so I become strong. Because once I'm strong and dynamic, I won't be just strong and dynamic in dunya, I will also be strong and dynamic in deen. So there I give you the niyyah for all your studies and profession as well. This is Rabbana Atina Fid Dunya Hasana. It's not mutlaq, it's not absolute you ask for dunya. The virtuous, noble things of the dunya that will ennoble me for the sake of deen and akhirah. That's why in that ayah, dunya comes first. Rabbana Atina Fid Dunya Hasana wa fil Akhirati Hasana. So in this way that I explained to you now, oh Allah, grant me that dynamic strength and capability and willpower and resolve in my matters of dunya, so that I will then use it for all of my matters of akhirah. رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً. And then what do? We want to be champions of dunya and amateurs in deen. Even the champions, they go through medical school and they go through this and they go through champs, and they want to be even more champions. So I want to get the residency here, I want to get the internship there. I always tease the doctors. I'm not because I'm a doctor, obviously I'm not a doctor, alhamdulillah. And I know a lot of doctors, and I've been teasing them my whole life. But mashallah, Allah Ta'ala can also create some people who are champions in medicine and champions in deen. Like our Shaykh Umar, mashallah. Allahumma zid fazid, takabbal minhu wa minna. So deen and dunya lid-deen. Okay, so this was something about mujahid. All right. Last thing I will tell you for tonight. That is humility. Humility. So I'll recite this one verse of Quran, which I mentioned part of it earlier. وَعِبَادُ الرَّحْمَنِ. Right? This is also beautiful, the ulama debate tafsir of these ayat. Ibadur Rahman, the true, penitent, worshipful, obedient slaves and lovers of the all-merciful, all-gracious, all-compassionate Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. All that English gave you not even 1% of the feeling and meaning of Ibadur Rahman. Alladhina yamshawna ala al-ardi hawna. This word hawna, so they're walking on the earth lightly. They're like floating on this earth. So one element of it is that they're walking on the earth with humility and awe and reverence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They're walking on the earth, understanding the earth and all of creation has a malik, a master, and this is the mulk, the dominion of that sovereign master. It also means they're walking on this dunya, this earth, traversing this life of dunya. They're just floating. It means they never plant their feet firmly on the dunya. They barely land, and maybe like the guy on astronaut on the moon, he's just floating. Just floating. It's not my place. I can't even, it's just this worldly life is so much not my place, and even a single footfall of mine is not strong enough to leave a footprint. Why? Because my footprints are on Siratul Mustaqim. All This is deen. This is the way human beings live in deen. This has everything in it. It's got zuhud, it's got the asceticism, the humility, the tawbah, everything in it. And وَإِذَا خَاطَبَهُمُ الْجَاهِلُونَ, and when the people of ignorance address them, when some people of ignorance they try to address or talk to the Ibadur Rahman, all the Ibadur Rahman say salama. They're not saying salam to them, they're saying salam from you. That I have complete salam from you. Allahu Akbar. Means all the makhluk in the dunya that is trying to engage me while I'm trying to float through this world, or any and all makhluk who try to engage me, I tell them salam. I'm at peace. There's nothing, you cannot engage me, you cannot distract me, you cannot divert me from my hawnan, my floating on this earth has given me complete peace. There are many tafsir and ways to do tafsir of this verse, but this was something I wanted to share with you. And us, we are like in the super gravity. We're lifting one foot and planting it, and we're so stuck. And we're lifting up and we're planting it. We're so stuck, so mired in some quicksand of this dunya. And one way that we get stuck is this digital social media distraction. And the level of dazzle in it, it makes you think that you're floating. Again, the Jali fitna is complete 180 reverse. You think you're floating, that it's Wi-Fi, you're scrolling, it's light. Actually, it's extremely heavy. We're sucked in, we're mired, we're shackled in this digital realm. Technologically, it might be the ether, but the effect it's having on our spirituality is like a quagmire's intense gravitational muddy swamp. And if we could realize that and make tawbah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and make niyyah, intention, inshallah, that we want to free ourselves, unfetter ourselves from this and return to our maqsad, our purpose. And for that purpose, remember what I said last night, that you can't plug out unless you plug in. You have to plug deeper into deen. Udkhulu fis-silmi kafa. And you can't do that alone. Spend more time in masajid, spend more time in Islamic institutions. We want you to try to spend time learning with us, inshallah, at the Kufah Institute in the fall. Study in any institute you can find. Sit in any noble company you can find. Sit with any good friends of deen that you can find. Nusrat, rafaqat, you need help, collegiality, companionship, associationship, lillah, fillah becomes ilallah. When you do it for the sake of Allah Ta'ala, it will bring you towards Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Al-mutahabbuna lillah, those who mutually love one another for Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Watawasaw bil-haqqi, watawasaw bis-sabr, those who mutually enjoin one upon one another fortitude and steadfastness and the truth and fortitude. Ta'awun al-birri wa taqwa, those who mutually help one another on virtue and piety and nobility. Can't go alone. And that's another part of this fitna. It wants that you sit alone and try to sort things out, because it knows that if you're alone, you're just going to turn to this. You need companionship, you need friendship, you need fellowship. No one is perfect. Don't work for the perfect person to be your friend. You will be friendless. This will offer this is offering its foulness to you. It's absolute utter imperfection. Whoever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put in your life, whoever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put in your circle, whoever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put in your city, they are your rufaqa, they are your companions, your fellows, your associates, your local masajid, your local ulama, your local du'at, your people in your family, your friends. Don't try to go it alone. Don't try to do it alone. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all of us, all of you, and all of us coming here. May Allah ta'ala especially honor and reward all of those who made the arrangements and helped out to facilitate the whole gathering. And mashallah, we just have to come in and give the talk, and everything is done by so many people. May Allah ta'ala bless them and reward them and shine His and shower His rahmah and mercy and maghfirah and forgiveness upon them. Wa akhir da'wana and alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Subhanallahi walhamdulillahi wa la ilaha illallah wallahu akbar. Subhanallahi wa bihamdihi subhanallah al-azim. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbi Kareem, we wronged ourselves, we oppressed ourselves, we allowed ourselves to go deep into the digital social realm of sin. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we did physical sin, we did digital sin, we did sin of our mind, sin of our eyes, sin of our thoughts, sin of our hearts, sin by the nafs, sins of the body. Ya Rabbi Kareem, there's no single aspect of our humanity that you gave us except that we have used it in your disobedience. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we are shameful in front of you. We have nadma and remorse and regret in front of you. Ya Rabbi Kareem, the only thing in the world that we care about is our relationship with you, our iman in you, our ta'alluq with you, our connection to you. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we hear these words in Quran, Ibadur Rahman, and we want so badly, that's what we want to be. We want to be your ibad, Ya Allah. We want to be true mu'mineen, salihin mu'mineen, muttaqeen mu'mineen, tawabin mu'mineen. Ya Rabbi Kareem, take us out from all of our ghafla, take us out from our heedlessness, take us out from every futile thing that we do. Ya Rabbi Kareem, grant us a life of taqwa, a life of sunnah, a life of iman, a life upon Quran, a life learning and teaching about Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Grant us the ilm of his seerah, the ilm of his sunnah, the ilm of his hadith, the ilm of his sahaba, the ilm of the deen. Ya Rabbi Kareem, take us out from every jahala, take us out from the ignorance of our mind, the ignorance of our hearts, the ignorance of our lives. Ya Allah, protect us from all this fitna around us, every media, every outlet, every communication that is coming to us is trying to distract us from you, divert us from you, confuse us about you. Ya Rabbi Kareem, grant us yaqeen in deen, grant us yaqeen in our iman, grant us ittiqad and amal, Ya Rabbi Kareem, grant us istiqamah in our amal, Ya Rabbi Kareem. And take out the laziness from ourselves, take out the procrastination in ourselves. Ya Rabbi Kareem, how long will we live on this earth and miss salah? How long will we live on this earth and miss our recitation of Quran? How many days and nights will pass where we leave out the sunnah du'as? How many days and nights will pass where we don't make salawat al Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam? How many days and nights will pass when we don't do khidmah of our parents? How many days and nights will pass that we don't even make dua for the Ahl Gaza, Ahl Palestine, Ahl Sudan, Ahl Sham, Ahl Sheen? Ya Rabbi Kareem, we have become so low, so distant, Ya Rab. When we turn to you, Ya Rabbi Kareem, you said, فَإِنِّي Kareem, that you are near, Ya Rab. You said, نَحْنُ أَقْرَبُ إِلَيْهِ مِنْ حَبْلِ الْوَرِيدِ, that you're even closer to us than our own selves, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Ya Allah, Ya Kareem, Ya Allah, we ask that you send your rahmah on us, your maghfirah on us. Ya Allah, guide us, Ya Allah. We are in need of your guidance, Ya Rabbi Kareem. The same way you guided us and gifted us with iman, grant us and guide us to all the true teachings of iman, the feelings of iman, the actions of iman, the behavior of iman, the characteristics of iman. Ya Rabbi Kareem, take out from us every foul characteristic, take out from us every foul behavior, take out from us every foul memory. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we cannot erase and delete those memories, we cannot erase and delete those images, we cannot erase and delete the histories that are in the book of deeds, but you are ala kulli shay'in qadir, Ya Rabbi Kareem. You have absolute power, absolute mercy, absolute love. You are Al-Wadud, Ya Allah, Al-Rahim, Al-Rahman, Ya Allah. You are Al-Ghafur, Al-Ghaffar, Ya Allah. We ask that you send all your rahmah on us, all your karam on us, all your fadl on us. You're the fadlan adim. You're the fadlan al mu'mineen. You are the being of tremendous bounty and grace and favor on the believers. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we are needy, Ya Rab. We need all of your rahmah, all of your maghfirah. We have brought to you such countless sins, but Ya Allah, you have limitless mercy. We have brought to you countless hypocrisy, but Ya Allah, you have limitless forgiveness. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we ask that you wash all of our filth and sins away. We ask that you shower your rahmah upon us. And Ya Allah, in the future, Ya Allah, make us strong mu'mineen, dynamic mu'mineen. Grant us good intention, good niyyah, good irada. Give us tawfiq to follow up on that good intention. On this night, Ya Allah, we make niyyah that we want to be true mu'mineen. We want to be muttaqeen, salihin. Ya Allah, we make intention, Ya Allah, that from this moment until we die, we never want to misuse our gaze again. Accept it, Ya Allah. All we can do, we can come in, we make niyyah to in your masjid, Ya Allah. Accept this niyyah from us. We can just utter a word, but Ya Allah, you accept that word. You can make it into action. You can make it into reality. Ya Allah, we profess to you on this night that we never ever want to miss a salah again, Ya Allah. Give us tawfiq, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Make us from the mustalleen. Ya Allah, we never want to be forgetful in our salah. Make us from the khashi'een and dhakireen in our salah. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we never ever want to hurt anyone around us. Ya Allah, forgive us for all the people we hurt in our life, all the people we disappointed in our life, all the people we betrayed in our life, all the people who were let down in our life. Ya Allah, you sent us to this earth to be a mercy for one another, to be of help to one another, to be a source of happiness for one another. Forgive us, Ya Rabbi, for anyone who we ever hurt and caused any sadness to, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Ya Allah, put it in their hearts to forgive us, Ya Rabbi Kareem. And Ya Allah, from now on, Ya Rabbi, let us only be a source of good, a source of happiness, a source of khair, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Ya Allah, grant us tawfiq, Ya Rabbi, to be a source of khair for the whole ummah, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Grant us tawfiq, Ya Rabbi, to be a source of khair for all of insan, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Ya Allah, accept us for the dawah of deen, ishaat of deen, khidmat of deen. Ya Rabbi Kareem, accept all of our family and children for deen, accept all of our lineage and progeny for deen. Ya Allah, we seek a refuge in you from Shaitan al-Rajim. Let none of his waswasa ever affect us again. We seek refuge in you, Ya Rab, from the nafsa ammara, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Protect us from that lust that is overpowering, that anger that is overwhelming, that envy that is overwhelming, that pride that is, Ya Rab, delusional. Ya Rabbi Kareem, make us humble mu'mineen. Let us walk lightly and tread lightly on this earth. Let us tread firmly on Sirat al-Mustaqim. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we've become so firm on dunya and lax on deen. Ya Rabbi, make us firm on deen. Ya Rabbi Kareem, grant us the tawfiq to be always on Sirat al-Mustaqim. Ya Rabbi, we make dua for the whole ummah, Ya Rab. This is a luxury, Ya Rabbi Kareem, that we could spend 24 hours in this masjid and have these talks and eat this food. Ya Rabbi Kareem, make dua for the Ahl Gaza and the Ahl Palestine. Ya Rabbi, ask that you rescue them, Ya Allah. Protect them, Ya Allah. Send all your khas, rahmah, karam, fadl, nusrat, madad on them, Ya Allah. We ask that you do rad of the dhulm of the zalimeen. We ask that you send all of your ghaibi power, Ya Rab, upon all of the false powers of this world, all of the evil powers of this world. Ya Rabbi, we ask you to raise from this ummah again the true mujahideen, Ya Rabbi Kareem, who will repel every zalim and every oppressor, Ya Rabbi Kareem, and who will rescue every madloom and every oppressed, Ya Rabbi Kareem. We make dua for all of them, Ya Allah. Grant them istiqamah, grant them hikmah, grant them wisdom in their decisions. We make dua for Ya Rabbi Kareem, the Ahl Sham. We make dua for all of the Umara of Ahl Sham. Grant them hikmah, Ya Allah. Keep them in your hifazah, Ya Allah. Protect them from the makr of the kuffar, Ya Allah. We make dua for all the Uyghurs and Rohingyas, Ya Allah, who we failed, Ya Rabbi Kareem. We didn't even lift a finger for them, Ya Rabbi Kareem. We make tawbah, Ya Allah. We ask that you send your khas rahmah upon them. We ask that you protect them, protect their iman, Ya Rabbi Kareem. We ask that you grant all of the shuhada and all of the madlumeen and all of the mustad'afeen, Ya Rabbi Kareem, the highest daraja in Jannah. Grant them the suhbah of Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Grant them the suhbah of the Nabiyeen, Siddiqeen, Shuhada, Salihin, wa hasuna ulaika rafiqa. Ya Rabbi, can grant all of that and more to them, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Grant them Jannatul Firdaus, Ya Allah. Grant them your ru'ya, Ya Allah. Make them from your muqarraboon, Ya Allah. Honor their struggles and sacrifices, Ya Allah. Although we are unworthy, we have no struggle, no sacrifice, no oppression that we have faced. We also make same dua for us, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Allahumma ajirna min an-nar. First and foremost, take us out from the fire of Jahannam that we have already earned through our book of deeds. Send your rahmah on us, your maghfirah on us. Grant us admission into Jannah. Make us from the Ahl Jannah. It is but your taqdeer, Ya Allah. We ask that you decree it first us on this night. Ya Rabbi Kareem, we gather to leave ghafla, to leave sin, to leave all disobedience. Grant us ita'at, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Make us your obedient mu'mineen, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Ya Allah, everyone knows their own sins. All of us make tawbah to you for all of our sins. We make tawbah for all of the ummah's sins, for all of the past ummah's sins. Send your rahmah on us, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Grant us hidayah, Ya Rabbi Kareem. In future, Ya Rabbi, keep us protected from sin, away from sin, far from sin, Ya Rabbi Kareem. Let our sins not come into our children. Let our sins not come into our family. Let our sins not affect our institutions. Let our sins not affect our efforts of deen. Let our sins never be a cause of harm to the innocents, Ya Rabbi Kareem. We are guilty, Ya Rab. Ya Allah, send your rahmah on us, your maghfirah on us, And Ya Rabbi Kareem, increase us in our ilm of Quran, increase us in our recitation of Quran, increase us in our understanding of Quran, increase us in our feeling of Quran, increase us in our love for you, our love for Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam, our understanding of his seerah, our understanding of his hadith, and appreciation of Sharia. Grant us tafaqquh fi deen, increase us in all of the sifat of Iman, grant us all the akhlaq hasana, the virtual character traits. Ya Rabbi Kareem, every khair that Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam ever asked of you that would be appropriate for us, we ask that you grant us all the khair, and every shar and evil that he sought refuge in you from, or taught us as a ummah to seek refuge in you from, we ask that you grant us refuge from that, Ya Rabbi Kareem. We ask that you answer everyone, hear their du'as, hear the du'as from their heart. Each of us has our own du'as, our own wishes, our own hopes from you, our own forms of repentance that we are making to you together on this night. Accept everyone's du'as, everyone's pleas, everyone's hopes. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbi Kareem. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم وصلى الله تعالى على حبيبه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وأمته أجمعين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
One book by the name of the funded in the record top, and it's in tomorrow. So if you want to conduct it, it's 600, that's right. For the comments, right? And then, the catalog is right there, it's not taking over, just giving you one, two. Please, feel free to go up, fairness, in the simple connection, even if you can't, and the same as, the rules. You can do this stay connected, it's, join the group announcements code, group chat, inshallah, next thing that I get that, we're gonna do, inshallah, we will stay. All of you, forgive us for our shortcomings, forgive us for our the host you the way we should have been able to host you. Forgive us for every sort of faith and sort of unity that, we didn't cause you, from our shortcomings, from our deficiencies, we are not as a host, please forgive us. And we ask that you keep us all in your house. With that, inshallah, we're going to conclude the second annual Kufah retreat. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Subhanallah, wa bihamdihi, wa salamun ala al-mursalin, walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
No, this one's mine. Yeah. This one's yours. Oh, yeah, yeah.
See, you got your hands full, I think, with 3 kids, right? By the way, I have to ask you, is there like a place where I can like donate to the event? I know they said they were short.
Yeah, yeah, so probably what's the easiest medium for you to?
Probably so.
So, yeah, you can do, I'll text you.
Let me make sure I have your number. So
I'll just text you now. What's your number?
352 308 6476.
6476 like that?
6476.
Oh, sorry. So,
352
sorry.
308
308.
6476.
How do you guys want to do it? Oh, sorry. It's info, that's an I at the beginning.
Okay.
Info@palmaflood.org. That should be the Zelle.
Okay.
That should work.
Is that what's up?
If it doesn't work, then you can just go on the website, that end domain, and you should be able to access it that way too.
Okay. Inshallah, I'll see you. Inshallah soon, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you for making the trip up to
Of course,
Tampa.
my pleasure. It's good to see you.
All right,
See you. We're good, everybody. So you heading out? The Zelle number. Donation. It's the same. It's the same number. Info, the letter I. Info. That's the one.
Really glad. The start was a little rough. Sorry. For the Jiffy, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to know about donation.
Yeah. What's the?
Whichever is best.
Whatever is easiest for you.
Yeah, send it your number or
This is the email address. And if the email address, either that email address goes out, or if you just go on that website, the main website, you can also do it that way. No, I haven't had a chance yet. I haven't had a chance yet.